Okay. So we've got Danielle. Oops. Hiya, welcome, welcome. I'm just admitting people one by one so I can keep track of everyone on my little register. You're all muted for the time being, and you can't unmute yourselves yet, sorry, just until we get everyone in and everyone cast. Yep. Ooh, who else have I got waiting? Yep. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Pericles. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My body's slightly going into shock at the moment because I haven't slept, but still so excited to get started. I think that's nearly everyone in. How many people do we have in? Okay, I think we are nearly there. Okay, sorry, bear with. I'm just still admitting everyone. You're all muted for the time being, and you won't be able to unmute yourselves just yet. Cool. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I think there are a couple more people who are just joining us now, and then we should be ready to start soon. Just one more person joining. Great, that's everyone in, I think. Amazing, right, awesome. Hello everyone, welcome. Thank you so much for joining me. Good morning, good morning. Thank you so much for being here. It's 6:30 in the morning. Just keep my voice down because I think my flatmates are still asleep. And we are just about to read Pericles, which is very exciting. Pericles, interesting choice for us to do for the Globe because it's famously co-written, not sole authored by Shakespeare, and therefore not included in the first folio, but it's a very fun play. It's got pirates, it's got storms, it's got fishermen, it's got the lot. So we're going to have a great time doing it. Cool. So just so everyone is aware, we are live on YouTube at the moment. You're all currently on mute. If you have the live stream up on your computer or any other devices nearby, if you could mute it, that would be great, just so we don't get any kind of disturbance or reverb. Thank you to everyone who is watching this live stream at the moment. We've had amazing responses from people all over the world. It's incredible. And I just want to take the opportunity to remind everyone why we are here. So Shakespeare's Globe in London is an unsubsidized space that relies mostly on audiences for its income and a staff of volunteers. It's in dire straits at the moment due to the financial pressures of the COVID-19 pandemic. So with a team of over 200 volunteers, we together are reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight to raise awareness for the difficulties currently being faced by the Globe and across all British theatre. We are on Twitter @GlobeRead, and we encourage you to share your thoughts with the hashtags Read for the Globe and hashtag RFTG and then the play title. So you can tweet along as we're reading this with hashtag RFTG Pericles. And of course, Please donate anything you feel you can at our GoFundMe page. And there will be a link that should be put up in the description to this YouTube live stream. All money raised from this one-off live event will go to Shakespeare's Globe. So thank you for anything that you guys can give. Great. So hello, readers, my Pericles team. In a minute, we're going to start casting, during all of which I'm going to keep you all on mute, just because I've got a couple of ground rules to put down before we start. So just remember during all of this that we are live on YouTube, so anyone can watch you. So don't do anything that you wouldn't want your granny to see. On a serious note, though, if you do behave inappropriately or anyway, or deliberately disrupt the reading, then myself or one of our admins, lovely Kat, who is here with me, will just get rid of you. Please have fun and be kind to each other. We've had a lot of experienced actors on these readings, but also loads of people who are just here because they love the theatre. This is not a professional performance, it's just a charity event, it's just a bit of fun. Things may go wrong, things have gone wrong, things will go wrong. Mistakes don't really matter, just want to have fun. Please don't let your amazing performances, though, take away from our need to get the plays read in time. We've done amazingly so far, keeping on time. Feel free to act and express yourself, but long pauses are banned. Don't milk it. We need to stay on time. There is a mute button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, there should be, which you are unable to control at the moment. I have muted all of you. But once we start, you'll be able to mute and unmute yourself. If you could stay with your computer as much as possible. If you need to go to the toilet or grab a cup of tea, whatever, that's absolutely fine. You don't need to ask to be excused at all. Just don't interrupt the play. Just try and keep up to speed and keep up with the script as much as possible, because we won't be having a general break for everyone. I'm here to keep everything running smoothly. If your Wi-Fi freezes at a crucial moment or you have to dash off for some reason, don't panic, because I'll just drop in and pick up any lines that get missed. Cool, so I think we should press on with the casting, which is very exciting. Just before that though, so some of the roles have been doubled. Quirky thing about Pericles is that there's like almost 50 parts and about 20 of them only have one line, and someone will appear once in Act 1 and then never again. So I've doubled them up in such a way that hopefully people will have stuff to do throughout the reading, so you won't have your moment of wonder in Act 1 and then disappear for the rest of it. Some of you may be disappointed with your role. If that's the case, please just remember the spirit of why we're here, and we're just all here to do something great for the Globe. Casting decisions will not be reconsidered once they've been made, because we don't have time. Cool, so in a moment, so you've got these reaction buttons in the bottom like control panel of your Zoom thing. It says reactions, and you've got little clappy hands and a thumbs up. If you could all just have a play around with those just to acknowledge you know how they work. Yeah, people have got them up. We all, you know, we've all used Zoom before. Or you can just wave at me. So you'll use those reaction buttons to indicate your interest in a role as I give them out. Make sure, can you please all take a note of your parts as they're given to you, because it's difficult to keep track and just much easier if everyone keeps tabs on their own thing. Anyone can play any part. There's no kind of gender defined or anything like that. So with that all in mind, let's just plunge right in. So if anyone is interested in a big meaty part, could they please indicate that with their reactions, please? Okay, we've got some actors here. Okay, so I've split the role of Pericles in two. Just let your reactions die down a little bit. Okay, so I've got a Pericles for Acts 1 and 3, and then Pericles for Acts 2 and 5. So for one of the Pericles roles, who's interested in that? Anyway, Danielle, I saw you go first, so you can be Pericles for Acts 1 and 3. Great. Okay, and Pericles for Act 2 and 5. Anyone interested in that? Yeah, I saw Natalie go for that. So Natalie, Pericles 2 and 5. Next, I've got Gower, who has a big fat speech at the beginning of each act, and who I also think could double up with stage direction. So Gower and stage directions. Anyone? Really great speeches, guys. Gower. Yeah, Rosa. Okay, amazing. Rosa, you've got it. It's yours. And then I've got Marina is another quite meaty role. I saw Eddie wave first. Eddie, it's yours. Great. Eddie is Marina. Okay, and then I've got a doubled up part. So I've got Antiochus doubling up with Lysimachus. Antiochus and Lysimachus. I think I saw Laura go. Laura, are you okay to do Antiochus and Lysimachus? You got that noted down? Okay, cool, brilliant. Next one, this is a fun role, Bawd, which is spelled B-A-W-D. Eleanor, that's yours, you can have that. And then I've got Bolt. Bolt, I saw Hugh, you're Bolt. And then I've got another doubled up part. So I've got Leonine and Kerimon together. Drew, it's yours, go for it. And then I've got Pandar, P-A-N-D-A-R. Emily, I've got a reaction up for you. Are you cool doing Pandar? Lit, lovely. Okay, cool. Cleon. Anyone for Cleon? Cleon. Just give a little love to Cleon, guys. Is someone reacting? I can see Ben, right? Ben, it's yours. Cleon. Okay, Dionysa. Alexia, yours. Helicanus. Who hasn't got a role yet? Anyone for Helicanus? Come on, wave at me, someone. There's, yeah, Amanda, great, it's yours. And Thaisa. Julia, it's yours. Is there anyone who hasn't got a part yet? No, everyone seems to have a part. I'll take Simonides. And now I've got loads of little parts, which are literally one-liners that I'm just going to throw at people. So if people can just show me acknowledgement that you know what I've thrown at you. Bear with me 1 second. These are literally all like one-liners. Okay, daughter of Antiochus, Danielle. If I can get you to do daughter of Antiochus, please. Is that good? Diana, Amanda. Can I get you to do Diana as well, please? Ascanes, Hugh. Can you do Ascanes, please? First fisherman, first gentleman, first knight, and first lord, and first pirate. No, that's ridiculous. First fisherman, first gentleman, and first knight. Can I give to Julia, please? So that's first fisherman, gentleman, knight. Okay, great. Almost rhymes. Alexia, can I get you to do second fisherman, gentleman, knight? And then Drew, can I get you, guess what it's going to be? Third fisherman, gentleman, knight. Great, thank you. And then Rosa, can I get you to do first lord and first pirate, please? I told you it's a fun play, pirates, wow. Eleanor, can I get you to do second lord and second pirate, please? Emily, I think you know what's coming. Third lord, third pirate, brilliant. And then Natalie, can I get you to do first sailor and first servant, please? I told you the cast is ridiculous for this play. Kath, can I get you to do second sailor? Brilliant, thank you. Laura, can I get you to do Lycodora? Lycorida, that's the one. Lycorida and Marshall, please. Eddie, can I get you to do Philemon and Thaliard? And then Ben, can I get you to do messenger, servant, and Tyrian sailor? Great, amazing, got it. Okay, cool. I am now going to allow you to unmute yourselves. Can you just all check that that's worked? Are you all able now to unmute yourselves? Yeah. Lovely, hello. Amazing, cool. So you can mute yourself if you're not speaking for a while, and then unmute yourself whenever you're about to start speaking. So whoever I have playing Gower and stage directions, if you could read the title of the play, the act and scene numbers, and any other stage directions. And if everyone's got their text ready, no other issues, let's just jump straight in. Good luck, everyone.
Okay. Pericles, Prince of Tyre, prologue. Enter Gower. To sing a song that old was sung, from ashes ancient, Gower is come, assuming man's infirmities, to glad your ear and please your eyes. It hath been sung at festivals, on ember eves and holy ales, and lords and ladies in their lives have read it for restoratives. The purchase is to make men glorious, et bonum quo antiquis eomelius. If you, born in these latter times, when wit's more ripe, accept my rhymes, and that to hear an old man sing, may to your wishes pleasure bring. I life would wish, and that I might waste it for you, like taper light. This Antioch then, Antiochus the Great, built up this city for his chiefest seat. The fairest in all Syria, I tell you what mine authors say, this king unto him took a fear, who died and left a female heir. So buxom, blithe, and full of face, as heaven had lent her all his grace, with whom the father liking took, and her to incest did provoke. Bad child, worse father, to entice his own, to evil should be done by none, but custom what they did begin, was with long use account no sin. The beauty of this sinful dame made many princes thither frame, to seek her as a bedfellow, in marriage pleasures playfellow, which to prevent he made a law, to keep her still and men in awe, that whoso asked her for his wife, his riddle told not, lost his life. So for her many a wight did die, as yon grim looks do testify. What now ensues, to the judgment of your eye, I give my cause who best can justify. Act 1, Scene 1, Antioch, a room in the palace. Enter Antiochus, Prince Pericles, and followers.
Young Prince of Tyre, you have at large received the danger of the task you undertake.
I have, Antiochus, and with a soul emboldened with the glory of her praise, think death no hazard in this enterprise.
Bring in our daughter, clothed like a bride, for the embracements even of Jove himself, at whose conception, till Luciana reigned, nature this dowry gave, To glad her presence, the Senate house of planets all did sit, to knit in her their best perfections.
Music. Enter the daughter of Antiochus.
See where she comes, apparelled like the spring, graces her subjects, and her thoughts the king of every virtue gives renown to men. Her face the book of praises, where is read nothing but curious pleasures, as from thence sorrow were ever raised, and testy wrath could never be her mild companion. You gods that made me man and sway in love, that have inflamed desire in my breast to taste the fruit of yon celestial tree, or die in the adventure, be my helps, as I am son and servant to your will, to compass such a boundless happiness.
Prince Pericles,
That would be son to great Antiochus.
before thee stands this fair Hesperides, with golden fruit, but dangerous to be touched, for death's like dragons here affright thee hard. Her face, like heaven, here entice thee to view, her countless glory, which desert must gain, and which without desert, because thine eye presume to reach, all thy whole heap must die. Yon sometimes famous princes like thyself, drawn by report, adventurous by desire, tell thee with speechless tongues and semblance pale, that without covering, save yon fields of stars, here they stand martyrs, slain in Cupid's wars, and with dead cheeks advise thee to desist, for going on death's net, whom none resist.
Antiochus, I thank thee, who hath taught my frail mortality to know itself, and by those fearful objects to prepare this body like to them to what I must. For death remembered should be like a mirror, who tells us life's but breath, to trust it, error. I'll make my will then, and as sick men do, who know the world, see heaven, but feeling woe, gripe not at earthly joys as erst they did. So I bequeath a happy peace to you and all good men, as every prince should do. My riches to the earth from whence they came, but my unspotted fire of love to you.
To the daughter of Antiochus.
Thus ready for the way of life or death, I wait the sharpest blow, Antiochus.
Scorning advice, read the conclusion then, which read and not expounded, tis decreed, as these before thee, thou thyself shalt plead.
Of all said yet, mayst thou prove prosperous. Of all said yet, I wish thee happiness. Like a bold champion, I assume the lists, nor ask advice of any other thought, but faithfulness and courage.
He reads the riddle.
I am no viper, yet I feed on mother's flesh which did me breed. I sought a husband in which labour I found that kindness in a father. He's father, son, and husband mild, I mother, wife, and yet his child. How they may be, and yet in two, as you will live, resolve it you. Sharp physic is the last. But, oh, you powers that give heaven countless eyes to view men's acts, why cloud they not their sights perpetually, if this be true, which makes me pale to read it? Fair glass of light, I loved you, and could still.
Takes
Were
hold of the hand of the daughter of Antiochus.
were not this glorious casket stored with ill? But I must tell you, now my thoughts revolt, for he's no man on whom perfections wait, that, knowing sin within, will touch the gate. You are a fair viol, and your sense the strings, who, fingered to make man his lawful music, would draw heaven down and all the gods to hearken. But being played upon before your time, hell only danceth at so harsh a chime. Good sooth, I care not for you.
Prince Pericles, touch not upon thy life. For that's an article within our law, as dangerous as the rest. Your time's expired. Either expand now or receive your sentence.
Great King, few love to hear the sins they love to act. 'Twould braid yourself too near for me to tell it. Who has a book of all that monarchs do? He's more secure to keep it shut than shown. For vice repeated is like the wandering wind, blows dust in others' eyes to spread itself, and yet the end of all is bought thus dear. The breath is gone and the sore eyes see clear. To stop the air would hurt them. The blind mole casts cocked hills towards heaven to tell the earth is thronged by man's oppression, and the poor worm doth die for it. Kings are earth's gods, in vice where laws their will, and if Jove stray, who dares say Jove doth ill? It is enough you know, and it is fit, what being more known grows worse to smother it. All love the womb that their first being bred, then give my tongue like leave to love my head.
Heaven, that I had thy head, he has found the meaning, but I will gloze with him. Young Prince of Tyre, though by the tenor of our strict edict, your exposition misinterpreting, we might proceed to counsel of your days. Yet hope, succeeding from so fair a tree as your fair self, doth tune us otherwise. 40 days longer we do respite you. If by which time our secret be undone, this mercy shows will joy in such a son. And until then, your entertain shall be, as doth befit our honour and your worth.
Exeunt all but Pericles.
How courtesy would seem to cover sin, when what is done is like a hypocrite, the which is good in nothing but in sight. If it be true that I interpret false, then were it certain you are not so bad as with foul incest to abuse your soul, where now you're both a father and a son, by your untimely claspings with your child, which pleasure fits an husband, not a father, and she an eater of her mother's flesh by the defiling of her parents' bed, and both like serpents are, who though they feed on sweetest flowers, yet they poison breed. Antioch, farewell, for wisdom sees, those men blush not in actions blacker than the night, will shun no course to keep them from the light. One sin I know another doth provoke, murder's as near to lust as flame to smoke. Poison and treason are the hands of sin, aye, and the targets to put off the shame. Then, lest my lie be cropped to keep you clear, by flight I'll shun the danger which I fear.
Exit. Re-enter Antiochus.
He hath found the meaning, for which we mean to have his head. He must not live to trumpet forth my infamy, nor tell the world Antonicus doth sin in such a loathed manner, and therefore instantly the prince must die, for by his fall my honour must keep high. Who attend us there?
Enter Talliard.
Doth your highness call?
Talliard, you are of our chamber, and our mind partakes her private actions to your secrecy, and for your faithfulness we will advance you. Talliard, behold, here's poison, and here's gold. We hate the Prince of Tyre, and thou must kill him. It fits thee not to ask the reason why, because we bid it. Say it is done.
My lord, 'tis done.
Enough.
And
Let your breath cool yourself, telling your haste.
My lord, Prince Pericles is fled.
Exit.
As thou wilt live, fly after, and like an arrow shot from a well-experienced archer hits the mark, his eye doth level at, so thou never return, unless thou say, Prince Pericles is dead.
My lord, if I can get him within my pistol's length, I'll make him sure enough. So farewell to your highness.
Talliard, adieu.
Exit.
Till Pericles be dead, my heart can lend no succour to my head.
Exit. Act 1, Scene 2. Tyre. a room in the palace. Enter Pericles. To lords without.
Let none disturb us. Why should this change of thoughts, the sad companion, dull-eyed melancholy, be my so used a guest as not an hour in the day's glorious walk or peaceful night, the tomb where grief should sleep, can breed me quiet? Here pleasures caught mine eyes, and mine eyes shun them, and danger which I feared is at Antioch, whose aim seems far too short to hit me here. Yet neither pleasure's art can joy my spirits, nor yet the other's distance comfort me. Then it is thus, the passions of the mind that have their first conception by misdread, have after nourishment and life by care. And what was first but fear what might be done, grows elder now and cares it be not done. And so with me, the great Antiochus, gainst whom I am too little to contend, since he's so great, can make his will his act, will think me speaking, though I swear to silence, nor boots it me to say I honour him. If he suspect I may dishonour him, and what may make him blush in being known, he'll stop the course by which it might be known. With hostile forces he'll o'erspread the land, and with the ostent of war will look so huge, and subjects, though our men be vanquished, will look so huge, amazement shall drive courage from the state. Our men be vanquished ere they do resist, and subjects punished that ne'er thought offence. Which care of them, not pity of myself, who am no more but as the tops of trees, which fence the roots they grow by and defend them, makes both my body pine and soul to languish, and punish that before that he would punish.
Enter Helicanus with other lords. Joy and comfort in your sacred breast.
And keep your mind till you return to us, peaceful and comfortable.
Peace, peace, and give experience tongue. They do abuse the king that flatter him. For flattery is the bellows blows up sin, the thing which is flattered but a spark, to which that blast gives heat and stronger glowing, whereas reproof, obedient and in order, fits kings, as they are men, for they may err. When Signor Sooth here does proclaim a peace, he flatters you, makes war upon your life. Prince, pardon me, or strike me if you please. I cannot be much lower than my knees.
Or leave us else. But let your cares o'erlook what shipping and what ladings in our haven, and then return to us.
Excellent lords.
Helicanus, thou hast moved us. What seest thou in our looks?
An angry brow, dread lord.
If there be such a dart in princes' frowns, how does thy tongue move anger to our face?
How dare the plants look up to heaven, from whence they have their nourishment?
Thou know'st I have power to take thy life from thee.
I have ground the axe myself, do you but strike the blow.
Rise, prithee rise, sit down, thou art no flatterer. I thank thee for it, and heaven forbid that kings should let their ears hear their faults hid. Fit counsellor and servant for a prince, who by thy wisdom makest a prince thy servant, what wouldst thou have me do?
To bear with patience such griefs as you yourself do lay upon yourself.
Thou speak'st like a physician, Helicanus, that ministers a potion unto me, that thou wouldst tremble to receive thyself. Attend me then. I went to Antioch, where, as thou knowest, against the face of death, I sought the purchase of a glorious beauty, from whence an issue I might propagate our arms to princes and bring joys to subjects. Her face was to mine eye beyond all wonder. The rest, hark in thine ear, as black as incest, which by my knowledge found the sinful father seemed not to strike but smooth. But thou know'st this, 'tis time to fear when tyrants seem to kiss. Such fear so grew in me, I hither fled under the covering of a careful knight who seemed my good protector, and being here, bethought me what was past, what might succeed. I knew him tyrannous, and tyrants' fears decrease not, but grow faster than the years. And should he doubt it, as no doubt he doth, that I should open to the listening air how many worthy princes' bloods were shed to keep his bed of blackness unlaid ope, to lop that doubt, he'll fill this land with arms, and make pretence of wrong that I have done him, when all for mine, if I may call offence, must feel war's blow, who spares not innocence, which love to all, of which thyself art one, who now reproves me for it.
Alas, sir.
Drew sleep out of mine eyes, blood from my cheeks, musings into my mind with thousand doubts how I might stop this tempest ere it came, and finding little comfort to relieve them, I thought it princely charity to grieve them.
Well, my lord, since you have given me leave to speak, freely will I speak. Antiochus you fear, and justly too, I think, you fear the tyrant, who either by public war or private treason will take away your life. Therefore, my lord, go travel for a while, till that his rage and anger be forgot, or till the destinies do cut his thread of life. Your rule direct to any, if to me, day serves not light more faithful than I'll be.
I do not doubt thy faith, but should he wrong my liberties in my absence?
We'll mingle our bloods together in the earth, from whence we had our being and our birth.
Tyre, I now look from thee then, and to Tarsus intend my travel, where I'll hear from thee, and by whose letters I'll dispose myself. The care I had and have of subjects good, on thee I lay, whose wisdom's strength can bear it. I'll take thy word for faith, not ask thine oath. Who shuns not to break one will sure crack both. But in our orbs we'll live so round and safe, that time of both this truth shall ne'er convince. Thou show'dst a subject's shine, I a true prince.
Exeunt. Act 1, Scene 3. Tyre, an antechamber in the palace. Enter Talliard.
So, this is Tyre, and this the court. Here must I kill King Pericles, and if I do not, I am sure to be hanged at home. 'Tis dangerous. Well, I perceive he was a wise fellow, and had good discretion, that being bid to ask what he would of the king, desired he might know none of his secrets. Now do I see he had some reason for it. For if a king bid a man be a villain, he's bound by the indenture of his oath to be one. Hush! Here come the lords of Tyre.
Enter Helicanus and Ascanes with other lords of Tyre.
You shall not need, my fellow peers of Tyre, further to question me of your king's departure. His sealed commission left in trust with me doth speak sufficiently he's gone to travel.
How? The king gone?
If further yet you will be satisfied, why, as it were, unlicensed of your loves, he would depart, I'll give some light unto you. Being at Antioch.
What from Antioch?
Royal Antiochus, on what cause I know not, took some displeasure at him, at least he judged so, and doubting lest that he had erred or sinned, to show his sorrow, he'll correct himself, so puts himself unto the shipman's toil, with whom each minute threatens life or death.
Well, I perceive I shall not be hanged now, although I would. But since he's gone, the king's seas must please. He 'scaped the land to perish at the sea. I'll present myself. Peace to the lords of Tyre.
Lord Talliard from Antiochus is welcome.
From him I come with message unto princely Pericles. But since my landing I have understood your lord has betook himself to unknown travels. My message must return from whence it came.
We have no reason to desire it, commended to our master, not to us. Yet ere you shall depart, this we desire. As friends to Antioch, we may feast in Tyre.
Exeunt. Act 1, Scene 4. Tarsus, a room in the governor's house. Enter Cleon, the governor of Tarsus, with Dionysa and others.
My Dionysa, shall we rest us here, and by relating tales of others' griefs, see if 'twill teach us to forget our own?
Does anyone want to jump in and grab this role?
I can jump in again if that
Go for it, dear.
All right. That we're to blow at fire and hope to quench it. For who digs hills because they do aspire, throws down one mountain to cast up a higher. Oh, my distressed lord, even such our griefs are. Here they're but felt and seen with mischief's eyes, but like to groves being topped, they higher rise.
O Dionysa, who wanteth food and will not say he wants it, or can conceal his hunger till he famish. Our tongues and sorrows do sound deep, our woes into the air. Our eyes do weep, till tongues fetch breath that may proclaim them louder, that if heavens slumber while their creatures want, they may awake their helps to comfort them. I'll then discourse our woes, felt several years, and wanting breath to speak, help me with tears.
I'll do my best, sir.
This Tarsus, o'er which I have the government, city on whom plenty held full hand, for riches strewed herself even in the streets, whose towers bore heads so high they kissed the clouds, and strangers ne'er beheld but wondered at, whose men and dames so jetted and adorned, like one another's glass to trim them by, their tables were stored full, to glad the sight, and not so much to feed on as delight. All poverty was scorned, and pride so great, the name of help grew odious to repeat.
Oh, 'tis too true.
But see what heaven can do. By this our change, these mouths, who but of late earth, sea, and air, were all too little to content and please, although they gave their creatures in abundance, as houses are defiled for want of use, they are now starved for want of exercise. Those palates who, not yet 2 summers younger, must have inventions to delight the taste, would now be glad of bread, and beg for it. Those mothers who, to nousle up their babes, thought naught too curious, are ready now to eat those little darlings whom they loved. So sharp are hunger's teeth, that man and wife draw lots who first shall die to lengthen life. Here stands a lord, there a lady weeping. Here many sink, yet those which see them fall have scarce strength left to give them burial. Is not this true?
Our cheeks and hollow eyes do witness it.
Oh, let those cities that of plenty's cup and her prosperity so largely taste, and with their superfluous riots, hear these tears, the misery of Tarsus may be theirs.
Enter a lord.
Sorry, whoever's first lord, can they take this one?
Where's the Lord Governor?
Here, speak out thy sorrows, which thou bringest in haste, for comfort is too far for us to expect.
We have descried upon our neighbouring shore a portly sail of ships make hitherward.
I thought as much. One sorrow never comes but brings an heir that may succeed as his inheritor, and so in ours. Some neighbouring nation, taking advantage of our misery, hath stuffed these hollow vessels with their power to beat us down, the which are down already, and make a conquest of unhappy me, whereas no glory's got to overcome.
That's the least fear, for by the semblance of their white flags displayed, they bring us peace, and come to us as favourers, not as foes.
Thou speak'st like hymns untutored to repeat, who makes the fairest show means most deceit. But bring they what they will and what they can, what need we fear? The ground's the lowest, and we are halfway there. Go tell their general we attend him here, to know for what he comes, and whence he comes, and what he craves.
I go, my lord. Exit.
Welcome is peace, if he on peace consist. If wars, we are unable to resist.
Enter Pericles with attendants.
Lord Governor, for so we hear you are, let not our ships and number of our men be like a beacon fired to amaze your eyes. We have heard your miseries as far as Tyre, and seen the desolation of your streets. Nor come we to add sorrow to your tears, but to relieve them of their heavy load. And these our ships, you happily may think, are like the Trojan horse was stuffed within with bloody veins, expecting overthrow, are stored with corn to make your needy bread, and give them life whom hunger starved half dead.
The gods of Greece protect
The
you.
gods of Greece protect you, and will pray for you.
Arise, I pray you, rise. We do not look for reverence, but to love and harbourage for ourself, our ships and men.
Which when any shall not gratify or pay with unthankfulness in thought, be it our wives, our children, or ourselves, the curse of heaven and men succeed their evils. Till when the hope with the which I hope shall ne'er be seen, your grace is welcome to our town and us.
Which welcome we'll accept. Feast here a while, until our stars that frown lend us a smile.
Excellent. Act 2, Scene 1. Pentapolis, an open place by the seaside. Enter Pericles, wet.
Yet cease your eye, you angry stars of heaven. Wind, rain, and thunder, remember earthly man is but a substance that must yield to you, and I, as fits my nature, do obey you. Alas, the sea hath cast me on the rocks, washed me from shore to shore, and left me breath, nothing to think on but ensuing death. Let it suffice the greatness of your powers to have bereft a prince of all his fortunes, and having thrown him from your watery grave, here to have death in peace is all he'll crave.
What ho, Pilch?
Ha, come and bring away the nets.
What? Patch breach, I say!
What say you, master?
Look how thou stirrest now. Come away, or I'll fetch thee with a wannion.
Faith, master, I am thinking of the poor men that were cast away before us, even now.
Alas, poor souls, it grieved my heart to hear what pitiful cries they made to us to help them, when, well a day, we could scarce help ourselves.
Nay, master, said not I as much when I saw the porpoise, how he bounced and tumbled. They say they're half fish, half flesh. A plague on them, they ne'er came, but I look to be washed. Master, I marvel how the fishes live in the sea.
Why, as men do aland, the great ones eat up the little ones. I can compare our rich misers to nothing so fitly as to a whale. A plays and tumbles, driving the poor fry before him, and at last devours them all at a mouthful. Such whales have I heard on the land, who never leave gaping till they've swallowed the whole parish, church, steeple, bells, and all.
A pretty moral.
But, master, if I had been the sexton, I would have been that day in the belfry.
Why, man?
Because he should have swallowed me too. And when I had been in his belly, I would have kept such a jangling of the bells that he should never have left, till he cast bells, steeple, church, and parish up again. But if the good King Simonides were of my mind,
Simonides,
we would purge the land of these drones that rob the bee of her honey.
how from the finny subject of the sea these fishes tell the infirmities of men, and from their watery empire recollect all that may men approve or men detect. Peace be at your labour, honest fisherman.
Honest, good fellow, what's that? If it be a day fits you, set out of the calendar, and nobody look after it.
May see the sea hath cast upon your coast.
What a drunken knave was the sea to cast thee in our way.
A man whom both the waters and the wind in that vast tennis court have made the ball for them upon to play, entreats you pity him. He asks of you that never used to beg.
No, friend, cannot you beg? Here's them in our country, Greece gets more with begging than we can do with working.
Canst thou catch any fishes then?
I never practiced it.
Nay, then thou wilt starve, sure, for here's nothing to be got nowadays, unless thou canst fish forth.
What I have been, I have forgot to know, but what I am, want teaches me to think on. A man thronged up with cold, my veins are chill, and have no more of life than may suffice to give my tongue that heat to ask your help, which if you shall refuse, when I am dead, for that I am a man, pray see me buried.
Die, quoth they. Now gods forbid. I have a gown here. Come, put it on, keep thee warm. Now afore me, a handsome fellow. Come, thou shalt go home, and we'll have flesh for holidays, fish for fasting days, and moreover, puddings and flapjacks, and thou shalt be welcome.
I thank you, sir.
Hark you, my friend. You said you could not beg.
I did but crave.
But crave. Then I'll turn craver too, and so I shall escape whipping.
Why, are all your beggars whipped then?
Oh, not at all, my friend, not at all. For if all your beggars were whipped, I would wish no better office than to be beadle. But master, I'll go draw up the net.
Exit with third fisherman.
How well this honest mirth becomes their labour.
Hark you, sir. Do you know where ye are?
Not well.
Why, I'll tell you. This is called Pentapolis, and our king, the good Simonides.
The good King Simonides, do you call him?
Aye, sir, and he deserves so to be called for his peaceable reign and good government.
Oh, he is a happy king since he gains from his subjects the name of good by his government. How far is his court distant from this shore?
Marry, sir, half a day's journey, and I'll tell you, he hath a fair daughter. And tomorrow is her birthday, and there are princes and knights come from all parts of the world to just and tourney for her love.
Well, my fortune's equal to my desires. I could wish to make one there.
Oh, sir, things must be as they may, and what a man cannot get, he may lawfully deal for. His wife's soul.
Re-enter second and third fishermen, drawing up a net.
Help, master, help. Here's a fish hangs in the net, like a poor man's right in the law. 'Twill hardly come out, ha! But on't. 'Tis come at last, and 'tis turned to a rusty armour.
An armour, friends, I pray you let me see it. Thanks, fortune, yet that after all my crosses thou givest me somewhat to repair myself. And though it was mine own, part of my heritage, which my dead father did bequeath to me, with this strict charge, even as he has left his life, keep it, my care Pericles. It hath been a shield twixt me and death, and pointed to this brace. For that it saved me, kept it in like necessity, the which the gods protect thee from, may defend thee. It kept where I kept, I so dearly loved it, till the rough seas that spare not any man took it in rage, though calm to have given it again. I thank thee for it. My shipwreck now's no ill, since I have here my father's gift in's will.
What mean you, sir?
To beg of you, kind friends, this coat of worth, for it was sometime target to a king. I know it by this mark. He loved me dearly, and for his sake I wish the having of it, and that you'd guide me to your sovereign's court, where with it I may appear a gentleman, and if that ever my low fortune's better, I'll pay your bounties. Till then rest your debtor.
What? Why? Wilt thou tourney for thy lady?
I'll show the virtue I have borne in arms.
Why, do ye take it, and the gods give thee good on it.
Ay, but hark ye, my friend, 'twas we that made up this garment through the rough seams of the waters. There are certain condiments, certain veils. I hope, sir, if you thrive, you'll remember from whence you had it.
Believe it I will. By your furtherance I am clothed in steel, and spite of all the rapture of the sea, this jewel holds his building on my arm. Unto thy value I will mount myself upon a cursor whose delightful step shall make the gazer joy to see him tread. Only, my friend, I yet am unprovided of a pair of bases.
Will sure provide. Thou shalt have my best gown to make thee a pair, and I'll bring thee to the court myself.
Then honour be but a goal to my will. This day I'll rise, or else I'll to ill.
Excellent. Act 2, Scene 2. The same. A public way or platform leading to the somewhere. Let's say lists. A pavilion by the side of it for the reception of the king, princess, lords, etc. Enter Simonides, Thaisa, lords, and attendants.
Are the knights ready to begin the triumph?
They are, my liege, and stay your coming to present themselves.
Return them, we are ready, and our daughter, in honour of whose birth these triumphs are, sits here, like beauty's child, whom nature got for men to see, and seeing wonder at.
Exit a lord.
It pleaseth you, my royal father, to express my commendations great, whose merits less.
It's fit if it should be so, for princes are a model which heaven makes like to itself. As jewels lose their glory if neglected, so princes their renowns if not respected. 'Tis now your honour, daughter, to explain the labour of each knight in his device.
Which, to preserve mine honour, I'll perform.
Enter a knight. He passes over, and his squire presents his shield to the princess.
Who is the first that doth prefer himself?
A knight of Sparta, my renowned father, and the device he bears upon his shield is a black Ethiop reaching at the sun. The word lux tua vita mihi.
He loves you well that holds his life of you.
The second knight passes over.
Who is the second that presents himself?
A prince of Macedon, my royal father, and the device he bears upon his shield is an armed knight that's conquered by a lady. The motto thus in Spanish: Piu por dulzura que por fuerza.
The third knight passes over.
And what's the third?
The third of Antioch, and his device, a wreath of chivalry. The word me Pompai provexit apex.
The fourth knight passes over.
What is the fourth?
A burning torch that's turned upside down. The word quod me alit, me extinguit.
Which shows that beauty hath his power and will, which can as well inflame as it can kill.
The fifth knight passes over.
The fifth, a hand environed with clouds, holding out gold that's by the touchstone tried. The motto thus, sic spectanda fides.
The sixth knight, Pericles, passes over.
And what's the sixth and last, the which the knight himself with such a graceful courtesy delivered?
He seems to be a stranger, but his present is a withered branch that's only green at top. The motto, in hac spe vivo.
A pretty moral. From the dejected state wherein he is, he hopes by you his fortunes yet may flourish.
He had need mean better than his outward show, can any way speak in his just commend, for by his rusty outside he appears to have practised more the whipstock than the lance.
He well may be a stranger, for he comes to an honoured triumph strangely furnished.
And on set purpose let his armour rust, until this day to scour it in the dust.
Opinion's but a fool that makes us scan the outward habit by the inward man. But stay, the knights are coming. We will withdraw into the gallery.
Exeunt. Great shouts within, and all cry, "The mean knight!" Act 2, Scene 3. The same. A hall of state, a banquet prepared. Enter Simonides, Thaisa, lords, attendants, and knights from Tilting.
Knights, to say your welcome were superfluous. To place upon the volume of your deeds, as in a title page, your worth in arms were more than you expect, or more than's fit, since every worth in show commends itself. Prepare for mirth becomes a feast. You are princes and my guests.
But you, my knight and guest, to whom this wreath of victory I give, and crown you king of this day's happiness.
'Tis more by fortune, lady, than by merit.
Call it by what you will, the day is yours, and here, I hope, is none that envies it. In framing an artist, art hath thus decreed, to make some good, but others to exceed. And you are her laboured scholar. Come, queen of the feast, for daughter, so you are. Here, take your place. Marshal the rest as they deserve their grace.
We are honoured much by good Simonides.
Your presence glads our days. Honour we love, for who hates honour hates the gods above.
Sir, yonder is your place.
Some other is more fit.
Contend not, sir, for we are gentlemen that neither in our hearts nor outward eyes envy the great, nor the low despise.
You are right, courteous knights.
Sit, sir, sit.
By Jove, I wonder, that is king of thoughts. These cates resist me, she but thought upon.
I do know, that is queen of marriage. All viands that I eat do seem unsavory. wishing him my meat. Sure, he's a gallant gentleman.
He's but a country gentleman, has done no more than other knights have done, has broken a staff or so, so let it pass.
To me, he seems like diamond to glass.
Yon king's to me like to my father's picture, which tells me in that glory once he was, had princes sit like stars about his throne, and he the sun for them to reverence. None that beheld him but like lesser lights did veil their crowns to his supremacy. Where now his sun's like a glowworm in the night, the which hath fire in darkness, none in light. Whereby I see that times the king of men, he's both their parent and he is their grave, and gives them what he will, not what they crave.
What, are you merry, knights?
Who can be other?
Who can be other in this royal presence?
Here, with a cup that's stored unto the rim, as you do love, fill to your mistress's lips, we drink this health to you.
We thank your grace.
Yet pause a while. Your knight does sit too melancholy, as if the entertainment in our court had not a show might contravail his worth. Note it not you, Taser?
What is it? To me, my father.
Oh, attend, my daughter. Princes in this should live like gods above, who freely give to everyone that comes to honour them. And princes not doing so are like to gnats, which make a sound, but killed are wondered at. Therefore, to make his entrance more sweet, here, say we, drink this standing bowl of wine to him.
Alas, my father, it befits not me unto a stranger knight to be so bold. He may my proffer take for an offence, since men take women's gifts for imprudence.
How? Do as I bid you, or you'll move me else.
Now, by the gods, he could not please me better.
And furthermore tell him, we desire to know of him, of whence he is, his name and parentage.
The king, my father, sir, has drunk to you.
I thank him.
Wishing it so much blood unto your life.
I thank both him and you, and pledge him freely.
And further, he desires to know of you, of whence you are, your name and parentage.
A gentleman of Tyre, my name Pericles, my education been in arts and arms, who, looking for adventures in this world, was by the rough seas reft of ships and men, and after shipwreck driven upon this shore.
He thanks your grace, names himself Pericles, a gentleman of Tyre, who only by misfortune of the seas, bereft of ships and men, cast on this shore.
Now, by the gods, I pity his misfortune, and will awake him from his melancholy. Come, gentlemen, we sit too long on trifles, and waste the time which looks for other revels. Even in your armours, as you are addressed, will very well become a soldier's dance. I will not have excuse for saying this. Loud music is too harsh for ladies' heads, since they love men in arms as well as beds.
The knights dance.
So, this was well asked, 'twas so well performed. Come, sir, here is a lady that wants breathing too, and I have heard you knights of Tyre are excellent in making ladies trip, and that their measures are as excellent.
In those that practice them they are, my lord.
Oh, that's as much as you would be denied of your fair courtesy.
The knights and ladies dance.
Unclasp, unclasp. Thanks, gentlemen, to all. All have done well.
To Pericles.
But you the best. Pages and lights to conduct these knights unto their several lodgings.
To Pericles.
Yours, sir, we have given order to be next our own.
I am at your grace's pleasure.
Princes, it is too late to talk of love, and that's the mark I know you level at. Therefore, each one betake him to his rest. Tomorrow, all for speeding, do their best.
Excellent. Act 2, Scene 4. Tyre, a room in the governor's house. Enter Gower. Here have you seen a mighty king, his child, I wis, to incest bring, a better prince and benign lord, that will prove awful both in deed and word. Be quiet then, as men should be, till he have passed necessity. I'll show you those in trouble's reign, losing a mite, a mountain gain. The good in conversation, to whom I give my benison, is still at Tarsus, where each man thinks all is writ he speak and can, and to remember what he does, build his statue to make him glorious. But tidings to the contrary are brought to your eyes. What need speak I? Dumb show. Enter at one door Pericles talking with Cleon, all. Enter at another door a gentleman with a letter to Pericles. Pericles shows the letter to Cleon, gives the messenger a reward, and knights him. Exit Pericles at one door, and Cleon at another. Good Helicane that stayed at home, not to eat honey like a drone, from others' labours, for though he strive to kill and bad, keep good alive, and to fulfil his prince desire, sends word of all that haps entire, how Taliard came full bent with sin, and had intent to murder him, and that in Tarsus was not best longer for him to make his rest. He, doing so, put forth to seas, where when men been, there's seldom ease, for now the wind begins to blow, thunder above and deeps below, makes such unquiet that the ship should house him safe is wrecked and split, and he, good prince, having all lost, by waves from coast to coast is tossed. All perishin of man, of pelf, ne aught escapen but himself, till fortune, tired with doing bad, threw him ashore to give him glad. And here he comes. What shall be next? Pardon, old Gower. This long's the text. Exit. Enter Helicanus and Ascanes.
No, Ascanes, know this of me. Antiochus from incest lived not free, for which the most high gods, not minding longer to withhold the vengeance that they had in store, due to this heinous capital offense, even in the height and pride of all his glory, when he was seated in a chariot of inestimable value, and his daughter with him, a fire from heaven came and shriveled up their bodies even to loathing. For they so stunk that all those eyes adored them ere their fall, scorned now their hand should give them burial.
Was very strange.
And yet but justice, for though this king were great, his greatness was no guard to bar heaven's shaft, but sin had his reward.
'Tis very true.
Enter 2 or 3 lords. See, not a man in private conference or council has respect with him but he.
It shall no longer grieve without reproof.
And cursed be he that will not second it.
Follow me then. Lord Helicane, a word.
With me? And welcome. Happy day, my lords.
Know that our griefs are risen to the top, and now at length they overflow their banks.
Your griefs? For what? Wrong not your prince you love.
Wrong not yourself then, noble Helicane. But if the prince do live, let us salute him, or know what grounds made happy by his breath. If in the world he live, we'll seek him out. If in his grave he rest, we'll find him there. And be resolved he lives to govern us, or dead gives cause to mourn his funeral. And leave us to our free election.
Whose death indeed's the strongest in our censure, and knowing this kingdom is without a head, like goodly buildings left without a roof soon fall to ruin. Your noble self that best know how to rule and how to reign, we thus submit unto our sovereign.
Live, noble Helicane.
For honor's cause, forbear your suffrages. If that you love Prince Pericles, forbear. Take I your wish, I leap into the seas, where's hourly trouble for a minute's ease. A 12-month longer, let me entreat you to forbear the absence of your king. If in which time expired he not return, I shall with aged patience bear your yoke. But if I cannot win you to this love, go search like nobles, like noble subjects, and in your search spend your adventurous worth, whom if you find and win unto return, you shall like diamonds sit about his crown.
To wisdom he's a fool that will not yield. And since Lord Helicane joineth us, we with our travels will endeavour us.
Then you love us, we you, and will clasp hands. When peers thus knit, a kingdom ever stands.
Excellent. Act 2, Scene 5. Pentapolis, a room in the palace. Enter Simonides, reading a letter at one door. The knights meet him.
Good morrow to the good Simonides.
Knights, from my daughter this I let you know. that for this 12-month she'll not undertake a married life. Her reason to herself is only known, which yet from her by no means can I get.
May we not get access to her, my lord?
Faith, by no means. She has so strictly tied her to her chamber that 'tis impossible 1 12 moons more she'll wear Diana's livery. This by the eye of Cynthia hath she vowed, and on her virgin honour will not break it.
Loath to bid farewell, we take our leaves.
Exeunt knights.
So, they are well dispatched. Now to my daughter's letter. She tells me here she'd wed the stranger knight, or never more to view nor day nor light. 'Tis well, mistress, your choice agrees with mine. I like that well. Nay, how absolute she is in it, not minding whether I dislike or no. Well, I do commend her choice, and will no longer have it delayed. Soft, here he comes, I must dissemble it.
Enter Pericles.
All fortune to the good Simonides.
To you as much, sir. I am beholding to you for your sweet music this last night. I do protest my ears were never better fed with such delightful, pleasing harmony.
It is your grace's pleasure to commend, not my desert.
Sir, you are music's master.
The worst of all her scholars, my good lord.
Let me tell you one thing. Let me ask you one thing. What do you think of my daughter, sir?
A most virtuous princess.
And she is fair too, is she not?
As a fair day in summer, wondrous fair.
Sir, my daughter thinks very well of you. So well that you must be her master, and she will be your scholar, therefore look to it.
I am unworthy for her schoolmaster.
She thinks not so. Peruse this writing else.
What's here? A letter that she loves the knight of Tyre. 'Tis the king's subtlety to have my life. I'll seek not to entrap me, gracious lord, a stranger and distressed gentleman that never aimed so high to love your daughter, but bent all offices to honour her.
Thou hast bewitched my daughter, and thou art a villain.
By the gods, I have not. Never did thought of mine levy offence, nor never did my actions yet commence a deed that gain her love or your displeasure.
Traitor, thou liest.
Traitor?
Aye, traitor.
Even in his throat, unless it be the king that calls me traitor, I return the lie.
Now, by the gods, I do applaud his courage.
My actions are as noble as my thoughts, that never relished of a base descent. I came unto your court for honour's cause, and not to be a rebel to her state. And he that otherwise accounts of me, this sword shall prove he's honour's enemy.
No, here comes my daughter, she can witness it.
Enter Tyza.
Then, as you are as virtuous as fair, resolve your angry father, if my tongue did e'er solicit or my hand subscribe to any syllable that made love to you.
Why, sir, save you had, who takes offence, that would make me glad.
Yea, mistress, are you so peremptory? I am glad on't with all my heart. I'll tame you, I'll bring you in subjection. Will you, not having my consent, bestow your love and your affections upon a stranger, who, for aught I know, may be, nor can I think the contrary, as great in blood as myself? Therefore hear you, mistress, either frame your will to mine, and you, sir, hear you, either be ruled by me, or I will make you man and wife. Nay, come. Your hands and lips must seal it too, and being joined, I'll thus your hopes destroy, and for a further grief God give you joy. What, are you both pleased?
Yes, if you love me, sir.
Even as my life, or blood that fosters it.
What, are you both agreed?
Yes, if it please your majesty.
Yes, if it please your majesty.
It pleaseth me so well that I will see you wed, and then with what haste you can get you to bed.
Exit. Prologue. Enter Gower. Now sleep is slaked hath the rout, no din but snores the house about, made louder by the o'erfed breast of this pompous marriage feast. The cat, with eyne of burning coal, now crouches for the mouse's hole, and crickets sing at the oven's mouth, ere the blither for their drouth. Hymen hath brought the bride to bed, where, by the loss of maidenhead, a babe is moulded. Be attent, and time that is so briefly spent with your fine fancies quaintly each, what's dumb in show, I'll plain with speech. A dumb show. Enter Pericles and Simonides at one door with attendants. A messenger meets them, kneels, and gives Pericles a letter. Pericles shows it Simonides. The lords kneel to him. Then enter Thaisa with a child, with Lycorida, a nurse. The king shows her the letter. She rejoices. She and Pericles takes leave of her father and depart with Lycorida and their attendants. Then exeunt Simonides and the rest. By many a dern and painful perch of Pericles, the careful search, by the four opposing coins which the world together joins, is made with all due diligence that horse and sail and high expense can stead the quest. At last, from Tyre, fame answering the most strange inquire, to the court of King Simonides are letters brought, the tenor these. Antiochus and his daughter dead. The men of Tyrus on the head of Helicanus would set on the crown of Tyre, but he will none. The mutiny he there hastes to press, says to him, if King Pericles come not home in twice 6 moons, he, obedient to their dooms, will take the crown. The sum of this, brought hither to Pentapolis, he ravished the regions round, and every one with claps can sound. Our heir apparent is a king, who dreamed, who thought of such a thing. Brief, he must hence depart to Tyre. His queen with child makes her desire, which who shall cross, along to go, omit we all their dole and woe. Lycorida, her nurse, she takes, and so to sea. Their vessel shakes on Neptune's billow, half the flood hath their keel cut, but fortune's mood varies again. The grisly north disgorges such a tempest forth, that as a duck for life that dives, so up and down the poor ship drives. The lady shrieks, and well anear does fall in travail with her fear, and what ensues in this fell storm shall for itself perform. I nil relate, action may conveniently the rest convey, which might not what by me is told. In your imagination hold this stage the ship, upon whose deck the sea-tossed Pericles appears to speak. Exit. Act 3, Scene 1, on ship. Enter Pericles on shipboard.
O God of this vast, great vast, rebuke these surges, which wash both heaven and hell, and thou that hast upon the wind's command, bind them in brass, having called them from the deep. Oh, still thy deafening, dreadful thunders, gently quench thy nimble sulphurous flashes. Oh, how, Lycorida, how does my queen? Thou stormst venomously. Wilt thou spit all thyself? The seaman's whistle is as a whisper in the ears of death, unheard. Lycorida, O Lucina, O divinest patroness, and midwife gentle, to those that cry by night, convey thy deity aboard our dancing boat. Make swift the pangs of my queen's travails.
Enter Lycorida with an infant.
Now, Lycorida.
He is a thing too young for such a place, who, if it had conceit, would die, as I am like to do. Take in your arms this piece of your dead queen.
How, Lycorida?
Patience, good sir. Do not assist the storm. Is all that's left of your queen a little daughter? For the sake of it, be manly and take comfort.
Oh, you gods! Why do you make us love your goodly gifts and snatch them straight away? We here below recall not what we give, and therein may use honour with you.
Patience, good sir, even for this charge.
Now mild may be thy life, for a more blusterous birth had never babe. Quiet and gentle thy conditions, for thou art the rudeliest welcome to this world that ever was prince's child. Happy that follows. Thou hast as chiding a nativity as fire, air, water, earth, and heaven can make, to herald thee from the womb. Even at the first, Thy loss is more than can thy portage quit, with all thou canst find here. Now the good gods throw their best eyes upon't.
Enter two sailors.
What courage, sir! God save you!
Courage enough. I do not fear the flaw, it hath done me the worst. Yet, for the love of this poor infant, this fresh new seafarer, I would it would be quiet.
Slack the bollens there! That wilt not, wilt thou? Blow and spit thyself.
But sea room and the brine and cloudy billow kiss the moon, I care not.
Sir, your queen must overboard. The sea works high, the wind is loud, and will not lie till the ship be cleared of the dead.
That's your superstition.
Pardon us, sir. With us at sea it hath been still observed, and we are strong in custom. Therefore briefly yield her, for she must overboard tonight straight.
As you think meet, most wretched queen.
Here she lies, sir.
A terrible childbed hast thou had, my dear. No light, no fire, the unfriendly elements forgot thee utterly, nor have I time to give thee hallowed to thy grave, but straight must cast thee, scarcely coffined, in the ooze, where, for a monument upon thy bones, and ere remaining lamps, the belching whale and humming water must o'erwhelm thy corpse, lying with simple shells. Oh, Lycorida, bid Nestor bring me spices, ink, and paper, my casket and my jewels, and bid Nicander bring me the satin coffer. Lay the babe upon the pillow. Hie thee, whiles I say a priestly farewell to her. Suddenly, woman.
Exit Lycorida.
Sir, we have a chest beneath the hatches, caulked and bitumed ready.
I thank thee. Mariner, say, what coast is this?
We are near Tarsus.
Thither, gentle mariner, alter thy course for Tyre. When canst thou reach it?
By break of day, if the wind cease.
Oh, make for Tarsus. There will I visit Cleon, for the babe cannot hold out to Tyrus. There I'll leave it at careful nursing. Go thy ways, good mariner. I'll bring the body presently.
Excellent. Act 3, Scene 2. Ephesus, a room in Ceremon's house. Enter Ceremon with a servant and some persons who have been shipwrecked.
Philemon, ho!
Enter Philemon.
Doth my lord call?
Get fire and meat for these poor men. It has been a turbulent and stormy night.
I have been in many, but such a night as this till now I ne'er adjured.
Your master will be dead ere you return. There's nothing can be ministered to nature that can recover him.
To Philemon.
Give this to the apothecary and tell me how it works.
Exeunt all but Ceremon. Enter two gentlemen.
Good morrow.
Good morrow to your lordship.
Gentlemen, why do you stir so early?
Sir, our lodgings, standing bleak upon the sea, shook as the earth did quake. The very principles did seem to rend, and all to topple. Pure surprise and fear made me to quit the house.
That is the cause we trouble you so early. 'Tis not our husbandry.
Oh, you say well.
But I much marvel that your lordship, having rich Tyre about you, should at these early hours shake off the golden slumber of repose. 'Tis most strange. Nature should be so conversant with pain, being thereto not compelled.
I hold it ever. Virtue and cunning were endowments greater than nobleness and riches. Careless heirs may the two latter darken and expend, but immortality attends the former, making a man a god. 'Tis known I ever have studied physics, through which secret art, by turning o'er authorities, I have, together with my practice, made familiar to me and to my aid the blessed infusions that dwell in vegetatives, in metals, stones. I can speak of the disturbances that nature works, and of her cures, which doth give me a more content in course of true delight, than to be thirsty after tottering honor, or tie my treasure up in silken bags to please the fool and deaf.
Your honor has thrown Ephesus pour forth your charity, and hundreds call themselves your creatures, who by you have been restored. And not your knowledge, your personal pain, but even your pores still open, have built Lord Cerimon such strong renown as time shall ne'er decay.
Enter 2 or 3 servants with a chest.
So, lift there.
What is that?
Sir, even now did the sea toss upon our shore this chest. 'Tis of some wreck.
Set it down, let's look upon it.
'Tis like a coffin, sir.
Whate'er it be, 'tis wondrous heavy. Wrench it open straight. If the sea's stomach be o'erchanged with gold, 'tis a good constraint of fortune it belches upon us.
'Tis so, my lord.
How close 'tis cocked and bitemed. Did the sea cast it up?
I never saw so huge a billow, sir, as tossed upon the shore.
Wrench it open. Soft, it smells most sweetly in my sense.
A delicate odor.
As ever hit my nostril. So up with it, oh you most potent gods. What's here? A corse?
Most strange.
Shrouded in cloth of state, bombed and entreasured with full bags of spices, a passport too. Apollo, perfect me in the characters.
Reads from a scroll.
Here I give to understand, if ere this coffin drive a land, I, King Pericles, have lost this queen, worth all our mundane cost. Who finds her, give her burying, she was the daughter of a king. Besides this treasure for a fee, the gods requite his charity. If thou livest, Pericles, thou hast a heart that even cracks for woe. This chanced tonight.
Most likely, sir.
Nay, certainly tonight. For look how fresh she looks. They were too rough that threw her in the sea. Make a fire within. Fetch hither all my boxes in my closet.
Exit a servant.
Death may usurp on nature many hours, and yet the fire of life kindle again the o'erpressed spirits. I heard of an Egyptian that had 9 hours lying dead, who was by good appliance recovered.
Re-enter a servant with boxes, napkins, and fire.
Well said, well said. The fire and cloths, the rough and woeful music that we have, cause it to sound, beseech you. The viol once more. How thou stirrest, thou block the music there, I pray you, give her air. Gentlemen, this queen will live. Nature awakes, a warmth breathes out of her. She hath not been entranced about 5 hours. See how she gins to blow into life's flower again.
The heavens, though you increase our wonder and set up your fame forever.
She is alive, behold, her eyelids, cases to those heavenly jewels which Pericles hath lost, begin to part their fringes of bright gold. The diamonds of a most praised water do appear to make the world twice rich. Live and make us weep to hear your fate, fair creature, rare as you seem to be.
She moves.
Oh dear Diana, where am I? Where's my lord? What world is this?
Is not this strange?
Most rare.
Hush, my gentle neighbors, lend me your hands. To the next chamber bear her. Get linen. Now this matter must be looked to, for her relapse is mortal. Come, come, and Asclepius, guide us.
Excellent. Carrying her away. Act 3, Scene 3. Tarsus, a room in Cleon's house. Enter Pericles, Cleon, Dionysa, and Lycorida, with Marina in her arms.
Most honest Cleon, I must needs be gone. My 12 months are expired, and Tyrus stands in a litigious peace. You and your lady take from my heart all thankfulness. The gods make up the rest upon you.
Your shafts of fortune, though they hurt you mortally, yet glance full wonderingly on us.
Oh, your sweet queen, that the strict fates had pleased you, had brought her hither to have blessed mine eyes with her.
We cannot but obey the powers above us. Could I rage and roar, as doth the sea she lies in, yet the end must be as 'tis. My gentle babe, Marina, whom, for she was born at sea, I have named so, here I charge your charity withal, leaving her the infant of your care, beseeching you to give her princely training, that she may be mannered as she is born.
Fear not, my lord, but think your grace that fed my country with your corn, for which the people's prayers still fall upon you, must in your child be thought on. If neglection should therein make me vile, the common body, by you relieved, would force me to my duty. But if to that my nature need a spur, the gods revenge it upon me and mine, to the end of generation.
I believe you. Your honour and your goodness teach me to it, without your vows. Till she be married, madam, by bright Diana, whom we honour, all unscissored shall this hair of mine remain, though I show ill in't. So I take my leave. Good madam, make me blessed in your care in bringing up my child.
I have one myself, who should not be more dear to my respect than yours, my lord.
Madam, my thanks and prayers.
We'll bring your grace even to the edge of the shore, then give you up to the mask Neptune and the gentlest winds of heaven.
I will embrace your offer. Come, dearest madam. Oh, no tears, Lycorida, no tears. Look to your little mistress, on whose grace you may depend hereafter. Come, my lord.
Exeunt. Act 3, Scene 4. Ephesus, a room in Saramon's house. Enter Saramon and Thaisa.
Madam, this letter and some certain jewels lay with you in your coffer, which are now at your command. Know you the character?
It is my lord's. That I was shipped at sea, I well remember, even on my evening time. But whether they're delivered by the holy gods, I cannot rightly say. But since King Pericles, my wedded lord, I ne'er shall see again, a vestal livery will I take me to, and never more have joy.
Madam, if this you purpose as ye speak, Diana's temple is not distant far, where you may abide till your date expire. Moreover, if you please, a niece of mine shall there attend you.
My recompense is thanks, that's all. Yet my good will is great, though the gift be small.
Exeunt. Prologue. Enter Gower. Imagine Pericles arrived at Tyre, welcomed and settled to his own desire. His woeful queen we leave at Ephesus, unto Diana there a votaress. Now to Marina bend your mind, whom our fast-growing scene must find at Tarsus, and by Cleon trained in music, letters, who hath gained of education all the grace, which makes her both the heart and place of general wonder. But, alack, that monster envy, oft the rack of earned praise, Marina's life, seeks to take off by treason's knife. And in this kind hath our Cleon one daughter, and a wench full grown, even ripe for marriage rite. This maid hight Philoten, and it is said for certain in our story, she would ever with Marina be it when she weaved the slided silk with fingers long, small, white as milk, or when she would with sharp needle wound the cambric, which she made more sound by hurting it, or when to the lute she sung, and made the night bird mute, that still records with moan, or when she would with rich and constant pen veil to her mistress Dian, still this Philoten contends in skill with absolute Marina. So with the dove of Paphos might the crow vie feathers white. Marina gets all praises which are paid as debts, and not as given. This so darks in Philoten all graceful marks, that Cleon's wife, with envy rare, a present murderer does prepare for good Marina, that her daughter might stand peerless by this slaughter. The sooner her vile thoughts to stead, Lycorida, our nurse, is dead, and cursed Dionysa hath the pregnant instrument of wrath pressed for this blow. The unborn event I do commend to your content. Only I carry winged time, post on the lame feet of my rhyme, which never could I so convey, unless your thoughts went on my way. Dionysa does appear, with Leonine, a murderer. Exit. Act 4, Scene 1. Tarsus, an open place near the seashore. Enter Dionysa and Leonine.
Thy oath remember, thou hast sworn to do it. 'Tis but a blow which never shall be known. Thou canst not do a thing in the world so soon to yield thee so much profit. Let not conscience, which is but cold, and flaming love in thy bosom, inflame too nicely, nor let pity, which even women have cast off, melt thee, but be a soldier to thy purpose.
I will do it, but yet she is a goodly creature.
The fitter then, the gods should have her. Here she comes weeping for her only mistress's death. Thou art resolved?
I am resolved.
No, I will rob Tellus of her weed, to strew thy green with flowers, the yellow, blues, and purple violets and marigolds shall as a carpet hang upon thy grave while summer days do last. Ay me, a poor maid, born in a tempest when my mother died, this world to me is like a lasting storm, whirring me from my friends.
How now, Marina? Why do you keep alone? How chance my daughter is not with you? Do not consume your blood with sorrowing. You have a nurse of me. Lord, how your favors change with this unprofitable woe. Come, give me your flowers, ere the sea mar it. Walk with Leonine. The air is quick there, and it pierces and sharpens the stomach. Come, Leonine, take her by the arm, walk with her.
No, I pray you, I'll not bereave you of your servant.
Come, come. I love the king your father, and yourself with more than foreign heart. We every day expect him here. When he shall come and find our paragon, to all reports thus blasted, he will repent the breadth of his great voyage. Blame both my lord and me that we have taken no care to your best courses. Go, I pray you, walk and be cheerful once again. Reserve that excellent complexion which did steal the eyes of young and old. Care not for me, I can go home alone.
Well, I will go, but yet I have no desire to it.
Come, I know 'tis good for you. Walk half an hour, Leonine, at the least. Remember what I have said.
I warrant you, madam.
I'll leave you, my sweet lady, for a while. Pray, walk softly. Do not heat your blood. What? I must have care of you.
My thanks, sweet madam.
Exit Dionysa.
Is this wind westerly that blows?
Southwest.
When I was born, the wind was north.
Oh, was so.
My father, as nurse said, did never fear, but cried, good seaman to the sailors, galling his kingly hands, hailing ropes, and clasping to the mast, endured a sea that almost burst the deck.
When was this?
When I was born. Never was waves nor wind more violent, and from the ladder tackle washes off a canvas climber. Ha, says one, wilt out? And with a dropping industry they skip from stem to stern. The boatswain whistles and the master calls and trebles their confusion.
Come, say your prayers.
What mean you?
If you require a little space for prayer, I grant it. Pray, but be not tedious, for the gods are quick of ear, and I am sworn to do my work with haste.
Why, will you kill me?
To satisfy my lady.
Why would she have me killed? Now, as I can remember by my troth, I never did hurt her in all my life. I never spake bad word, nor did ill turn to any living creature. Believe me, La, I never killed a mouse nor hurt a fly. I trod upon a worm against my will, but I wept for it. How have I offended, wherein my death might yield her any profit, or my life imply her any danger?
My commission is not to reason of the deed, but to do it.
You will not do it for all the world, I hope. You are well favoured, and your looks foreshow you have a gentle heart. I saw you lately when you caught hurt in parting two that fought. Good sooth, it showed well in you. Do so now, your lady seeks my life. come you between and save poor me, the weaker.
I am sworn and will dispatch.
He seizes her. Enter pirates. Hold, villain! Leonine runs away.
A prize, a prize!
Half part, mates, half part. Come, let's have her aboard suddenly.
Exeunt pirates with Marina. Re-enter Leonine.
These roguing thieves served the great pirate Valdis, and they have seized Marina. Let her go. There's no hope she will return. I'll swear she's dead and thrown into the sea, but I'll see further. Perhaps they will but please themselves upon her, not carry her aboard. If she remain, whom they have ravished must by me be slain.
Exit. Act 4, Scene 2. Mytilene, a room in a brothel. Enter Panda, Board, and Bolt.
Bolt.
Sir?
Search the market narrowly. Mytilene is full of gallants. We lost too much money this mart by being too wenchless.
We were never so much out of creatures. We have but poor 3, and they can do no more than they can do, and they with continual action are even as good as rotten.
Therefore let's have fresh ones, whatever we pay for them. If there be not a conscience to be used in every trade, we shall never prosper.
Thou sayest true. 'Tis not our bringing up of poor bastards, as I think I have brought up some 11.
Aye, to 11, and brought them down again. But shall I search the market?
What else, man? The stuff we have. A strong wind will blow it to pieces. They are so pitifully sodden.
Thou sayest true. They're too unwholesome, O conscience. The poor Transylvanian is dead that lay with the little baggage.
Aye, she quickly pooped him. She made him roast meat for worms, but I'll go search the market.
Exit.
3,000 or 4,000 chequins were as pretty a proportion to live quietly, and so give over.
Why to give over, I pray you? Is it a shame to get when we are old?
Oh, our credit comes not in like the commodity, nor the commodity wages not with the danger. Therefore, if in our youth we could pick up some pretty estate, 'twere not amiss to keep our door hatched. Besides, the sore terms we stand upon with the gods will be strong with us for giving over.
Come, other sorts offend as well as we.
As well as we, aye, and better too, we offend worse. Neither is our profession any trade, it's no calling. But here comes Bolt.
Re-enter Bolt with the pirates and Marina. To Marina.
Come your ways. My masters, you say she's a virgin.
Oh, sir, we doubt it not.
Master, I have gone through for this piece, you see. If you like her, so. If not, I have lost my earnest.
Bolt. Has she any qualities?
She has a good face, speaks well, and has excellent good clothes. There's no further necessity of qualities can make her be refused.
What's her price, Bolt?
I cannot be baited 1 doit of 1,000 pieces.
Well, follow me, my masters. You shall have your money presently. Wife, take her in, instruct her what she has to do, that she may not be raw in her entertainment.
Exeunt Panda and pirates.
Bolt, take you the marks of her, the colour of her hair, complexion, height, age, with warrant of her virginity, and cry, he that will give most shall have her first. Such a maidenhead were no cheap thing, if men were as they have been. Get this done as I command you.
Performance shall follow.
Exit.
Alack that Leonine was so slack, so slow. He should have struck, not spoke, or that these pirates, not enough barbarous, had not overboard thrown me for to seek my mother.
Why lament you, pretty one?
That I am pretty.
Come, the gods have done their part in you.
I accuse them not.
You are light into my hands, where you are like to live.
The more my fault to scape his hands where I was like to die.
Aye, and you shall live in pleasure?
No.
Yes, indeed shall you, and taste gentlemen of all fashions. You shall fare well. You shall have the difference of all complexions. What, do you stop your ears?
Are you a woman?
What would you have me be, and I be not a woman?
An honest woman, or not a woman?
Marry, whip thee, gosling. I think I shall have something to do with you. Come, you're a young foolish sapling, and must be bowed as I would have you.
The gods defend me.
If it please the gods to defend you by men, then men must comfort you, men must feed you, men must stir you up. Oh, Bolt's returned.
Re-enter Bolt.
Now, sir, hast thou cried her through the market?
I have cried her almost to the number of her hairs. I have drawn her picture with my voice.
And I prithee tell me, how dost thou find the inclination of the people, especially of the younger sort?
Faith, they listened to me as they would have hearkened to their father's testament. There was a Spaniard's mouth so watered that he went to bed to her very description.
Oh, we shall have him here tomorrow with his best ruff on.
Tonight, but mistress, do you know the French knight that cowers i' the hams?
Who? Monsieur Verolles?
Aye, he. He offered to cut a caper at the proclamation, but he made a groan at it and swore that he would see her tomorrow.
Well, as for him, he brought his disease hither. Here he does but repair it. I know he will come in our shadow to scatter his crowns in the sun.
Well, if we had of every nation a traveller, we should lodge them with this sign.
Pray you, come hither a while. You have fortunes coming upon you. Mark me. You must seem to do that fearfully which you commit willingly. Despise profit where you have most gain. To weep that you live as ye do makes pity in your lovers. Seldom but that pity begets you a good opinion, and that opinion a mere profit.
I understand you not.
Oh, take her home, mistress, take her home. These blushes of hers must be quenched with some present practice.
Oh, thou sayest true. If faith, so they must. For your bride goes to that with shame, which is her way to go with warrant.
Faith, some do and some do not. But mistress, if I have bargained for the joint?
Thou mayst cut a morsel of the spit.
I may so.
Who should deny it? Come, young one, I like the manner of your garments well.
Aye, by my faith, they shall not be changed yet.
Bolt, spend now that in the town. Report what a sojourner we have. You'll lose nothing by custom. When nature flamed this piece, she meant thee a good turn. Therefore, say what a paragon she is, and thou hast a harvest out of thine own report.
I warrant you, mistress, thunder shall not so awake the beds of eels as my giving out her beauty stir up the lewdly inclined. I'll bring her home some tonight.
Come your ways. Follow me.
If fires be hot, knives sharp, or waters deep, untied I still my virgin knot will keep. Diana, aid my purpose.
Oh, what have we to do with Diana? Pray you, will you go with us?
Excellent. Act 4, Scene 3. Tarsus, a room in Cleon's house. Enter Cleon and Dionysa.
Why? Are you foolish? Can it be undone?
Oh, Dionysa, such a piece of slaughter the sun and moon ne'er looked upon.
I think you'll turn a child again.
Were I chief lord of all this spacious world, I'd give it to undo the deed. O lady, much less in blood than virtue, yet a princess to equal any single crown of the earth in the justice of compare. O villain Leonine, whom thou hast poisoned too, if thou hadst drunk to him, 'twould been a kindness becoming well thy fact. What canst thou say when noble Pericles shall demand his child?
That she is dead. Nurses are not the fates to foster it, nor even to preserve. She died at night, I'll say so. Who can cross it? Unless you play the pious innocent, for an honest attribute, cry out she died by foul play.
Go to. Well, of all the faults beneath the heavens, the gods do like this worst.
Be one of those that think the petty wrens of Tarsus will fly hence, and open this to Pericles. I do shame to think of what a noble strain you are, and of how coward a spirit.
To such proceeding whoever thought but this approbation added, though not his prime consent he did not flow from honourable sources.
Be it so then. Yet none does know but you how she came dead, nor none can you, Leonid being gone. She did disdain my child. and stood between her and her fortunes. None would look on her, but cast their gazes on Marina's face, whilst ours was blurted at and held a mocking not worth the day of time. It pierces me through, and though you call me my course unnatural, you not your child well loving, yet I find it greets me as an enterprise of kindness performed to your sole daughter.
Heavens forgive it.
And as for Pericles, what shall he say? We wept after her hers, and yet we mourn. Her monument is almost finished, and her epitaphs in glittering golden characters express a general praise to her, and care in us at whose expense 'tis done.
Thou art like the harpy, which to betray dost with thine angel's face, seize with thine eagle's talons.
You are like one that superstitiously doth swear to the gods that winter kills the flies. But yet I know you'll do as I advise.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 4. Chorus. Enter Gower before the monument of Marina at Tarsus. Thus time we waste, and longest leagues make short. Sail seas and cockles, have and wish but fort, making, to take your imagination, from bourne to bourne, region to region. By you being pardoned, we commit no crime, to use one language in each several clime, where our scenes seem to live. I do beseech you to learn of me, who stand i' the gaps to teach you the stages of our story. Pericles is now again thwarting the wayward seas, attended on by many a lord and knight, to see his daughter, all his life's delight. Old Ascanes, whom Helicanus late advanced in time to great and high estate, is left to govern. Bear you it in mind, old Helicanus goes along behind. Well sailing ships and bounteous winds have brought this king to Tarsus, think his pilot thought. So with his steerage shall your thoughts grow on, to fetch his daughter home, who first is gone. Like motes and shadows see them move a while, your ears unto your eyes I'll reconcile. Another dumb show. Enter Pericles at one door with all his train, Cleon and Dionysa at the other. Cleon shows Pericles the tomb, whereat Pericles makes lamentation, puts on sackcloth, and in a mighty passion departs. Then exeunt Cleon and Dionysa. See how belief may suffer by foul show. This borrowed passion stands for true old woe. And Pericles in sorrow all devoured, with sighs shot through and biggest tears o'ershowered, leaves Tarsus and again embarks. He swears never to wash his face nor cut his hairs. He puts on sackcloth, and to sea he bears a tempest which his mortal vessel tears, and yet he rides it out. Now please you wit, the epitaph is for Marina writ by wicked Dionysa. He reads the inscription on Marina's monument. The fairest, sweetest, and best lies here, who withered in her spring of year. She was Tyrus, the king's daughter, on whom foul death hath made this slaughter. Marina was she called, and at her birth, Thetis, being proud, swallowed some part of the earth. Therefore the earth, fearing to be overflowed, hath Thetis' birth child on the heavens bestowed. Wherefore she does, and swears she'll never stint, make raging battery upon shores of flint. No visor does become black villainy so well as soft and tender flattery. Let Pericles believe his daughter's dead, and bear his courses to be ordered by Lady Fortune, while our scene must play his daughter's woe and heavy well a day in her unholy service. Patience then, and think you now we are all in Mytilene. Exit. Act 4, Scene 5. Mytilene, a street before the brothel. Enter from the brothel 2 gentlemen.
Did you ever hear the like?
No, nor never shall do in such a place as this. She been once gone.
But to have divinity preached there! Did you ever dream of such a thing?
No, no, come, I am for no more bawdy houses, shalt go hear the best I'll sing.
I'll do anything now that is virtuous, but I am out of the road of rutting for her.
Excellent. Act 4, Scene 6. The same, a room in the brothel. Enter Panda, Board, and Bolt.
Well, I had rather than twice the worth of her she had ne'er come here.
Foy upon her! She's able to freeze the god Priapus and undo a whole generation. We must either get her ravished or be rid of her, when she should do for clients her fitment and do me the kindness of our profession. She has me her quirks, her reasons, her master reasons, her prayers, her needs, and she would make a Puritan of the devil, if he should cheapen a kiss of her.
Faith, I must ravage her, or she'll defurnish us of all our cavaliers and make our swearers priests.
Panda. Now the pox upon her green sickness for me.
Faith, there's no way to be rid on it but by the way to the pox. Oh, here comes the Lord Liscamus disguised.
We should have both lord and town if the peevish baggage would but give way to customers.
Enter listen.
How now? How dozens of virginities?
Ah, now the gods to bless your honour.
I am glad to see your honour in good health.
You may so. 'Tis the better for you that your resorters stand upon sound legs. How now? Wholesome iniquity have you that a man may deal with all and defy the surgeon?
Oh, we have one here, sir, if she would, but there never came her like a middling.
If she'll do the deed of darkness, thou would say?
Oh, your honour knows what 'tis to say well enough.
Well, call forth, call forth.
For flesh and blood, sir, white and red, you shall see a rose, and she were a rose indeed, if she had but...
What, prithee?
Oh, sir, I can be modest.
That dignifies the renown of a board, no less than it gives a good report to a number to be chased.
Exit Bolt.
Here comes that which grows to the stalk, never plucked yet, I can assure you.
Re-enter Bolt with Marina.
Is she not a fair creature?
Faith, she would served after a long voyage at sea. Well, there's for you. Leave us.
I beseech your honour, give me leave. A word, and I'll have done presently.
I beseech you do.
First, I would have you note this is an honourable man.
I desire to find him so that I may worthily note him.
Next, he's the governor of the country and a man whom I am bound to.
If he govern the country, you are bound to him indeed, but how honourable he is in that, I know not.
Pray you, without any more virginal fencing, will you use him kindly? He will line your apron with gold.
What he will do graciously, I will thankfully receive.
How you done?
My lord, she's not paced yet. You must take some pains to work her to your manage. Come, we will leave his honour and her together. Go thy ways.
Excellent Board, Panda, and Bolt.
Now, pretty one, how long have you been at this trade?
What trade, sir?
Why, I cannot name, but I shall offend.
I cannot be offended with my trade. Please you to name it.
How long have you been of this profession?
Since I can remember. Since I can remember.
Did you go so young? Were you a gamester at 5 or 7?
Earlier too, sir, if now I be one.
Why, the house you dwell in proclaims you to be a creature of sale.
Do you know this house to be a place of such resort, and will come into it? I hear say you are of honourable parts, and are the governor of this place.
Why, hath your principal made known unto you who I am?
Who is my principal?
Why, your herb woman, she that sets seeds and roots of shame and iniquity. Oh, have you heard something of my power, and so stand aloof from more serious wooing? But I protest to thee, pretty one, my authority shall not see thee, or else look friendly upon thee. Come, bring me to some private place. Come, come.
If you were born to honour, show it now. If put upon you, make the judgment good that thought you worthy of it.
How's this? How's this? Some more? Be sage.
For me, that am a maid, though most ungentle fortune have placed me in this sty, where since I came diseases have been sold dearer than physic. Oh, that the gods would set me free from this unhallowed place, though they did change me to the meanest bird that flies in the purer air.
I did not think thou couldst have spoke so well. Never dreamed thou couldst. Had I brought hither a corrupted mind, thy speech had altered it. Hold, here's gold for thee. Preserve it in that clear way thou goest, and the gods strengthen thee.
The good gods preserve you.
For me be you thoughten that I came with no ill intent. For to me the very doors and window savour vilely. Fare thee well. Thou art a piece of virtue, and I doubt not by thy training hath been noble. Hold, here's more gold for thee. A curse upon him, die he like a thief that robs thee of thy goodness. If thou dost hear me, it shall be for thy good.
Re-enter Bolt.
I beseech your honour, one piece for me.
Avaunt, thou damned doorkeeper, your house that for this virtue's profit would sink and overwhelm you. Away.
Exit.
How's this? We must take another course with you if your peevish chastity, which is not worth a breakfast in the cheapest country under the cope, shall undo a whole household. Let me be gelded like a spaniel. Come your ways.
Whither would you have me?
I must have your maidenhead taken off, or the common hangman shall execute it. Come your ways. We'll have no more gentlemen driven away. Come your ways, I say.
Re-enter Board.
How now? What's the matter?
Worse and worse, mistress. She has here spoken holy words to the Lord Lysimachus.
Oh, abominable.
She makes our profession as if it were to stink afore the face of the gods.
Marry, hang her up forever.
The nobleman would have dealt with her like a nobleman, and she sent him away as cold as a snowball, saying his prayers too.
Bolt, take her away. Use her at thy pleasure. Crack the glass of her virginity and make the rest malleable.
And if she were a thornier piece of ground than she is, she shall be ploughed.
Hark, hark, you gods!
Oh, she conjures, away with her. Would she had never come within my doors. Marry, hang you. She's been to undo us. Will you not go the way of womankind? Marry, come up. My dish of chastity with rosemary and bays.
Exit.
Come, mistress, come your ways with me.
Whither wilt thou have me?
To take from you the jewel you hold so dear.
Prithee, tell me one thing first.
Come now, your one thing.
What canst thou wish thine enemy to be?
Why, I could wish him to be my master, or rather my mistress.
Neither of these are so bad as thou art. Since they do better thee in their command, thou hold'st a place for which the painedest fiend of hell would not in reputation change. Thou art the damned doorkeeper to every coistrel that comes inquiring for his tib. To the choleric fisting of every rogue thy ear is liable. Thy food is such as hath been belched on by infected lungs.
What would you have me do? Go to the wars, would you? Where a man may serve 7 years for the loss of a leg, and would not have enough money in the end to buy him a wooden one.
Do anything but this thou doest. Empty old receptacles or common shores of filth, serve by indenture to the common hangman. Any of these ways are yet better than this. For what thou professest, a baboon, could he speak, would own a name too dear. Oh, that the gods would save me, deliver me from this place. Here's gold for thee. If that thy master would gain by thee, proclaim that I can sing, weave, sew, and dance with other virtues, which I'll keep from boast, and I will undertake all these to teach. I doubt not, but this populous city will yield many scholars.
But can you teach all this you speak of?
Prove that I cannot. Take me home again, and prostitute me to the basest groom that doth frequent your house.
Well, I will see what I can do for thee. If I can place thee, I will.
But amongst honest women.
Faith, my acquaintance lies little amongst them. But since my master and mistress have bought you, there's no going but by their consent. Therefore, I will make them acquainted with your purpose, and I doubt not but I shall find them tractable enough. Come, I'll do for thee what I can. Come your ways.
Exeunt. Prologue. Enter Gower. Marina thus the brothel scapes, and chances into an honest house, our story says. She sings like one immortal, and she dances as goddess-like to her admired lays. Deep clerks she dumbs, and with her needle composes nature's own shape of bud, bird, branch, or berry, that even her art sisters the natural roses. Her inkle silk twin with the ruby cherry, that pupils lacks she none of noble race, who pour their bounty on her, and her gain she gives the cursed board. Here we her place, and to her father turn our thoughts again. Where we left him, on the sea. We there him lost, whence, driven before the winds, he is arrived here where his daughter dwells, and on this coast suppose him now at anchor. The city strived god Neptune's annual feast to keep, from whence Lysimachus our Tyrian ship espies. His banners sable, trimmed with rich expense, and to him in his barge with fervour hies. In your supposing once more put your sight of heavy Pericles. Think this his bark, where what is done in action more, if might, shall be discovered. Please you, sit and hark. Exit. Act 5, Scene 1. On board Pericles' ship off Mytilene. A pavilion on deck with a curtain before it. Pericles within it, reclined on a couch. A barge lying between the Tyrian vessel. Enter 2 sailors, one belonging to the Tyrian vessel, the other to the barge. To them, Helicanus.
Where is Lord Helicanus? He can resolve you. Oh, here he is. Sir, there's a barge put off from Mytilene, and in it is Lysimachus, the governor, who craves to come aboard. What is your will?
That he have his. Call up some gentlemen.
Ho, gentlemen, my lord calls.
Enter 2 or 3 gentlemen.
Doth your lordship call?
Gentlemen, there's some of worth would come aboard. I pray ye greet them fairly.
The gentlemen and the 2 sailors descend and go on board the barge. Enter from thence Lysimachus and lords with the gentlemen and the 2 sailors.
Sir, this is the man that can, in aught you would, resolve you.
Hail, reverend sir, the gods preserve you.
And you, sir, to outlive the age I am and die as I would do.
You wish me well. Being on shore, honouring of Neptune's triumph, seeing this goodly vessel ride before us, I'm made to it, to know whence you are.
First, what is your place?
I am the governor of this place you lie before.
Sir, our vessel is of Tyre, in it the king, a man who for this 3 months hath not spoken to anyone, nor taken sustenance but to prorogue his grief.
Upon what ground is this distemperature?
Will be too tedious to repeat, but the main grief springs from the loss of a beloved daughter and a wife.
May we not see him?
You may, but bootless is your sight. He will not speak to any.
Yet let me obtain my wish.
Behold him.
Pericles discovered.
This was a goodly person till the disaster that one mortal night drove him to this.
Sir King, all hail. The gods preserve you. Hail, royal sir.
It is in vain, he will not speak to you.
Oh, sir, we have a maid in Mytilene, I durst wager, would win some words of him.
'Tis well bethought. She, questionless with her sweet harmony and other chosen attractions, would allure and make a battery through his defended parts, which now are midway stopped. She is all happy as the fairest of all, and, with her fellow maids, is now upon the leafy shelter that abuts against the island side.
Whispers a lord who goes off in the barge of Lysimachus.
Sure, all's effectless, yet nothing will omit that bears recovery's name. But since your kindness we have stretched thus far, let us beseech you that for our gold we may provision have, wherein we are not destitute for want, but weary for the staleness.
Oh, sir, a courtesy which if we should deny, the most just gods for every gaff would send a caterpillar, and so afflict our province. Yet once more, let me entreat to know at large the cause of your king's sorrow.
Sit, sir, I will recount it to you. But see, I am prevented.
Re-enter from the barge, Lord with Marina and a young lady.
Oh, here is the lady that I sent for. Welcome, fair one. Is not a goodly presence?
She's a gallant lady.
She's such a one that, were I well assured, came of a gentle and noble stock, I'd wished no better choice, and think me rarely wed. Fair one, all goodness that consists in bounty, expect even here, where is a kingly patience. If that thy prosperous and artificial feet can draw him but to answer thee in aught, thy sacred physic shall receive such pay as thou desires can wish.
Sir, I will use my utmost skill in his recovery, provided that none but I and my companion maid be suffered to come near him.
Come, let us leave her, and the gods make her prosperous.
Marina sings.
Marked he your music?
No, nor looked on us.
See, she will speak to him.
Hail, sir. My lord, lend ear.
Huh.
I am a maid, my lord, that ne'er before invited eyes, but have been gazed on like a comet. She speaks, my lord, that maybe hath endured a grief might equal yours, if both were justly weighed. Though wayward fortune did malign my state, my derivation was from ancestors who stood equivalent with mighty kings. But time hath rooted out my parentage, and to the world and awkward casualties bound me in servitude. I will desist, but there is something glows upon my cheek and whispers in mine ear, go not till he speak.
My fortunes, parentage, good parentage, to equal mine. Was it not thus? What say you?
I said, my lord, if you did know my parentage, you would not do me violence.
I do think so. Pray, turn your eyes upon me. You are like something that... What countrywoman? Here of these shores?
No, nor of any shores. Yet I was mortally brought forth, and am no other than I appear.
I am great with woe, and shall deliver weeping. My dearest wife was like this maid, and such a one my daughter might have been. My queen's square brows, her stature to an inch, as one like straight and silver voiced, her eyes as jewel-like and cased as richly in pace another Juno, whose stars the ear she feeds and makes them hungry the more she gives them speech. Where do you live?
Where I am but a stranger. From the deck you may discern the place.
Where were you bred? And how achieved you these endowments which you make more rich to owe?
If I should tell my history, it would seem like lies disdained in the reporting.
Prithee, speak. Fairness cannot come from thee, for thou look'st modest as justice, and thou seems a palace for the crown truth to dwell in. I will believe thee, and make my senses credit thy relation to points that seem impossible, for thou look'st like one I loved indeed. What were thy friends? Did thou not say, when I did push thee back, which was when I perceived thee, that thou camest from good descending?
So indeed I did.
Report thy parentage. I think thou saidst thou hadst been tossed from wrong to injury, and that thou thoughtst thy griefs might equal mine if both were opened.
Some such thing I said, and said no more, but what my thoughts did warrant me was likely.
Tell thy story. If thine consider proved the thousandth part of my endurance, thou art a man, and I have suffered like a girl. Yet thou dost look like patience gazing on kings' graves and smiling extremity out of act. What were thy friends? How lost thou them? Thy name, my most kind virgin. Recount, I do beseech thee. Come, sit by me.
My name is Marina.
Oh, I am mocked. And thou by some insensate god sent hither to make the world to laugh at me.
Patience, good sir, or here I'll cease.
Nay, I'll be patient. Thou little knowest how thou dost startle me to call thyself Marina.
The name was given me by one that had some power, my father and a king.
How? A king's daughter, and called Marina?
You said you would believe me, but not to be a troubler of your peace. I will end here.
But are you flesh and blood? Have you a working pulse, and are no fairy? Motion? Well, speak on. Where were you born, and wherefore called Marina?
Called Marina, for I was born at sea.
At sea? What mother?
My mother was the daughter of a king, who died the minute I was born, as my good nurse Lycorida hath oft delivered weeping.
Oh, stop there a little. This is the rarest dream that e'er dull sleep did mock sad fools withal. This cannot be. My daughter's buried. Well, where were you bred? I'll hear you more, the bottom of your story, and never interrupt you.
You scorn. Believe me, to a best I did give o'er.
I will believe you by the syllable of what you shall deliver. Yet give me leave. How came you to these parts? Where were you bred?
The king my father did in Tarsus leave me, till cruel Cleon with his wicked wife did seek to murder me, and having wooed a villain to attempt it, who having drawn to do it, a crew of pirates came and rescued me, brought me to Mytilene. But good sir, whither will you have me? Why do you weep? Maybe you think me an impostor. No, good faith, I am the daughter to King Pericles, if good King Pericles be.
Ho, Helicanus!
Calls my lord?
Thou art a grave and noble counsellor, most wise in general. Tell me, if thou canst, what this maid is, or what is like to be that thus hast made me weep.
I know not, but here is the regent, Sir of Mytilene, speaks nobly of her.
She would never tell her parentage, being demanded that she would sit still and weep.
Oh, Helicanus, strike me, honoured sir. Give me a gash, put me to present pain, lest this great sea of joys rushing upon me o'erbear the shores of my mortality and drown me with their sweetness. Oh, come hither, thou that beggest him that thee beget. Thou wast born at sea, buried at Tarsus, and found at sea again. Oh, Helicanus, down on thy knees. Thank the holy gods as loud as thunder threatens us. This is Marina. What was thy mother's name? Tell me but that, for truth can never be confirmed enough that doubts did ever sleep.
First, sir, I pray, what is your title?
I am Pericles of Tyre, but tell me now my drowned queen's name, and as in the rest you said, thou hast been godlike perfect, of heir of kingdoms, and another like to Pericles thy father.
Is it no more to be your daughter than to say my mother's name was Thysa? Thysa was my mother who did end the minute I began.
Blessing on thee. Rise, thou art my child. Give me fresh garments. Mine own Helicanus, she is not dead at Tarsus as she would have been by savage Cleon. She shall tell thee all when thou shalt kneel and justify in knowledge. She is thy very princess. Who's this?
Oh, sir, 'tis the governor of Mytilene, who hearing of your melancholy state did come to see you.
I embrace you. Give me my robes. I am wild in my beholding. Oh, heavens bless my girl. But hark, what music! Tell Helicanus, my Marina, tell him point by point, for yet he seems to doubt how sure you are my daughter. But what music?
My lord, I hear none.
None! The music of the spheres. List, my Marina!
It is not good to cross him. Give him way.
Rarest sounds, do ye not hear?
My lord, I hear.
Music.
Most heavenly music. It nips me unto listening, and thick slumber hangs upon my eyes. Let me rest.
Sleeps.
A pillow for his head, so leave him all. Well, my companion friends, if this but answer to my just belief, I'll well remember you.
Exeunt all but Pericles. Diana appears to Pericles as in a vision.
My temple stands in Ephesus. Hie thee thither, and do upon mine altar sacrifice. There, when my maiden priests are met together, before the people all, reveal how thou at sea didst lose thy wife. To mourn thy crosses with thy daughters call and give them repetition to the life, or perform my bidding, or thou livest in woe. Do it, and happy, by my silver bow. Awake, and tell thy dream.
Disappears.
Celestial Diane, goddess of Argentine, I will obey thee. Helicanus!
Re-enter Helicanus, Lysimachus, and Marina.
Sir? My purpose was for Tarsus there to strike thee in hospital Cleon, but I am for other service first. Towards Ephesus, turn our blown sails, eftsoon I'll tell thee why. Shall we refresh us, sir, upon your shore, and give you gold for such provision as our intents will need?
Yes, sir, with all my heart. And when you come ashore, I have another suit.
You shall prevail, were it to woo my daughter, for it seems you have been noble towards her.
Sir, lend me your arm.
Come, my Marina.
Exeunt. Act 5, Scene 2, Chorus. Enter Gower before the temple of Diana at Ephesus. Now our sands are almost run, more a little, and then done. This my last boon give me, for such kindness must relieve me, that you aptly will suppose what pageantry, what feats, what shows, what minstrelsy and pretty din the regent made in Mytilene to greet the king. So he thrived, that he is promised to be wived to fair Marina, but in no wise till he had done his sacrifice, as Dian bade, whereto, being bound, the interim pray you all confound. In feathered briefness sails are filled, and wishes fall out as they're willed. At Ephesus the temple see, our king and all his company. That he can hither come so soon is by your fancy's thankful doom. Exit. Act 5, Scene 3. The temple of Diana at Ephesus, Thaisa standing. Near the altar as high priestess, a number of virgins on each side, Saruman and other inhabitants of Ephesus attending. Enter Pericles with his train, Lysimachus, Helicanus, Marina, and a lady.
Hail, Diane, to perform thy just command. I here confess myself the king of Tyre, who, frightened from my country, did wed at Pentapolis the fair Thaisa. At sea in childbed did die she, but brought forth a maid child called Marina, who, O goddess, wears yet thy silver livery. She at Tarsus was nursed with Cleon, who at 14 years he sought to murder. But her better stars brought her to Mytilene, gainst whose shore riding her fortunes brought the maid aboard us, where, by our own most clear resemblance, she made herself known my daughter.
Voice and favour, you are, O royal Pericles!
Faints.
What means the nun? She dies. Help, gentlemen!
Noble sir, if you have told Diana's altar true, this is your wife.
Reverend, appear and no. I threw her overboard with these very arms.
Upon this very coast, I warrant you.
'Tis most certain.
Look to the lady, oh, she's but overjoyed. Early in blustering morn, this lady was thrown upon this shore. I oped the coffin, found there rich jewels, recovered her, and placed her here in Diana's temple.
May we see them?
Great sir, they shall be brought you to my house, whither I invite you. Look, Thaisa is recovered.
Oh, let me look. If he be none of mine, my sanctity will to my sense bend no licentious ear, but curb it, spite of seeing. O my lord, are you not Pericles? Like him you spake, like him you are. Did you not name a tempest, a birth, a death?
The voice of dead Thaisa.
The Thaisa am I, supposed dead and drowned.
Immortal Diane.
Now I know you better. When we with tears parted Pentapolis, the king my father gave you such a ring.
Shows a ring.
This, no more, you gods. Your present kindness makes my past misery sports. You shall do well, that on the touching of her lips I may melt and no more be seen. Oh, come, be buried a second time within these arms.
My heart leaps to be gone into my mother's bosom.
Kneels to Thysa.
Look, who kneels here? Flesh of thy flesh, Thysa, thy burden at the sea and called Marina, for she was yielded there.
Blessed and mine own.
Hail, madam, and my queen.
I know you not.
You have heard me say, when I did fly from Tyre, I left behind an ancient substitute. Can you remember of what I called the man? I have named him oft.
'Twas Helicanus then.
Still, confirmation. Embrace him, dear Thysa, this is he. Now do I long to hear how you were found, how possibly preserved, and who to thank besides the gods for this great miracle.
Lord Cerimon, my lord, this man, through whom the gods have shown their power, that can from first to last resolve you.
Reverend sir, the gods can have no mortal officer more like a god than you. Will you deliver how this dead queen relives?
I will, my lord. Beseech you, first go with me to my house, where shall be known you all was found with her, how she came placed here in the temple, no needful thing omitted.
Pure Diane, bless thee for thy vision. I will offer night oblations to thee. Thysa, this prince, the fair betrothed of your daughter, shall marry her at Pentapolis. And now, this ornament makes me look dismal will I clip to form, and what this 14 years no razor touched to grace thy marriage day, I'll beautify.
Lord Cerimon hath letters of good credit. Sir, my father's dead.
Heavens make a star of him. Yet there, my queen, we'll celebrate their nuptials, and ourselves will in that kingdom spend our following days. Our son and daughter shall in Tyrus reign. Lord Cerimon, we do our longing stay to hear the rest untold. Sir, leads the way.
Excellent. Enter Gower. In Antiochus and his daughter you have heard of monstrous lust, the due and just reward. In Pericles, his queen and daughter seen, although assailed with fortune fierce and keen. Virtue preserved from fell destruction's blast, led on by heaven and crowned with joy at last. In Helicanus may you well descry a figure of truth, of faith, of loyalty. In reverend Cerimon there well appears the worth that learned charity eye wears. For wicked Cleon and his wife, when fame had spread their cursed deed and honoured name of Pericles to rage the city turn, that him and his they in his palace burn. The gods for murder seemed so content to punish them, although not done, but meant. So on your patience evermore attending, new joy wait on you, here our play has ending. Exit.
Amazing. Well done, everyone. Congrats. That was so brilliant. Well done. Love the accent work. Love some of the props that we had. The pirates did not disappoint. We're running almost like bang on time. So I'm just going to ask all the wonderful players of Pericles to please leave. Thank you so much for all your hard work. You've all been amazing. Massive round of applause for you all. And please don't forget to donate if you can on our GoFundMe page, which should be in the description of the live stream. Great, thank you so much, guys. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I'm just going to get everything prepared for our next live stream, which is Hamlet. Even if you are taking part in Hamlet, it's helpful if you leave and then come back just so we can make it clean. Amazing. Brilliant. Oh my God, bish, bash, bosh. Everything is going so to plan. Yeah, just want to thank everyone who's still with us early in the morning or just joining us now. Thank you so much for watching, and also a reminder of what we're doing this whole thing for. So we're here for 48 hours reading, you know, the select highlights of Shakespeare's oeuvre to raise money for the Globe theatre in London, which is an unsubsidised space, which is in dire straits because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So any donations that you can make would be so gratefully received. I'm getting quite emotional because I think I'm severely lacking sleep. So I'm going to hand over to Kat now and go and have a nap. Thank you so much, guys. Bye. I'm tapping out.
Hi everyone, I'm just admitting people one by one. We've got people from Australia, Canada, so exciting. Really pleased to see you. And we're nearly there. I think we've got pretty much a full cast, which is amazing. Okay, just to let you know, cast, you're on mute at the moment. You'll be able to unmute yourselves when I let you know. My computer's reminding me that it's the spring bank holiday. That's really helpful. Right, great. I think we've got pretty much everyone. So I'm going to start now. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. At the moment, we are running pretty much bang on time. It's 9:01 in Norfolk, England. And now you know if my Wi-Fi goes a bit dodgy, that's why, because I'm in Norfolk. We're reading Hamlet this morning. We're taking a breakfast trip to Denmark. I hope you've all got coffee. I hope you're all prepared. Just so you know, again, we are live now, but you're currently on mute. If you're watching the YouTube stream at the moment, readers, just make sure you turn it off because it does reverb a little bit, okay? So thank you to everyone who's watching from across the world. I'm just going to take a quick opportunity to remind everyone why we're here. So Shakespeare's Globe in London, it's an unsubsidized space that relies mostly on audiences for its income. It's in dire straits due to the financial pressures of the COVID-19 pandemic. With a team of over 200 volunteers, we're reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight to raise awareness of these difficulties at the Globe and across British theatre. We're on Twitter at Globe Read, and we encourage you to share your thoughts with the hashtags #ReadForTheGlobe and #RFTG Hamlet for this play. And of course, please donate anything you feel you can to our GoFundMe page, link below. We recently hit £5,700, which is 1,000th of the Globe's entire aim for fundraising this year. So that's fantastic. Thank you so much. All the money we raise here will go straight to Shakespeare's Globe. Okay, so have we got everyone that we need? Okay, we got Natalie Harper, seems to be causing a bit of trouble. Okay, well, we're going to get going now. So hello players, we should be able to see all of you right now. In a minute, we can start the casting for Hamlet, but you'll be kept on mute during that. We just need to set a couple of ground rules before we begin. Got a few more people, okay. Okay, so remember, we are live, so you can be seen. Don't do anything you wouldn't want your granny to see, or in fact, my granny, who I think is watching from Scotland. Hello, Grandma. On a really serious note, if you do something to disrupt the reading or behave inappropriately, illegally, whatever, we will remove you from the meeting, but I'm sure that won't happen. Please have fun and be kind to each other. Lots of you are trained or professional actors, which is amazing, but lots of you aren't. So this isn't a professional performance, it's a charity event. Things might well go wrong. In fact, they will go wrong, and mistakes don't matter. And please don't let your amazing performance take away from our need to get the play read in time. You can act, but long pauses are completely banned. We don't want an Andrew Scott Hamlet. So there's a mute button at the bottom left of your screen. In a minute, you'll be able to mute yourself when you're not speaking and unmute yourself when you are. That just helps us with feedback and things. You can also stop your video by hovering over your own picture and clicking over the blue button in the corner. That's also how you can rename yourself in a minute when you get cast. Please stay with your computer throughout the play wherever possible. Some of you may have smaller roles, so you might want to go off and do other things. That's fine. Just make sure you know where you are in the play. If you need to go to the toilet, we're not having toilet breaks, so don't interrupt the call. Just mute yourself and leave. All we ask is that you get yourself back up to speed when you get back. I'm here all the time to keep things running and smoothly and calmly. If your Wi-Fi freezes at a crucial moment or you have to run off for an emergency, don't panic, I'll pick up any lines you drop. So before we start casting, I'm just gonna do a quick shout out to Lois Potter, who is a fantastic Shakespeare academic who's written extensively on the globe. So we're really, really happy to have her with us today. And I believe she's also joining us for Winter's Tale later. So there's some real commitment there. And then another person we want to shout out to is our own brilliant Kath, who is herself a key worker, working on the front lines with St. Mungo's. So we're really and she's been up all night, despite the fact that she's also working this weekend. And she's put in a special request to play Ophelia. So that role is gone this morning, I'm afraid. Okay, so big shout out to Kath, big shout out to Lois, and we will start the casting. So stage directions, because Hamlet is, we've been doing a one person reading stage directions, but because Hamlet apparently has lots and lots and lots of bitty roles, which I didn't quite realize, I've split the stage directions into 5 parts, which will be doubled with another part. So even if you're just reading one line of a character, you'll probably be reading an act of the stage directions as well. So I will let you know that obviously in a minute. You're going to have a chance to indicate with the reaction button at the bottom of your screen. So that's just reactions. You can use the clap, you can use the thumbs up. Yeah, Jamie's demonstrating perfectly for me there. Whether you want to do a main role, a kind of medium-sized role, or if you're happy with a smaller one. I'm basically just going to pick the first person that I see. So there's no whatever going on. I'm not doing it on the basis of gender, sex, anything. Yeah, so and hopefully you should all have a reasonable amount to do, but please don't be disheartened if you don't. Remember, it's a charity event and you're part of something fantastic. We've already raised so much money. Okay, so in a moment, you're going to be able to use the reaction button. Just make sure you've got something to note down your part or parts. You can also change your name on Zoom to your part, which might be really helpful. Some of you will have like 3 parts, so just make sure you're aware of that. If you go on Open Source Shakespeare, you can check where all of your speeches are by clicking on the character. Okay, so we're going to get going. So I'm going to ask you now to do a reaction if you're interested in doing a bit more of a main role. Okay, first person I saw was Joseph Clayton. So we're going to go for that with Hamlet. Okay, so keep your reactions on. Horatio Hannah Love, I'm seeing you next. We've got Claudius, King of Denmark. Put your claps on again. Mark Bondi, would you like to read that? Okay, so we're going with Polonius. Please keep your hands up. Michaela, I'm seeing Michaela. Okay, put your hands up again. Clapping, clapping, clapping. Gertrude, let me see the names. Julie, do Gertrude for me, please. Okay, next one, Hannah, your Laertes, Hannah Masters, yeah, okay. So then obviously Kath will be Ophelia. We've already decided that. She's next on my list. So keep those hands up. Giovanni, I'd love you to be Rosencrantz, please. Okay, next one, keep going. Philip, I'm gonna go for Guildenstern for you. Yeah, Philip Crenus, great. Okay, put your hands up again. Jamie, can you take Marcellus, please? Yeah, and we're getting to slightly smaller parts now, but you're still getting quite a lot of speeches. So if you keep putting your hands up, Victoria Ryan, I'm going to give you first clown. That's the gravedigger. Okay, Nikita, we're going for Osric. Okay, keep those hands up. Yeah, Daniel, your boots. I'm going to go for Bernardo. Okay. Yeah, keep going. So this is where we start to get to the stage direction. So listen carefully so you know which act you're doing. Okay, Sally McLean. You will be first player and also stage directions for Act 4. Okay, so the next role is a 3-part role with just little parts. Lara, I'm going to give you, this is Francisco, Messenger, and Lord. Okay, Holly Harper, you are the ghost of Hamlet's father. Okay, Natalie Buren, you are the player queen and the Norwegian captain. Okay, Rob Hayes, you're going to be Cornelius, the sailor, and the ambassador. Okay, who hasn't had a part yet? Anybody waiting? Oh, yeah, got you, Ben. Ben, can you do Reynaldo, please? Okay, so I think we've got some more parts to offer out. So, oh, Lois has not got a part yet. Lois, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello? Oh, yeah, can't you hear me? Yeah.
Hello, sorry, my internet a little moment.
Hi, I think Kat. Oh, Kat is back. I will mute myself again and hand back over to her. Are you there, Kat? Sorry about this, guys. I don't know where Kat got up to in her casting. I'm gonna try and get a message from her about.
I'm back. Oh, can you see me? Yeah. Sorry, guys. Okay, so I'm gonna just go through that cast list again. We look like we've got 2 Bernardos. It's been pointed out to me. Right, who have we got? So we've got Daniel, and who's the, oh, we've got 2 Daniels. That's the problem, isn't it? Okay, so Daniel, your bit, instead of Bernardo, would you take Voltimand, stage directions 3, so that's Act 3, the stage directions, and Gentleman. Okay, so is anyone left who hasn't got a part? Lois. Yes, so good to have you. We would love you to, what have I got left? We'd love you to read the stage directions for Acts 1 and 2, okay? And then the priest in Act 5 and the second clown in Act 5. That would be wonderful. Okay, and so has everyone now got a role? Is that good? Yeah, great. Sophie, can I ask you just to take servant and the stage directions in Act 5? Thank you. Okay, that's great. Sorry for the Wi-Fi glitch. Hopefully that won't happen again. That's why we have a second admin on the call. Okay, so I'm going to unmute you all in a second, and then you can mute or unmute yourselves as you wish. And we'll get going with the play. Hopefully I won't have to do anything else at all. Okay, so Go for it.
Yeah, can I just ask, do you want every single stage direction, even one word ones like aside?
That's a really good point. Thank you, Lois. We'd love all of the stage directions to be read, so actors, please leave a little bit of room. Just increases clarity for people watching at home. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, we'll have to get into the, God, where is it? The trouble is I can't read off the screen if I'm also in Zoom, can I?
Hi, I think Kat is still muted there. So Kat, if you could, as host, allow everyone to unmute themselves, and then Lois, even if you don't have the Zoom in front of you, you can still see the screen that you're reading from. So you don't need them both up at the same time because the camera will keep recording you.
So does that mean I can just close it and then I've already called up the text. I just can't.
Yep, just have the text in front of you.
Okay, see what happens. Does that mean I can leave meeting though? No, it doesn't mean that. No.
No, it won't leave the meeting for you.
Okay, so how do I get into the other one? Where is, oh, I see. It's not grammar. I better just read from my own text. Enter Bernardo and Francisco, 2 sentinels.
Who's there?
Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king.
Bernardo,
He?
you come most carefully upon your hour.
'Tis now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
For this relief, much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart.
Have you had quiet guard?
Not a mouse stirring.
Well, good night. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste.
I think I hear them. Stand, ho! Who is there?
To this ground. And liegeman to the Dane.
Give you good night.
Oh, farewell, honest soldier. Who hath relieved you?
Bernardo hath my place. Give you good night.
Exit.
Hola, Bernardo.
Say, what, is Horatio there?
A piece of him.
Welcome, Horatio. Welcome, good Marcellus.
What, has this thing appeared again tonight?
I have seen nothing.
Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him, touching this dreaded sight between twice seen of us. Therefore I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again the apparition come, he may approve our eyes and speak to it.
Tush, tush, 'twill not appear. Oh, sorry. Sit down a while and let us once again assail your ears that are so fortified against our story, what we 2 knights have seen.
Well, sit we down and let us hear Bernardo speak of this.
Last night of all, when yon same star that's westward from the pole has made his course to illume that part of heaven, where now it burns, Marcellus and myself, the bell then beating one.
Enter a ghost.
Peace, break thee off. Look where it comes again.
In the same figure like the king that's dead.
Thou art a scholar, speak to it, Horatio.
Looks it not like the king? Mark it, Horatio.
Most like. It harrows me with fear and wonder.
It would be spoke to.
Question it, Horatio. What art thou that usurps this time of night, together with that fair and warlike form, in which the majesty of buried Denmark did sometimes march? By heaven, I charge thee, speak. It is offended.
See, it stalks away.
Speak! I charge thee, speak.
Exit ghost.
'Tis gone. 'Tis gone and will not answer.
How now, Horatio? You look tremble and look pale. Is not this something more than fantasy? What think you want?
My God, I might not this believe without the sensible and true avouch of my own eyes.
Is it not like the king?
Thou art to thyself. Such was the very armour he had on when he th' ambitious Norway combated. So found he once when in an angry parle he smote the sledded Polack on the ice. 'Tis strange.
Thus, twice before, and jump at this dead hour, with martial stalk he hath gone by our watch.
In what particular thought to work, I know not. But in the gross and scope of my opinion, this bodes some strange eruption to our state.
Good now, sit down and tell me what he knows. Why this same strict and most observant watch so nightly toils the subject of the land, and why such daily cast of brazen cannon, and foreign mart for implements of war? Why such impress of shipwrights whose sore task does not divide the Sunday from the week? What might be toward that his sweaty haste doth make the night joint labor with the day? Who is that can inform me?
That can I. At least the whisper goes so. Our last king, whose image, but even now but appeared to us, was, as you know, by Fortinbras of Norway, therefore pricked on by a most emulate pride, dared to combat, in which our valiant Hamlet, for so this side of our known world esteemed him, did slay this Fortinbras, who, by a sealed compact, well ratified by law and heraldry, did forfeit with his life all his lands which he stood seized of to the conqueror, against the which a moiety competent was gauged by our king, which had returned to the inheritance of Fortinbras. Had he been vanquisher, as by the same covenant and carriage of the article designed, his fell to Hamlet. Now, sir, young Fortinbras, of unimproved metal hot and full, hath in the skirts of Norway here and there sharked up a list of lawless resolutes for food and diet to some enterprise that hath a stomach to it, in it, which is no other, as it doth well appear unto our state, but to recover of us by strong hand and terms compulsatory, those foresaid lands so by his father lost. And this, I take it, is the main motive of our preparations, the source of this of our watch, and the chief head of this post-haste and rumored in the land.
I think it be no other but even so. Well, may it sort that this portentous figure comes armoured through our watch, so like the king that was and is the question of these wars.
A note it is to trouble the mind's eye. In the most high and palmy state of Rome, a little ere the mightiest Julius fell, the grave stood tenantless, and the sheeted dead did squeak and gibber in the Roman streets, as stars with trains of fire and dews of blood, disasters in the sun. And the moist star upon whose influence Neptune's empire stands was sick almost to doomsday with eclipse. And even the like procurse of fierce events as harbingers preceding still the fate and prologue to the omen coming on, have heaven and earth together demonstrated unto our climature and countrymen.
Enter ghost again.
But soft! Behold, lo, where it comes again. I'll cross it, though it blast me. Stay, illusion.
Spreads his arms.
If thou hast any sound or use of voice, speak to me. If there be any good thing to be done that may to thee do ease and grace to me, speak to me. If there be any good thing if thou art privy to thy country's fate, which happily foreknowing may avoid, oh, speak. Or if thou hast uphoarded in thy life extorted treasure in the womb of the earth, for which they say you spirits oft work in death.
The cock crows.
Speak of it. Stay and speak. Stop it, Marcellus.
Shall I strike it with my partisan?
Do, if it will not stand.
'Tis here.
'Tis here.
'Tis gone.
Exit ghost. What happened?
We do it wrong, being so majestical, to offer it the show of violence, for it is as the air, invulnerable, and our vein blows malicious mockery.
It was about to speak when the cock crew.
And then it started like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons. I have heard the cock, that is the trumpet to the morn, doth with his lusty and shrill-sounding throat awake the god of day, and at his warning, whether in sea or fire, in earth or air, the extravagant and erring spirit hies to his confines, and of the truth herein this present object made probation.
It faded on the crowing of the cock. Some say that ever against the season comes wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated. The bird of dawning singeth all night long, and then, they say, no spirit dare stir abroad. The nights are wholesome, then no planets strike, no fairy takes, nor witch hath power to charm. So hallowed and gracious is the time.
So have I heard, and do in part believe it. But look, the morn in russet mantle clad walks o'er the dew of yon high eastward hill. Break we our watch up, and by my advice let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet. For upon my life this spirit done to us will speak to him. Do you consent we shall acquaint him with it, as needful in our love, fitting our duty? Let's do it. I pray, and I this morning know where we shall find him most conveniently.
Exeunt. Elsinore, room of state in the castle. Flourish. Enter Claudius, king of Denmark, Gertrude the queen, Hamlet, Polonius, Laertes and his sister Ophelia, Valtimand, Cornelius, lord's attendant.
Though yet of Hamlet, our dear brother's death, the memory be green, and that it is us befitted to bear our hearts in grief, and our whole kingdom to be contracted in one brow of woe, yet so far hath discretion fought with nature, that we with wisest sorrow think on him, together with remembrance of ourselves. Therefore our sometime sister, now our queen, the imperial jointress to this warlike state, have we, as 'twere with a defeated joy, with an auspicious and a dropping eye, with mirth in funeral and with dirge in marriage, in equal scale weighing delight and dole, taken to wife. Nor have we herein barred your better wisdoms, which have freely gone with this affair along. For all our thanks. Now follows that you know young Fortinbras, holding a weak supposal of our worth, or by thinking by our late dear brother's death our state to be disjoint and out of frame, colleagued with this dream of his advantage, he hath not failed to pester us with message, importing the surrender of those lands lost by his father with all bands of law to our most valiant brother. So much for him. Now for ourself and for this time of meeting. Thus much the business is, we have here writ to Norway, our uncle of young Fortinbras, who, impotent and bedrid, scarcely hears of this, his nephew's purpose, to suppress his further gate herein, in that the levies, the lists, and full proportions are all made out of his subject. And we here dispatch you, good Cornelius, and you, Voltimand, for bearers of this greeting to old Norway, giving to you no further personal power to business with the king, more than the scope of these dilated articles allow.
Gives a paper.
Farewell, and let your haste commend your duty.
With Voltimand.
In that and all things will we show our duty.
We doubt it nothing. Heartily farewell.
Exeunt Voltimand and Cornelius.
And now, Laertes, what's the news with you? You told us of some suit. What is it, Laertes? You cannot speak of reason to the Dane and lose your voice. What wouldst thou beg, Laertes, that shall not be my offer, not thy asking? The head is not more native to the heart, the hand more instrumental to the mouth, than is the throne of Denmark to thy father. What wouldst thou have, Laertes?
My dread lord, your leave and favour to return to France, from whence, though willingly I came to Denmark to show my duty in your coronation, yet now I must confess that duty done, my thoughts and wishes bend again toward France, and bow them to your gracious leave and pardon.
Have you your father's leave? What says Polonius?
Hath, my lord, wrung from me my slow leave by laboursome petition, and at last, upon his will, I sealed my hard consent. I do beseech you, give him leave to go.
Take thy fair hour, Laertes. Time be thine, and thy best graces spend it at thy will. But now, my cousin Hamlet, and my son.
Aside.
A little more than kin and less than kind.
How is it that the clouds still hang on you?
Not so, my lord. I am too much in the sun.
Good Hamlet, cast thy nighted colour off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with thy veiled lids seek for thy noble father in the dust. Thou know'st 'tis common. All that lives must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Aye, madam, it is common.
If it be, why seems it so particular with thee?
Seems, madam, nay, it is. I know not seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother, nor customary suits of solemn black, nor windy suspiration of forced breath, no, nor the fruitful river of the eye, nor the dejected haviour of the visage, together with all forms, moods, shapes of grief that can denote me truly. These indeed seem, for they are actions that a man might play, but I have that within which passeth show, these but the trappings and the suits of woe.
'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these mourning duties to your father. But you must know your father lost a father. That father lost his, and the survivor bound in filial obligation for some term to do obsequious sorrow. But to persever in obstinate condolement is a course of impious stubbornness. 'Tis unmanly grief. It shows a will most incorrect to heaven, a heart unfortified, a mind impatient, an understanding simple and unschooled. For what we know must be and is as common as any the most vulgar thing to sense. Why should we, in our peevish opposition, take it to heart? Fie, 'tis a fault to heaven, a fault against the deed, a fault to nature, to reason most absurd, whose common theme is death of fathers, and who still hath cried, from the first course till he that died today, this must be so. We pray you, throw to earth this unprevailing woe, and think of us as of a father. For let the world take note, you are the most immediate to our throne, and with no less nobility of love than that which dearest father bears his son, do I impart toward you. For your intent in going back to school in Wittenberg, it is most retrograde to our desire, and we beseech you, bend you to remain here in the cheer and comfort of our eye, our chiefest courtier, cousin, and our son.
Let not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I pray thee stay with us, go not to Wittenberg.
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
Why, 'tis a loving and a fair reply. Be as ourself in Denmark. Madam, come. This gentle and unforced accord of Hamlet sits smiling to my heart, in grace whereof no jocund health that Denmark drinks today, but the great cannon to the clouds shall tell, and the king's rouse the heaven shall brew it again, bespeakingly earthy thunder. Come away.
Flourish, exeunt all but Hamlet.
Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew. Or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon 'gainst self-slaughter. Oh God, God, how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Fie on't, fie, 'tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely, that it should come to this. But 2 months dead, nay, not so much, not 2, so excellent a king that was to this Hyperion to a satyr, so loving to my mother, that he might not beteem the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth, must I remember, why she would hang on him as if increase of appetite had grown by what it fed on, and yet within a month, let me not think on't, frailty thy name is woman. A little month, or ere those shoes were old with which she followed my poor father's body, like Niobe, all tears, why she, even she, oh God, a beast that once discourse of reason would have mourned longer, married with my uncle, my father's brother, but no more like my father than I to Hercules. Within a month, ere yet the salt of most unrighteous tears had left the flushing in her galled eyes, she married. Oh, most wicked speed, to post with such dexterity to incestuous sheets. It is not, nor it cannot come to good. But break my heart, for I must hold my tongue.
Enter Horatio, Marcellus, and Bernardo.
Hail to your lordship.
I am glad to see you well. Horatio, or I do forget myself.
The same, my lord, and your poor servant ever.
Sir, my good friend, I'll change that name with you. And what make you from Wittenberg, Horatio? Marcellus?
My good lord.
I'm very glad to see you.
To Bernardo.
Good even, sir. But what in faith make you from Wittenberg?
A truant disposition, good my lord.
I would not hear your enemy say so, nor shall you do my ear that violence to make it truster of your own report against yourself. I know you are no truant. But what is your affair in Elsinore? I'll teach you to drink deep ere you depart.
My lord, I came to see your father's funeral.
I prithee do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding.
Indeed, my lord, it followed hard upon.
Thrift, Horatio. The funeral baked meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables. Would I had met my dearest foe in heaven, or ever I had seen that day, Horatio. My father, methinks I see my father.
Oh, where, my lord?
In my mind's eye, Horatio.
I saw him once. He was a goodly king.
He was a man, take him for all in all. I shall not look upon his like again.
My lord, I think I saw him yesternight.
Saw? Who?
My lord, the king your father.
The king my father?
He's in your admiration for a while with an attent ear, till I may deliver upon the witness of these gentlemen this marvel to you.
For God's love, let me hear.
2 nights together had these gentlemen, Marcellus and Bernardo, on their watch in the dead vast in middle of the night been thus encountered. A figure like your father, armed at point exactly, cap a pie, appears before them and with solemn march goes slow and stately by them. Thrice he walks by the oppressed and fear surprised eyes within his truncheon's length, while they, distilled almost to jelly with the act of fear, stand dumb and speak not to him. This to me, in dreadful secrecy in part they did, and I with them the 3rd night kept the watch, where as they had delivered both in time form of the thing, each word made true and good, the apparition comes. I knew your father, these hands are not more like.
But where was this?
My lord, upon the platform where we watched.
Did you not speak to it?
My lord, I did, but answer made it none. Yet once methought it lifted up its head and did address itself to motion, like as it would speak. But even then the morning cock crew loud, and at the sound it shrunk in haste away and vanished from our sight.
'Tis very strange.
As I do live, my honoured lord, 'tis true. And we did think it writ down in our duty to let you know of it.
Indeed, sirs. But this troubles me. Hold you the watch tonight?
We do, my lord.
Armed, say you?
Armed, my lord.
From top to toe?
My lord, from head to foot.
Then saw you not his face?
Oh, yes, my lord, he wore his beaver up.
What, looked he frowningly?
A countenance more in sorrow than in anger.
Pale or red?
Nay, very pale.
And fixed his eyes upon you?
Most constantly.
I would I had been there.
It would have much amazed you.
Very like. Stayed it long?
While one with moderate haste might tell 100.
Yes, Bernardo.
Longer.
Not when I thought.
His beard was grizzled, no?
It was, as I have seen it in his life, sable silver.
I will watch tonight. Perchance 'twill walk again.
I warrant it will.
If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it, though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. I pray you all, if you have hitherto concealed this sight, let it be tenable in your silence still, and whatsoever else shall hap tonight, give it an understanding, but no tongue. I will requite your loves, so fare you well. Upon the platform, 'twixt 11 and 12, I'll visit you.
Our duty to your honour.
Your loves as mine to you. Farewell.
Exeunt all but Hamlet.
My father's spirit, in arms, all is not well. I doubt some foul play. Would the night were come. Till then sit still, my soul. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth o'erwhelm them to men's eyes.
Scene 3, Elsinore, a room in the house of Polonius. Enter Laertes and Ophelia.
My necessaries are embarked. Farewell. And sister, as the winds give benefit and convoy is assistant, do not sleep, but let me hear from you.
Do you doubt that?
For Hamlet and the trifling of his favour, hold it in a fashion and a toy in blood, a violet in the youth of primy nature, forward, not permanent, sweet, not lasting, the perfume and suppliance of a minute, no more.
No more but so?
Think it no more, for nature crescent does not grow alone in thews and bulk, but as this temple waxes, the inward service of the mind and soul goes wide withal. Perhaps he loves you now, and now no soil nor cortel doth besmirch the virtue of his will, but you must fear His greatness weighed, his will is not his own, for he himself is subject to his birth. He may not, as unvalued persons do, carve for himself, for on his choice depends the safety and health of this whole state, and therefore must his choice be circumscribed unto the voice and yielding of that body whereof he is the head. Then, if he says he loves you, it fits your wisdom so far to believe it, as he in his particular act and place may give his saying deed, which is no further than the main voice of Denmark goes withal. Then weigh what loss your honour may sustain, if with too credent ear you list his songs, or lose your heart, or your chaste treasure open to his unmastered importunity. Fear it, Ophelia, fear it, my dear sister, and keep you in the rear of your affection, out of the shot and danger of desire. The chariest maid is prodigal enough if she unmask her beauty to the moon. Virtue itself scopes not calumnious strokes. The canker galls the infants of the spring too oft before their buttons be disclosed. And in the morn and liquid dew of youth, contagious blastments are most imminent. Be wary then, best safety lies in fear. Youth to itself rebels, though none else near.
I shall the effect of this good lesson keep as watchman to my heart. But, good my brother, do not as some ungracious pastors do, show me the steep and thorny way to heaven, whilst, like a puffed and reckless libertine, himself the primrose path of dalliance treads and wrecks not his own reed.
Oh, fear me not.
Enter Polonius.
I stay too long, but here my father comes. A double blessing is a double grace. Occasion smiles upon a second leave.
Yet here, Laertes, aboard, aboard for shame. The wind sits in the shoulder of your sail, and you are stayed for. There, my blessing with thee. In these few precepts in thy memory look thou character. Give thy thoughts no tongue, nor any unproportioned thought his act. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. Those friends thou hast, and their adoption tried, grapple them unto thy soul with hoops of steel. But do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each new-hatched, unfledged comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but being in, bear it that thou opposed may beware of thee. Give every man thine ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy. Rich, not gaudy. For the apparel oft proclaims the man, and they in France of the best rank and station are most select and generous, chief in that. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell, my blessing sees in this in thee.
Most humbly do I take my leave, my lord.
The time invites you. Go, your servants tend.
Farewell, Ophelia, and remember well what I have said to you.
'Tis in my memory locked, and you yourself shall keep the key of it.
Farewell.
Exit.
What is, Ophelia, he hath said to you?
So please you, something touching the Lord Hamlet.
Marry, well bethought. 'Tis told me he hath very oft of late given private time to you, and you yourself have of your audience been most free and bounteous. If it be so, as so 'tis put on me, and in that in way of caution I must tell you, you do not understand yourself so clearly as it behooves my daughter and your honour. What is between you? Give me up the truth.
He hath, my lord, of late made many tenders of his affection to me.
Affection? Phew, you speak like a green girl, unsifted in such perilous circumstance. Do you believe his tenders, as you call them?
I do not know, my lord, what I should think.
Marry, I will teach you. Think yourself a baby that you have taken these tenders for true pay, which are not sterling. Tender yourself more dearly, or, not to crack the wind of the poor phrase, running it thus, you'll tender me a fool.
My lord, he hath importuned me with love in honourable fashion.
Aye, fashion you may call it. Go to, go to.
And have given countenance to his speech, my lord, with almost all the holy vows of heaven.
Spring is to catch woodcocks. I do know when the blood burns, how prodigal the soul lends the tongue vows. These blazes, daughter, giving more light than heat, extinct in both, even in their promise, as it is a making, you must not take for fire. From this time be something scanter of your maiden presence. Set your entreatments at a higher rate than a command to parley. For Lord Hamlet believes so much in him that he is young, and with a larger tether may he walk than may be given you. In few, Ophelia, do not believe his vows, for they are brokers, not of that dye which their investments show, but mere implorators of unholy suits, breathing like sanctified and pious bawds, the better to beguile. This is for all. I would not, in plain terms, from this time forth, have you so slander any moment's leisure as to give words or talk with the Lord Hamlet. Look to it, I charge you. Come your ways.
I shall obey, my lord.
Excellent. Scene 4. Elsinore, the platform before the castle. Enter Hamlet, Horatio, and Marcellus.
The air bites shrewdly. It is very cold.
It is a nipping and an eager air.
What hour now?
I think it lacks of 12.
No, it is struck.
Indeed? I heard it not. It then draws near the season wherein the spirit held his wont to walk.
A flourish of trumpets and 2 pieces go off.
What does this mean, my lord?
The king doth wake tonight and takes his rouse, keeps wassail and the swaggering upspring reels, and as he drains his draughts of Rhenish down, the kettle drum and trumpet thus bray out the triumph of his pledge.
Is it a custom?
Aye, marriest. But to my mind, though I am native here, and to the manner born, it is a custom more honoured in the breach than the observance. This heavy-headed revel, east and west, makes us traduced and taxed of other nations. They clip us drunkards, and with swinish phrase soil our addition. And indeed it takes from our achievements, though performed at height, the pith and marrow of our attribute. So oft it chances in particular men that for some vicious mole of nature in them, as in their birth, wherein they are not guilty, since nature cannot choose his origin, by the o'ergrowth of some complexion, oft breaking down the pales and forts of reason, or by some habit that too much o'erleavens the form of plausive manners, that these men carrying, I say, the stamp of one defect, being nature's livery or fortune's star, their virtues else, be they as pure as grace, as infinite as man may undergo, shall in the general censure take corruption from that particular fault. The dram of ale doth all the noble substance oft do to his own scandal.
Enter Ghost.
Look, my lord, it comes.
Angels and ministers of grace defend us. Be thou a spirit of health or goblin damned, bring with thee airs from heaven or blasts from hell. Be thy intents wicked or charitable, thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet. King, father, royal Dane, oh, answer me. Let me not burst in ignorance, but tell why thy canonized bones, hearsed in death, have burst their cerements, why the sepulchre wherein we saw thee quietly interned hath oped his ponderous and marble jaws to cast thee up again. What may this mean, that thou, dead corse, again in complete steel, revisits thus the glimpses of the moon, making night hideous, and we fools of nature so horridly to stake our disposition with thoughts beyond the reaches of our souls? Say, why is this? Wherefore? What should we do?
Ghost beckons Hamlet.
It beckons you to go away with it, as if some impartment did desire to you alone.
Look, with what courteous action it waves you to a more removed ground, but go not with it.
No, by no means.
It will not speak, then I will follow it.
Do not, my lord.
Why, what should be the fear? I do not set my life at a pin's fee, and for my soul, what can it do to that, being a thing immortal as itself? It waves me forth again, I'll follow it.
What if it tempt you toward the flood, my lord, or to the general summit of the cliff that beetles o'er his base into the sea, and there assume some other horrible form which might deprive your sovereignty of reason and draw you into madness? Think of it.
The very place puts toys of desperation without more motive into every brain that looks so many fathoms to the sea and hears it roar beneath.
It waves me still. Go on, I'll follow thee.
You shall not go, my lord.
Hold off your hands.
Be ruled, you shall not go.
My fate cries out and makes each petty artery in his body as hardy as the Nemean lion's nerve.
Ghost beckons.
Still am I called. Unhand me, gentlemen. By heaven, I'll make a ghost of him that lets me. I say, away. Go on, I'll follow thee.
Exeunt Ghost and Hamlet.
He waxes desperate with imagination.
Oh, let's follow. 'Tis not fit for us to obey him.
Have after. To what issue will this come?
Something is rotten in the state of Denmark.
Heaven will direct it.
Nay, let's follow him.
Exeunt. Scene 5, another part of the fortifications. Enter Ghost and Hamlet.
Whither wilt thou lead me? Speak, I'll go no further.
Mark me.
I will.
My hour is almost come, when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself.
Alas, poor ghost.
Pity me not, but lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold.
Speak, I am bound to hear.
So art thou revenge, when thou shalt hear.
What?
I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fast and fires, till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away. But that I am forbid, to tell the secrets of my prison house. I could a tale unfold whose wisest words, light as words, would harrow up thy soul, freeze thy young blood, make thy two eyes like stars start from their spheres, thy knotted and combined locks to part, and each particular hair to stand on end like quills upon the fretful porcupine. But this eternal blazon must not be, to ears of flesh and blood. List, list, oh list, if thou didst ever thy dear father love.
Oh God.
Revenge his foul and most unnatural murther.
Murther?
Murther most foul, as in the best it is, but this most foul, strange, and unnatural.
Haste me to note that I, with wings as swift as meditation or the thoughts of love, may sweep to my revenge.
I find thee apt, and duller shouldst thou be than the fat weed that rots itself in ease on Lethe wharf. Wouldst thou not stir in this, now, Hamlet here? 'Tis given out that, sleeping in my orchard, a serpent stung me, so the whole ear of Denmark is by a forged process of my death, rankly abused. But know, thou noble youth, the serpent that did sting thy father's life now wears his crown.
Oh, my prophetic soul, my uncle!
I, that incestuous, that adulterate beast, with witchcraft of his wit, with traitorous gifts, O wicked wit and gifts that have the power so to seduce, one to his shameful lust, the will of my most seeming virtuous queen. O Hamlet, what a falling off was there from me, whose love was of that dignity, that it went hand in hand even with the vow I made to her in marriage, and to decline upon a wretch whose natural gifts were poor to those of mine. But virtue, as it never will be moved, though lewdness caught it in the shape of heaven, so lust, though to a radiant angel linked, will sate itself in a celestial bed and prey on garbage. But soft, methinks I scent the morning air, brief, let me be, sleeping within my orchard, my custom always of the afternoon, upon my secure hour thy uncle stole, with juice of cursed habona in a vial, and in the porches of my ear did pour the leprous distilment, whose effect holds such an enmity with blood of man, that swift as quicksilver it courses through the natural gates and alleys of the body, and with sudden vigour it doth posset and curd like eager droppings into milk, the thin and wholesome blood, so did it mine, and most an instant tetter barked about, most laser-like with vile and loathsome crust, all my smooth body. Thus was I, sleeping, by a brother's hand, of life, of crown, of queen, at once dispatched, cut off even in the blossoms of my sin, unhouselled, disappointed, unanelled, no reckoning made, but sent to my account with all my imperfections on my head.
Oh, horrible, most horrible.
If thou hast nature in thee, bear it not. Let the royal bed of Denmark be a couch of luxury and damned incest. But, howsoever thou pursuest this act, taint not thy mind, nor let thy soul contrive against thy mother aught. Leave her to heaven, and to those thorns that in her bosom lodge, to prick and sting her. Fare thee well at once. The glow-worn shows the matin to be near, and gins to pale his ineffectual fire. Adieu, 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 remember me.
Exit.
Oh, all you host of heaven, O earth, what else? And shall I couple hell? Hold, hold, my heart, and you, my sinews, grow not instant old, but bear me stiffly up. Remember thee, I, thou poor ghost, while memory holds a seat in this distracted globe, remember thee. Yea, from the table of my memory, I'll wipe away all trivial fond records, all sores of books, all forms, all pressures past, that youth and observation copied there. And thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter. Yes, by heaven. O most pernicious woman, O villain, villain, smiling, damned villain. My tables, meet it is I set it down, that one may smile and be a villain. At least I'm sure it may be so in Denmark.
Right.
So, uncle, there you are. Now to my word. It is adieu, adieu, remember me, I have sworn.
Within. Within?
My lord, my lord.
Enter Horatio and Marcellus.
Lord Hamlet.
Cure him.
So be it.
Hello, ho ho, my lord.
Hello, ho ho, boy. Come, bird, come.
How is my noble lord?
Use, my lord.
Oh, wonderful.
Good, my lord, tell it.
No, you will reveal it.
Not I, my lord, by heaven.
Nor I, my lord.
How say you then? Would heart of man once think it? But you'll be secret.
Aye, by heaven, my lord.
There's near a villain dwelling in all Denmark, but he's an arrant knave.
There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave to tell us this.
Why, right, you are in the right. And so, without more circumstance at all, I hold it fit that we shake hands and part. You, as your business and desires shall point you, for every man hath business and desire, such as it is, and for my own poor part, look you, I'll go pray.
These are but wild and whirling words, my lord.
I'm sorry they offend you heartily. Yes, faith, heartily.
There's no offence, my lord.
Yes, by St. Patrick, but there is, Horatio, and much offence too. Touching this vision here, it is an honest ghost, that let me tell you, for your desire to know what is between us, or master it as you may. And now, good friends, as you are friends, scholars and soldiers, give me one poor request.
What is't, my lord? We will.
Never make known what you have seen tonight.
My lord, we will not.
My lord, we will not.
Nay, but swear it.
In faith, my lord, not I.
Nor I, my lord, of faith.
Upon my sword.
We have sworn, my lord, already.
Indeed, upon my sword, indeed.
Ghost cries under the stage.
Swear.
Aha, boy, sayest thou so? Art thou there, true penny? Come on, you hear this fellow in the cellarage. Consent to swear.
Propose the oath, my lord.
Never to speak of that which never to speak of this that thou have seen. Swear by my sword.
Beneath.
Swear.
Hic et ubique, then we'll shift our ground. Come hither, gentlemen, and lay your hands again upon my sword. Never to speak of this that you have heard. Swear by my sword.
Beneath.
Swear by his sword.
Well said, old mole. Canst work of the earth so fast? A worthy pioneer. Once more remove, good friends.
Oh, day and night, but this is wondrous strange.
And therefore, as a stranger, give it welcome. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. But come, here as before, never, so help you mercy, how strange or odd soe'er I bear myself, as I perchance hereafter shall think meet to put an antic disposition on, that you, at such time seeing me, never shall, with arms encumbered thus, or this head shake, or by pronouncing of some doubtful phrase, as well we know, or we could, and if we would, or if we list to speak, or there be, and if they might, or such ambiguous giving out to note that you know aught of me. This is not to do. So grace and mercy at your most need help you. Swear.
Beneath.
Swear.
They swear.
Rest, rest, perturbed spirit. So, gentlemen, with all my love, I do commend me to you. and what so poor a man as Hamlet is may do to express his love and friending to you, God willing, shall not lack. Let us go in together, and still your fingers on your lips, I pray. The time is out of joint, O cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right. Nay, come, let's go together.
Excellent. Act 2, Scene 1, a room in the house of Polonius. Enter Polonius and Rinaldo.
Give him this money and these notes, Rinaldo.
I will, my lord.
You shall do marvels wisely, good Rinaldo, before you visit him to make inquire of his behaviour.
My lord, I did intend it.
Marry, well said, very well said. Look you, sir, inquire me first what danskers are in Paris, and how and who, what means, and where they keep, what company, at what expense, and finding by this encompassment and drift of question that they do know my son, come you more nearer than your particular demands will touch it. Take you, as 'twere, some distant knowledge of him, as thus, I know his father and his friends, and impart him. Do you mark this, Rinaldo?
I, very well, my lord.
And impart him, but, you may say, not well, but if 't be he I mean, he's very wild, addicted so-and-so, and there put on him what forgeries you please. Marry, none so rank as may dishonour him, take heed of that. But, sir, such wanton, wild, and usual slips, as our companions noted and most known to youth and liberty.
As gaming, my lord.
Aye, or drinking, fencing, swearing, quarrelling, drabbing. You may go so far.
My lord, that would dishonour him.
Faith, no, as you may season it in the charge. You must not put another scandal on him, that he is open to incontinency. That's not my meaning. But breathe his faults so quaintly that they may seem the taints of liberty, the flash and outbreak of a fiery mind, a savageness in unreclaimed blood of general assault.
But my good lord...
Wherefore should you do this?
I, my lord, I would know that.
Marry, sir, here's my drift, and I believe it is a fetch of warrant. You laying these slight sullies on my son, as 'twere a thing a little soiled in working. Mark you, your party in converse, him you would sound, having ever seen in the predominant crimes the use you breathe of guilty, be assured he closes with you in this consequence. Good sir, or so, or friend, or gentleman, according to the phrase of the edition, of man and country.
Very good, my lord.
And then, sir, does what was I about to say? By the mass, I was about to say something. Where did I leave?
Closes at the consequence, a friend or so, and gentleman.
At closes in the consequence. Aye, marry. He closes thus. I know the gentleman. I saw him yesterday or t'other day, or then, with such or such. And as you say, there was a gaming that overtook its rouse. They're falling out at tennis or perchance. I saw him enter such a house of sale, videlicet, a brothel, or so forth. See you now? Your bait of falsehood takes this carp of truth, and thus we do of wisdom and of reach, with windlasses and with essays of bias, by indirections find directions out. So, by my former lecture and advice, shall you, my son? You have me, have you not?
My lord, I have.
God be with you. Fare you well.
Good, my lord.
Observe his inclination in yourself.
I shall, my lord.
And let him ply his music.
Well, my lord.
Farewell.
Exit Rinaldo. Enter Ophelia.
How now, Ophelia? What's the matter?
Oh, my lord, I have been so affrighted.
With what, in the name of God?
My lord, as I was sewing in my closet, Lord Hamlet, with his doublet all unembraced, no hat upon his head, his stockings fouled, ungartered, and down givy to his ankles, pale as his shirt, his knees knocking each other, and with a look so piteous in purport as if he had been loosed out of hell to speak of horrors. He comes before me.
Mad for thy love.
My lord, I do not know, but truly I do fear it.
What said he?
He took me by the wrist and held me hard. Then goes he to the length of all his arm, and with his other hand thus over his brow, he falls to such perusal of my face as he would draw it. Long stayed he so, At last, a little shaking of mine arm, and thrice his head thus waving up and down, he raised a sigh so piteous and profound, as it did seem to shatter all his bulk and end his being. That done, he lets me go, and with his head over his shoulder turned, he seemed to find his way without his eyes, for out of doors he went without their help, and to the least bended their light on me.
Come, go with me. I will go seek the king. This is the very ecstasy of love, whose violent property foredoes itself and leads the will to desperate undertakings as oft as any passion under heaven. That does afflict our natures. I am sorry. What, have you given him any hard words of late?
No, my good lord, but as you did command, I did repel his letters and denied his access to me.
That hath made him mad. I am sorry that with better heed and judgment I had not quoted him. I feared he did but trifle and meant to rack thee, but beshrew my jealousy. By heaven, it is as proper to our age to cast beyond ourselves in our opinions as it is common for the younger sort to lack discretion. Come, go we to the king. This must be known, which, being kept close, might move more grief to hide than hate to utter love. Come.
Exeunt. Scene 2, Elsinore, a room in the castle. Flourish. Enter King and Queen, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, cum aliis.
Welcome, dear Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Moreover, that we much did long to see you. The need we have to use you did provoke our hasty sending. Something have you heard of Hamlet's transformation? So I call it, sith nor the exterior nor the inward man resembles that it was. What it should be, more than his father's death, that thus hath put him so much from the understanding of himself, I cannot dream of. I entreat you both, that being of so young days brought up with him, and since so neighbored to his youth and havior, that you vouchsafe your rest here in our court some little time. So by your companies to draw him on to pleasures, and to gather so much as from occasion you may glean, whether aught to us unknown afflicts him thus, that opened lies within our remedy.
Good gentlemen, he hath much talked of you, and sure I am 2 men that are not living to whom he more adheres. If it will please you to show us so much gentry and goodwill, as to expend your time with us a while, for the supply and profit of our hope, your visitation shall receive such thanks as fits a king's remembrance.
With your majesty's might, by the sovereign power you have of us, put your dread pleasures more into command than to entreaty.
We both obey, and here give ourselves in full bend to lay our service freely at your feet, to be commanded.
Thanks, Rosencrantz and gentle Guildenstern.
Thanks, Guildenstern and gentle Rosencrantz, and I beseech you instantly to visit my too much changed son. Go, some of you, and bring these gentlemen where Hamlet is.
Heaven makes our presence and our practices pleasant and helpful to him.
Aye, amen.
Exeunt Rosencrantz and Guildenstern with some attendants. Enter Polonius.
The ambassadors from Norway, my good lord, are joyfully returned.
Thou still hast been the father of good news.
Have I, my lord? I assure you, my good liege, I hold my duty as I hold my soul, both to my God and to my gracious king. And I do think, or else this brain of mine hunts not the trail of policy so sure as it hath us to do, that I have found the very cause of Hamlet's lunacy.
Oh, speak of that do I long to hear.
Give first admittance to the ambassadors. Mine you shall be the fruit to that great feast.
Thyself do grace to them and bring them in.
Exit Polonius.
He tells me, my dear Gertrude, he hath found the head and source of all your son's distemper.
I doubt it is no other but the main, his father's death and our o'er-hasty marriage.
Well, we shall sift him.
Enter Polonius, Voltimand, and Cornelius.
Welcome, my good friends. Say, Voltimand, what from our brother Norway?
Most fair return of greetings and desires. Upon our first, he sent out to suppress his nephew's levies, which to him appeared to be a preparation against the Pollock, but better looked into, he truly found it was against your highness, which whereat grieved that so his sickness, age, and impotence was falsely borne in hand, sends out arrests on Fortinbras, which he, in brief, obeys, receives rebuke from Norway, and in fine, makes vow before his uncle nevermore to give the say of arms against your majesty. Wherein old Norway, overcome with joy, gives him 3,000 crowns in annual fee and his commission to employ those soldiers so levied as before against the Pollock, with an entreaty herein further shown, that it might please you to give quiet pass through your dominions for this enterprise on such regards of safety and allowance as therein are set down.
It likes us well. And at our more considered time, we'll read, answer, and think upon this business. Meantime, we thank you for your well-took labor. Go to your rest. At night, we'll feast together. Most welcome home.
Exeunt ambassadors.
This business is well ended. My liege and madam, to expostulate what majesty should be, what duty is, why day is day, night is night, and time is time, we're nothing but to waste night, day, and time. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit, and tediousness the limbs and outward flourishes, I will be brief. Your noble son is mad. Mad, call I it, for to define true madness, what is but to be nothing else but mad? But let that go.
More matter with less art.
Madam, I swear I use no art at all. That he is mad, 'tis true. 'Tis true, 'tis pity, and pity 'tis true. A foolish figure. But farewell it, for I will use no art. Mad, let us grant him then, and now remains that we find out the cause of this effect, or rather say the cause of this defect. For this effect defective comes by cause. Thus it remains, and the remainder thus, perpend. I have a daughter, while she is mine, who in her duty and obedience mark hath given me this. Now gather and surmise.
Reads the letter.
To the celestial and my soul's idol, the most beautified Ophelia. That's an ill phrase, a vile phrase. Beautified is a vile phrase. But you shall hear, thus.
Reads.
In her excellent white bosom, these, and...
Came this from Hamlet to her?
Good madam, stay a while, I will be faithful.
Reads.
Doubt thou the stars of fire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love. O dear Ophelia, I am ill at these numbers. I have not art to reckon my groans, but that I love thee best, O most best, believe it. Adieu. Thine evermore, most dear lady, whilst this machine is to him, Hamlet. This in obedience hath my daughter shown me, and more above hath his solicitings, as they fell out by time, by means and place, all given to mine ear.
But how? Hath she received his love?
What do you think of me?
As of a man faithful and honorable.
I would fain prove so, but what might you think when I had seen this hot love on the wing? As I perceived it, I must tell you that before my daughter told me, what might you, or my dear majesty, your queen here think, if I had played the desk or table book, or given my heart a winking, mute and dumb, or looked upon this love with idle sight? What might you think? No, I went round to work, and my young mistress thus I did bespeak. Lord Hamlet is a prince out of thy star, this must not be. And then I prescripts gave her, that she should lock herself from his resort, admit no messengers, receive no tokens. Which done, she took the fruits of my advice, and he, repulsed a short tale to make, fell into a sadness, then into a fast, thence to a watch, thence into a weakness, thence to a lightness, and by this declension into the madness wherein now he raves, and all we mourn for.
Do you think 'tis this?
It may be, very like.
Hath there been such a time? I would fain know that I have positively said 'tis so, when it proved otherwise.
Not that I know.
Points to his head and shoulder.
Take this from this, if this be otherwise. If circumstances lead me, I will find where truth is hid, though it were hid indeed within the centre.
How may we try it further?
You know, for sometimes he walks for hours together here in the lobby.
So he does indeed.
Well, at such a time, I'll lose my daughter to him. Be you and I behind an arras then. mark the encounter. If he love her not, and he not from his reason fallen thereon, let me be no assistant for estate, but keep a farm and carters.
We will try it.
Enter Hamlet, reading on a book.
But look where sadly the poor wretch comes reading.
Away, I do beseech you, both away. I'll board him presently. Oh, give me leave.
Exeunt king and queen with attendants.
How does my good Lord Hamlet?
Well, God a mercy.
Do you know me, my lord?
Excellent well, you are a fishmonger.
Not I, my lord.
Then I would you were so honest a man.
Honest, my lord?
Aye, sir, to be honest, as this world goes, is to be one man picked out of 10,000.
That's very true, my lord.
For if the sun breeds maggots in a dead dog, being a god-kissing carrion, have you a daughter?
I have, my lord.
Let her not walk in the sun. Conception is a blessing, but not as your daughter may conceive. Friend, look to it.
Aside.
How say you by that? Still harping on my daughter. Yet he knew me not at first. He said I was a fishmonger. He is far gone, far gone. And truly in my youth I suffered much extremity for love. Very near this. I'll speak to him again. What do you read, my lord?
Words, words, words.
What is the matter, my lord?
Between who?
I mean the matter that you read, my lord.
Slanders, sir. For the satirical rogue says here that old men have grey beards, that their faces are wrinkled, their eyes purging thick amber and plum tree gum, and that they have a plentiful lack of wit, together with most weak hands. All which, sir, though I most powerfully and potently believe, yet I hold it not honesty to have it thus set down. For you yourself, sir, should be as old as I am, if like a crab you could go backward.
Aside.
Though this be madness, yet there is a method in it. Will you walk out of the air, my lord?
Into my grave?
Indeed, that is out of the air.
Aside.
How pregnant sometimes his replies are. A happiness that often madness hits on, which reason and sanity could not so prosperously be delivered of. I will leave him and suddenly contrive the means of meeting between him and my daughter. My honourable lord, I will most humbly take my leave of you.
You cannot, sir, take anything from me that I will more willingly part withal, except my life, except my life, except my life.
Enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Fare you well, my lord.
These tedious old fools.
You go to seek the Lord Hamlet. There he is.
God save you, sir.
My honoured lord.
My most dear lord.
My excellent good friends, how dost thou, Guildenstern? Ah, Rosencrantz, good lads, how do ye both?
The indifferent children of the earth.
Happy in that we are not over-happy. On Fortune's cap, we are not the very button.
Nor the soles of her shoe?
Neither, my lord.
Then you live about her waist, or in the middle of her favours?
Faith, he privates we.
In the secret parts of Fortune? Oh, most true, she is a strumpet. What news?
None, my lord, but that the world's grown honest.
Then is doomsday near. But your news is not true. Let me question more in particular. What have you, my good friends, deserved at the hands of Fortune that she sends you to prison hither?
Prison, my lord?
Denmark's a prison.
Then is the world one?
A goodly one, in which there are many confines, wards and dungeons, Denmark being one of the worst.
Oh, we think not so, my lord.
Why then 'tis none to you, for there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. To me it is a prison.
Why then your ambition makes it one, 'tis too narrow for your mind.
Oh God, I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself a king of infinite space, were it not that I have bad dreams.
Which dreams indeed are ambition, for the very substance of the ambition is merely the shadow of a dream.
A dream itself is but a shadow.
Truly, and I hold ambition of so airy and light a quality that it is but a shadow's shadow.
Then are our beggars bodies, and our monarchs and outstretched heroes the beggars' shadows. Shall we to the court? For by my fay I cannot reason.
We'll wait upon you.
No such matter. I will not sort you with the rest of my servants, for to speak to you like an honest man, I am most dreadfully attended. But in the beaten way of friendship, what make you at Elsinore?
Oh, to visit you, my lord, no other occasion.
Beggar that I am even poor in thanks, but I thank you. And sure, dear friends, my thanks are too dear a halfpenny. Were you not sent for? Is it your own inclining? Is it a free visitation? Come, deal justly with me. Come, come. Nay, speak.
What should we say, my lord?
Why, anything, but to the purpose. You were sent for, and there is a kind of confession in your looks, which your modesties have not craft enough to colour. I know the good king and queen have sent for you.
To what end, my lord?
That you must teach me. But let me conjure you by the rights of our fellowship, by the consonancy of our youth, by the obligation of our ever-preserved love, and by what more dear a better proposer could charge you withal, be even and direct with me, whether you were sent for or no.
Aside to Guildenstern.
What say you?
Aside.
Nay then, I have an eye of you. If you love me, hold not off.
My lord, we were sent for.
I will tell you why. So shall my anticipation prevent your discovery, and your secrecy to the king and queen moult no feather. I have of late, but wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, forgone all custom of exercises, and indeed it goes so heavily with my disposition that this goodly frame, the earth, seems to me a sterile promontory. This most excellent canopy, the air, look you, this brave o'erhanging firmament, this majestical roof fretted with golden fire, why, it appeareth no other thing to me than a foul and pestilent congregation of vapours. What a piece of work is man, how noble in reason, how infinite in faculties, in form and moving how express and admirable, in action how like an angel, in apprehension how like a god, the beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me, no, nor woman neither, though by your smiling you may seem to say so.
My lord, there was no such stuff in my thoughts.
Why did you laugh then when I said man delights not me?
Oh, to think, my lord, if you delight not in man, what Lenten entertainment the players shall receive from you. We courted them on the way, and hither are they coming to offer you service.
He that plays the king shall be welcome. His majesty shall have tribute of me. The adventurous knight shall use his foil and target. The lover shall not sigh gratis. The humorous man shall end his part in peace. The clown shall make those laugh whose lungs are tickle of the seer. And the lady shall say her mind freely, or the blank verse shall hold for it. What players are they?
Even those you were wont to take such delight in, the tragedians of the city.
How chances it they travel? Their residence, both in reputation and profit, was better both ways.
I think their inhibition comes by the means of the late innovation.
Do they hold the same estimation they did when I was in the city? Are they so followed?
No, indeed they are not.
How comes it? Do they grow rusty?
Nay, their endeavour keeps in the wonted pace, but there is, sir, an eyrie of children, little Iases that cry out on the top of question and are most tyrannically clapped for it. These are now the fashion, and so berattle the common sages, so they call them, that many wearing rapiers are afraid of goose quills and dare scarce come thither.
What, are they children? Who maintains them? How are they escorted? Will they pursue the quality no longer than they can sing? Will they not say afterwards, if they should grow themselves to common players, as it is most like, if their means are no better, their writers do them wrong, and make them exclaim against their own succession?
Faith, there has been much to do on both sides, and the nation holds it no sin to tar them to controversy. There was, for a while, no money bid for argument unless the poet and the player went to cuffs in the question.
It's possible.
Oh, there's been much throwing about the brains.
Do the boys carry it away?
Aye, that they do, my lord. Hercules and his load, too.
It is not very strange, for my uncle is king of Denmark, and those that would make mows at him while my father lived give 20, 40, 50, 100 ducats apiece for his picture in little. S'blood, there is something in this more than natural if philosophy could find it out.
Flourish for the players.
There are the players.
Gentlemen, you are welcome to Elsinore. Your hands come. The pertinence of welcome is fashion and ceremony. Let me comply with you in this garb, lest my extent to the players, which I tell you must show fairly outwards, should more appear like entertainment than yours. You are welcome, but my uncle father and aunt mother are deceived.
In what, my dear lord?
I am but mad north-northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw.
Enter Polonius.
Well be with you, gentlemen.
Hark you, Guildenstern, and you too, at each ear a hearer. That great baby you see there is not yet out of his swaddling clouts.
Please the second time come to them, for they say an old man is twice a child.
I will prophesy he comes to tell me of the players. Mark it. You say right, sir. A Monday morning, 'twas so indeed.
My lord, I have news to tell you.
My lord, I have news to tell you. When Roscius was an actor in Rome.
The actors are come hither, my lord.
Buzz, buzz.
Upon my honour.
Then came each actor on his ass.
The best actors in the world, either for tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, pastoral comical, historical pastoral, tragical historical, tragical comical, historical pastoral, scene individable or poem unlimited. Seneca cannot be too heavy, nor Plautus too light. For the law of writ and the liberty, these are the only men.
Oh, Jephthah, judge of Israel, what a treasure hadst thou?
What treasure had he, my lord?
Why, one fair daughter and no more, the which he loved passing well.
Sighed.
Still on my daughter.
Am I not in the right, old Jephthah?
If you call me Jephthah, my lord, I have a daughter that I love passing well.
Nay, that follows not.
What follows then, my lord?
Why, as by lot, God wot, and then, you know, it came to pass as most like it was. The first row of the pious chanson will show you more, for look where my abridgment comes.
Enter 4 or 5 players.
You are welcome, masters, welcome all. I am glad to see thee well. Welcome, good friends. Oh, my old friend, why thy face is valent since I saw thee last. Comest thou to beard me in Denmark? What, my young lady and mistress? By a lady, your ladyship is nearer to heaven than when I saw you last, by the altitude of a Chopin. Pray God your voice, like a piece of uncurrent gold, be not cracked within the ring. Masters, you are all welcome. Well into it like French falconers, fly at anything we see. We'll have a speech straight. Come, give us a taste of your quality. Come, a passionate speech.
Oh, what speech, my lord?
I heard thee speak me a speech once, but it was never acted, or if it was, not above once. For the play, I remember, pleased not the million. 'Twas caviary to the general, but it was, as I received it, and others whose judgments in such matters cried in the top of mine, an excellent play, well digested in the scenes, set down with as much modesty as cunning. I remember one said there were no sallets in the lines to make the matter savoury, nor no matter in the phrase that might indict the author of affectation, but called it an honest method, as wholesome as sweet, and by very much more handsome than fine. One speech in't I chiefly loved. 'Twas Aeneas' tale to Dido, and thereabout of it, especially where he speaks of Priam's slaughter. If it live in your memory, begin at this line. Let me see. The rugged Pyrrhus, like the Canian beast. It is not so. It begins with Pyrrhus. The rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sable arms, black as his purpose, did the night resemble, when he lay couched in the ominous horse, hath now this dread and black complexion smeared with heraldry more dismal. Head to foot, now is he total ghouls, horridly tricked with blood of fathers, mothers, daughters, sons, baked and impasted with the parching streets that lend a tyrannous and a damned light to their lord's murther, roasted in wrath and fire, and thus o'ersized with coagulate gore, with eyes like carbuncles, the hellish Pyrrhus old grandsire Priam seeks. So proceed you.
Oh, good, my lord, well spoken, with good accent and good discretion.
Anon he finds him, striking too short at Greeks. His antique sword, rebellious to his arm, lies where it falls, repugnant to command. Unequal, matched, Pyrrhus at Priam drives, in rage strikes wide, but with the whiff and wind of his fell sword, the unnerved father falls. Then senseless Ilion, seeming to feel this blow with flaming top, stoops to his base, and with a hideous crash takes prisoner Pyrrhus' ear. For lo, his sword, which was declining on the milky head of Reverend Priam, seemed in the air to stick. So, as a painted tyrant, Pyrrhus stood, and like a neutral to his will and matter did nothing. But, as we often see, against some storm, a silence in the heavens, the rack stands still, the bold winds speechless, and the orb below as hush as death. Anon, the dreadful thunder doth rend the region. So, after Pyrrhus' pause, Aroused vengeance sets him newer work, and never did the Cyclops' hammers fall on Mars' armor, forged for proof on turn, with less remorse than Pyrrhus' bleeding sword now falls on Priam. Out, out, thou strumpet fortune! All you gods, in general synod take away her power. Break all the spokes and fellies from her wheel, and bowl the round nave down the hill of heaven, as low as to the fiends.
This is too long.
It shall to the barbers with your beard. Prithee, say on. He's for a jig or a tale of bawdry, or he sleeps. Say on, come to Hecuba.
But who, oh, who had seen the mobled queen?
The mobled queen?
That's good. Mobled queen is good.
Run barefoot up and down, threatening the flames, with bison rumour a clout upon that head where late the diadem stood, and for a robe about her lank and o'er-teemed loins, a blanket in the alarm of fear caught up. Who this had seen, with tongue in venom steeped 'gainst fortune's state, would treason have pronounced. But if the gods themselves did see her then, when she saw Pyrrhus make malicious sport in mincing with his sword her husband's limbs, the instant burst of clamour that she made, unless things mortal move them not at all, would have made milch the burning eyes of heaven and passion in the gods.
Look where he has not turned his colour and his tears in his eyes. Oh, prithee no more.
'Tis well. I'll have thee speak out the rest of this soon. Good my lord, will you see the players well bestowed? Do you hear? Let them be well used, for they are the abstract and brief chronicles of the time. After your death, you were better have a bad epitaph than their ill report while you live.
My lord, I will use them according to their desert.
God's bodikins, man, much better. Use every man after his desert, and who should scape whipping? Use them after your own honour and dignity. The less they deserve, the more merit is in your bounty. Take them in.
Come, sirs.
Follow him, friends. We'll hear a play tomorrow.
Exeunt Polonius and players, except the first.
Dost thou hear me, old friend? Can you play the Murther of Gonzago?
Aye, my lord.
We'll have tomorrow night. You could, for a need, study a speech of some 12 or 16 lines, which I would set down and insert in, could you not?
Aye, my lord.
Very well. Follow that lord, and look you mock him not.
Exit first player.
My good friends, I'll leave you till night. You are welcome to Elsinore.
Good, my lord.
Aye, so God be with you.
Exeunt Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Now I'm alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I. Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit that from her working all his visage wanned, tears in his eyes, distraction in his aspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit, and all for nothing, for Hecuba. What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do had he the motive and the cue for passion that I have? He would drown the stage with tears, and cleave the general ear with horrid speech, make mad the guilty and appall the free, confound the ignorant and amaze indeed the very faculties of eyes and ears. Yet I, a dull and muddy-mettled rascal, peak like John a Dreams, unpregnant of my cause, and can say nothing. No, not for a king, upon whose property and most dear life a damned defeat was made. Am I a coward? Who calls me villain, breaks my pater cross, plucks off my beard and blows it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the lie of the throat as deep as to the lungs? Who does me this, huh? Swoons, I should take it, for it cannot be but I am pigeon-livered and lack gall to make oppression bitter, or ere this, I should have fatted all the region kites with this slave's offal. Bloody, bawdy villain, remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain, oh vengeance! Why, what an ass am I! This is most brave, that I, the son of a dear father murthered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, must, like a whore, unpack my heart with words, and fall a-cursing like a very drab, a scullion. Firepont, foe, about my brain, hum, I have heard that guilty creatures, sitting at a play, have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions, For Murther, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks, I'll tempt him to the quick. If he but blench, I know my course. The spirit that I have seen may be a devil, and the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape, yea, and perhaps out of my weakness and my melancholy, as he is very potent with such spirits, abuses me to damn me. I'll have grounds more relative than this. The play's the thing, wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king.
Exit.
Act 3, Scene 1. Elsinore, a room in the castle. Enter King, Queen, Polonius, Ophelia, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, and lords.
And can you, by no drift of circumstance, get from him why he puts on this confusion, grading so harshly all his days of quiet with turbulent and dangerous lunacy?
He does confess he feels himself distracted, but from what cause he will by no means speak.
Nor do we find him forward to be sounded, but with a crafty madness keeps aloof when we would bring him on to some confession of his true state.
Did he receive you well?
Most like a gentleman.
But with much force in his disposition.
Niggard of question, but of our demands most free in his reply.
Did you essay him to any pastime?
Madam, it so fell out that certain players we wrought on the way, of these we told him, and there did seem in him a kind of joy to hear it. They are here about the court, and as I think they have already order this night to play before him.
It is most true, and he beseeched me to entreat your majesties to hear and see the matter.
With all my heart, and it doth much content me to hear him so inclined. Good gentlemen, give him a further edge and drive his purpose on to these delights.
We shall, my lord.
Exeunt Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Sweet Gertrude, leave us too, for we have closely sent for Hamlet hither, that he, as 'twere by accident, may hear affront Ophelia. Her father and myself, lawful epsols, will so bestow ourselves that, seeing unseen, we may of their encounter frankly judge and gather by him, as he is behaved, if be the affliction of his love or no, that thus he suffers for.
I shall obey you. And for your part, Ophelia, I do wish that your good beauties be the happy cause of Hamlet's wildness. So shall I hope your virtues will bring him to his wonted way again, to both your honours.
Madam, I wish it may.
Exit Queen.
Ophelia, walk you here. Gracious, so please you. We will bestow ourselves. Read on this book, that show of such an exercise may colour your loneliness. We are oft to blame in this. 'Tis too much proved that with devotion's visage and pious action we do sugar o'er the devil himself.
Aside.
Oh, 'tis too true. How smart a lash that speech doth give my conscience. The harlot's cheek, beautied with plastering art, is not more ugly to the thing that helps it than is my deed to the most painted word. Oh, heavy burden.
I hear him coming. Let's withdraw, my lord.
Exeunt King and Polonius. Enter Hamlet.
To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing end them. To die, to sleep, no more, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would these fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others that we know not of. Thus conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought, and enterprises of great pith and moment, with this regard their currents turn awry, and lose the name of action. Soft you now, the fair Ophelia, nymph, in thy orisons be all my sins remembered.
Good my lord, how does your honour for this many a day?
I humbly thank you. Well, well, well.
My lord, I have remembrances of yours that I have longed to redeliver. I pray you now receive them.
No, not I. I never gave you aught.
My honoured lord, you know right well you did, and with them words of so sweet breath composed as made the things more rich. Their perfume lost, take these again, for to the noble mind rich gifts wax poor when gives proves unkind. There, my lord.
Ha ha! Are you honest?
My lord?
Are you fair?
What means your lordship?
That if you be honest and fair, your honesty should admit no discourse to your beauty.
Could beauty, my lord, have better commerce than with honesty?
Aye, truly. For the power of beauty will sooner transform honesty from what it is to a bawd than the force of honesty can translate beauty into his likeness. This was sometime a paradox, but now the time gives it proof. I did love you once.
Indeed, my lord, you made me believe so.
You should not have believed me, for virtue cannot so inoculate our old stock, but we shall relish of it. I loved you not.
I was the more deceived.
Get thee to a nunnery. Why wouldst thou be a breeder of sinners? I am myself indifferent honest, but yet I could accuse me of such things that it were better my mother had not borne me. I am very proud, revengeful, ambitious, with more offences at my beck than I have thoughts to put them in, imagination to give them shape, or time to act them in. What should such fellows as I do, crawling between heaven and earth? We are arrant knaves all, believe none of us. Go thy ways to a nunnery. Where's your father?
At home, my lord.
Let the doors be shut upon him, that he may play the fool nowhere but in his own house. Farewell.
Oh, help him, you sweet heavens.
If thou dost marry, I'll give thee this plague for thy dowry. Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calumny. Get thee to a nunnery, go, farewell. Or if thou wilt needs marry, marry a fool, for wise men know well enough what monsters you make of them. To a nunnery, go, and quickly too, farewell.
Oh, heavenly powers, restore him.
I have heard of your paintings too, well enough. God hath given you one face, and you make yourselves another. You jig, you amble, and you lisp. You nickname God's creatures, and make your wantonness your ignorance. Go to, I'll no more on't. It hath made me mad. I say we will have no more marriages. Those that are married already, all but one, shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. To a nunnery, go.
Exit.
Oh, what a noble mind is here overthrown. The courtiers, scholars, soldiers' eye, tongue, sword, the expectancy of rose of the fair state, the glass of fashion and the mould of form, the observed of all the observers, quite down. And I, of ladies most deject and wretched, that sucked the honey of his music vows, now see that noble and most sovereign reason, like sweet bells jangled, out of tune and harsh, the unmatched form and feature of blown youth blasted with ecstasy. Oh, woe is me, till I have seen what I have seen, see what I see.
Enter King and Polonius.
Love, his affections do not that way tend, nor what he spake, though it lacked form a little, was not like madness. There's something in his soul o'er which his melancholy sits on brood, and I do doubt the hatch and the disclose will be some danger, which for to prevent, I have in quick determination thus set it down, he shall with speed to England, for the demand of our neglected tribute. Haply the seas and countries different with variable objects shall expel this something settled matter in his heart, whereon his brains still beating puts him thus from fashion of himself. What think you on't?
It shall do well, but yet I believe the origin and commencement of his grief sprung from neglected love. How now, Ophelia? You need not tell us what Lord Hamlet said. We heard it all. My lord, do as you please, but if you hold it fit, after the play, let his queen mother all alone entreat him to show his grief. Let her be round with him. and I'll be placed, so please you, in the ear of all their conference. If she find him not, to England send him, or confine him where your wisdom best shall think.
It shall be so. Madness in great ones must not unwatched go.
Exeunt. Act 3, Scene 2. Elsinore, hall in the castle. Enter Hamlet and 3 of the players.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of our players do, I had as live the town crier spoke my lines. Nor do not saw the air too much with your hand, thus, but use all gently. For in the very torrent, tempest, and, as I may say, whirlwind of your passion, you must acquire and beget a temperance that may give it smoothness. Oh, it offends me to the soul to hear a robustious, periwig-pated fellow tear a passion to tatters, to very rags, to split the cars of the groundlings, maybe to split the ears of the groundlings, who, for the most part, are capable of nothing but inexplicable dumb shows and noise. I would have such a fellow whipped for or doing termagant. It out Herod's Herod. Pray you avoid it.
I warrant, your honour.
Be not too tame neither, but let your own discretion be your tutor. Suit the action to the word to the action, with this special observance, that thou o'erstep not the modesty of nature, for anything so overdone is from the purpose of playing, whose end, both at the first and now, was and is to hold, as 'twere, the mirror up to nature, to show virtue her own feature, scorn her own image, and the very age and body of time his form and pressure. Now this overdone, or come tardy off, though it make the unskilful laugh, cannot but make the judicious grieve, the censure of the which one must in your allowance o'erweigh a whole theatre of others. Oh, there be players that I have seen play, and heard others praise, and that highly, not to speak it profanely, that neither having the accent of Christians, nor the gait of Christian, pagan, nor man, have so strutted and bellowed, that I have thought some of nature's journeymen had made men, and not made them well. They imitated humanity so abominably.
I hope we have reformed that indifferently with us, sir.
Oh, reform it altogether, and let those that play your clowns speak no more than is set down for them. For there be of them that will themselves laugh, to set on some quantity of barren spectators to laugh too, though in the meantime some necessary question of the play be then to be considered. That's villainous, and shows a most pitiful ambition in the fool that uses it. Go, make you ready.
Exeunt players. Enter Polonius, Rosencrantz, and Guildenstern.
How now, my lord? Will the king hear this piece of work?
And the queen too, and that presently.
Bid the players make haste.
Exit Polonius.
Will you two help to hasten them?
We will, my lord. My lord.
Exeunt they too.
What ho, Horatio?
Enter Horatio.
Here, sweet lord, at your service.
Horatio, thou art e'en as just a man as e'er my conversation coped withal.
Oh, my dear lord.
Nay, do not think I flatter. For what advancement may I hope from thee, that no revenue hast but thy good spirits to feed and clothe thee? Why should the poor be flattered? No, let the candied tongue lick absurd pomp, and crook the pregnant hinges of the knee where thrift may follow fawning. Dost thou hear? Since my dear soul was mistress of her choice, and could of men distinguish, her election hath sealed thee for herself. For thou hast been as one in suffering all that suffers nothing. A man that fortune's buffets and rewards has ta'en with equal thanks, and blessed are those whose blood and judgment are so well commingled that they are not a pipe for fortune's finger to sound what stop she please. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core, I in my heart of heart, as I do thee. Something too much of this, there is a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance, which I have told thee of my father's death. I prithee, when thou seest that act afoot, even with the very comment of thy soul, observe my uncle. If his occulted guilt do not itself unkennel in one speech, it is a damned ghost that we have seen, and my imaginations are as foul as Vulcan's stithy. Give him heedful note, for mine eyes will rivet to his face, and after we will both our judgments join in censure of his seeming.
Well, my lord, if he steal aught the whilst this play is playing and scape detecting, I will pay the theft. Sound the flourish.
Enter trumpets and kettle drums. Draw Danish march. Enter King, Queen, Polonius, Ophelia, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, and other lords attendant, with the guard carrying torches.
They are coming to the play. I must be idle. Get you a place.
How fares our cousin Hamlet?
Excellent, i'faith. Of the chameleon's dish, I eat the air promised crammed. You cannot feed capons so.
I have nothing with this answer, Hamlet. These words are not mine.
No, nor mine now.
To Polonius.
My lord, you played once at the university, you say?
That did I, my lord, and was accounted a good actor.
What did you enact?
I did enact Julius Caesar. I was killed in the Capitol. Brutus killed me.
It was a brute part of him to kill so capital a calf there. Be the players ready?
Aye, my lord, they stay upon your patience.
Come hither, my dear Hamlet, sit by me.
No, good mother. Here's metal more attractive.
To the king.
Aha, do you mark that?
Lady, shall I lie in your lap?
Sits down at Ophelia's feet.
No, my lord.
I mean my head upon your lap.
Aye, my lord.
Do you think I meant country matters?
I think nothing, my lord.
That's a fair thought to lie between maids' legs.
What is, my lord?
Nothing.
You are merry, my lord.
Who, I?
Aye, my lord.
Oh God, you're only jig maker. What should a man do but be merry? For look you how cheerfully my mother looks, and my father died within 2 hours.
Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord.
So long? Nay then, let the devil wear black, for I'll have a suit of sables. Oh heavens, died 2 months ago and not forgotten yet. Then there's hope a great man's memory may outlive his life half a year. But, by lady, he must build churches then, or else he shall, or else shall he suffer not thinking on with the hobby horse whose epitaph is for oh, the hobby horse is forgot.
Oat boys play. The dumb show enters. Enter a king and a queen very lovingly, the queen embracing him and her. She kneels and makes show of protestation unto him. He takes her up and declines his head upon her neck. He lays him down upon a bank of flowers. She, seeing him asleep, leaves him. Anon comes in a fellow, takes off his crown, kisses it, pours poison in the sleeper's ear, and leaves him. The queen returns, finds the king dead, and makes passionate action. The poisoner, with some 3 or 4 mutes, comes in again, seem to condole with her. The dead body is carried away. The poisoner woos the queen with gifts. She seems harsh and unwilling a while, but in the end accepts his love. Exeunt.
What means this, my lord?
Marry, this is mitching malecho. It means mischief.
Belike this show imports the argument of the play.
Enter prologue.
We shall know by this fellow. The players cannot keep counsel. They'll tell all.
Will he tell us what this show meant?
Aye, or any show that you'll show him. Be not you ashamed to show, he'll not shame to tell you what it means.
You are naught, you are naught. I'll mark the play. Pro, for us and for our tragedy. Here stooping to your clemency, we beg your hearing patiently.
Exit.
Is this a prologue or the posy of a ring?
'Tis brief, my lord.
As woman's love.
Enter 2 players as king and queen.
Full 30 times have thieves' carts gone round Neptune's salt wash and Tellus orbed ground, and 30 dozen moons with borrowed sheen about the world have times 12 30s been, since love our hearts and Hymen did our hand unite commutal in most sacred bands.
So many journeys may the sun and moon make us again cant o'er ere love be done. But woe is me, you are so sick of late, so far from cheer and from your former state, that I distrust you. Yet though I discomfort you, my lord, it nothing must. For woman's fear in love holds quantity, in neither aught or in extremity. Now what my love is, proof hath made you know, and as my love is sized, my fear is so.
Where love is great, the littlest doubts are fear. Where little fears grow great, great love grows fear.
Faith, I must leave thee, love, and shortly too. My operant powers their functions leave to do. And thou shalt live in this fair world behind, honoured, beloved, and haply one as kind. For husband shalt thou.
Oh, confound the rest. Second husband, let me be accursed. None wed the second, but who killed the first?
Aside.
Wormwood, wormwood.
I think that's Hamlet. Queen, the instances that second marriage move are base respects of thrift, but none of love. A second time I kill my husband dead, when second husband kisses me in bed. I do believe you think what now you speak, but what we do determine oft we break. Purpose is but the slave to memory of violent birth, but poor validity, which now, like fruit unripe, sticks on the tree, but fall unshaken when they mellow be. Most necessary 'tis that we forget to pay ourselves what to ourselves is debt. What to ourselves in passion we propose, the passion ending, doth the purpose lose. The violence of either grief or joy, their own inactions with themselves destroy. Where joy most revels, grief doth most lament. Grief joys, joy grieves on slender accident. Ben, do you want to take over?
Sure thing. This world is not for aye, nor 'tis not strange that even our loves should with our fortunes change. For 'tis a question lest us yet to prove whether love lead fortune or else fortune love. The great man down, you mark his favourite flies, the poor advanced make friends of enemies, and hitherto doth love on fortune tend, for who not needs shall never lack a friend, and who in want a hollow friend doth try, directly seasons him his enemy. But orderly to end where I begun, our wills and fates do so contrary run, that our devices are still overthrown. Our thoughts are ours, their ends none of our own. So think thou wilt no second husband wed, but die thy thought when thy first lord is dead.
Nor earth to me give food, nor heaven light. Sport and repose lock from me day and night. To desperation turn my trust and hope, and anchor's cheer in prison be my scope. Each opposite that blanks the face of joy, meet what I would have well, and it destroy. Both here and hence pursue me lasting strife, if once a widow, ever I be wife.
If she should break it now.
'Tis deeply sworn. Sweet, leave me here while my spirits grow dull, and fain I would beguile the tedious day with sleep.
Sleep rock thy brain,
He sleeps.
and never come mischance between us twain.
Exit.
Madam, how do you like this play?
The lady doth protest too much, methinks.
Oh, but she'll keep her word.
Have you heard the argument? Is there no offence in it?
No, no, they do but jest. Poison in jest. No offence to the world.
What do you call the play?
The Mouse Trap. Marry how? Tropically. This play is the image of a murder done in Vienna. Gonzago is the Duke's name, his wife Baptista. You shall see anon. 'Tis a knavish piece of work, but what of that? Your Majesty, and we that have free souls, it touches us not. Let the galled jade winch, our withers are unwrung.
Enter Lucianus. This is one Lucianus, nephew to the king.
You are as good as a chorus, my lord.
I could interpret between you and your love if I could see the puppets dallying.
You are keen, my lord, you are keen.
It would cost you a groaning to take off my edge.
Still better and worse.
So you must take your husbands. Begin, murderer. Pox, leave thy damnable faces and begin. Come, the croaking raven doth bellow for revenge. Lucianus. Thoughts black, hands apt, drugs fit and time agreeing. confederate season, else no creature seeing. Thou mixture rank of midnight weeds collected, with Hecate's ban thrice blasted, thrice infected, thy natural magic and dire property on wholesome life usurp immediately.
Pours poison, the poison in his ears.
He poisons him in the garden for his estate. His name's Gonzago. The story is extant and written in very choice Italian. You shall see anon how the murderer gets the love of Gonzago's wife.
The king rises.
What, frighted with false fire?
How fares my lord?
Give o'er the play.
Give me some light. Away.
Lights.
Exeunt all but Hamlet and Horatio.
Why, let the strucken deer go weep, the heart ungalled play. For some must watch while some must sleep. Thus runs the world away. Would not this, sir, and a forest of feathers, if the rest of my fortunes turn Turk with me, with 2 provincial roses on my raised shoes, get me a fellowship in a cry of players, sir?
Half a share.
A whole one, I. For thou dost know, O Damon dear, this realm dismantled was of Jove himself, and now reigns here a very, very Padjock.
You might have rhymed.
Oh, good Horatio, I'll take the ghost's word for £1,000. Didst perceive?
Very well, my lord.
Upon the talk of poisoning?
I did very well note him.
Aha, come, some music. Come, the recorders. For if the king like not the comedy, why then belike he likes it not. Purdy, come, some music.
Enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Good my lord, vouchsafe me a word with you.
Sir, a whole history.
The king, sir.
Aye, sir, what of him?
Is in his retirement, marvellous distempered.
With drink, sir?
No, my lord, rather with choler.
Your wisdom should show itself more richer to signify this to the doctor. For me to put him to his purgation would perhaps plunge him into far more choler.
Good my lord, put your discourse into some frame and start not so widely from my affair.
I am tame, sir, pronounce.
The queen, your mother, is in most great affliction of spirit, has sent me to you.
You are welcome.
Nay, my good lord, this courtesy is not of your great breed. If it shall please you to make me a wholesome answer, I will do your mother's commandment. If not, your pardon and your return shall be the end of my business.
Sir, I cannot.
What, my lord?
Make you a wholesome answer. My wit's diseased. But, sir, such answer as I can make you shall command, or rather, as you say, my mother. Therefore no more, but to the matter. My mother, you say.
And thus, she says, your behaviour hath struck her into amazement and admiration.
O wonderful son that can so astonish a mother. But is there no sequel at the heels of this mother's admiration? In part.
She desires to speak with you in her closet ere you go to bed.
We shall obey, were she 10 times our mother. Have you any further trade with us?
My lord, you once did love me.
And do still by these pickers and stealers.
Good my lord, what is your cause of distemper? You do surely bar the door upon your own liberty if you deny your grief to your friend.
Sir, I lack advancement.
How can that be when you have the voice of the king himself for your succession in Denmark?
Aye, sir, but while the grass grows, the proverb is something musty.
Enter the players with recorders.
Oh, the recorders. Let me see one. To withdraw with you, why do you go about to recover the wind of me, as if you would drive me into a toil?
Oh, my lord, if my duty be too bold, my love is too unmannerly.
I do not well understand that. Will you play upon this pipe?
My lord, I cannot.
I pray you.
Believe me, I cannot.
I do beseech you.
I know no touch of it, my lord.
It is as easy as lying. Govern these ventages with your fingers and thumbs, give it breath with your mouth, and it will discourse most eloquent music. Look you, these are the stops.
But these cannot I command to any utterance of harmony. I have not the skill.
Why, look you now, how unworthy a thing you make of me. You would play upon me, you would seem to know my stops, you would pluck out the heart of my mystery, you would sound me from my lowest note to the top of my compass, and there is much music, excellent voice in this little organ, yet cannot you make it speak? Splud, do you think I am easier to be played on than a pipe? Call me what instrument you will, though you can fret me, you cannot play upon me.
Enter Polonius.
God bless you, sir.
My lord, the queen would speak with you, and presently.
Do you see yonder cloud that's almost in shape of a camel?
By the mass, and 'tis like a camel indeed.
Methinks it is like a weasel.
It is backed like a weasel.
Or like a whale.
Very like a whale.
Then will I come to my mother by and by. They fool me to the top of my bent. I will come by and by.
I will say so.
Exit.
By and by is easily said. Leave me, friends.
Exeunt all but Hamlet.
'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on. Soft, now to my mother. O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not ever the soul of Nero enter this firm bosom. Let me be cruel, not unnatural. I will speak daggers to her, but use none. My tongue and soul in this be hypocrites. How in my words somever she be shent, to give them seals never my soul consent.
Exit. Act 3, Scene 3. A room in the castle. Enter King, Rosencrantz, and Guildenstern.
I like him not, nor stands it safe with us to let his madness range. Therefore prepare you, I, your commission, will forthwith dispatch, and he to England shall along with you. The terms of our estate may not endure hazard so near us as doth hourly grow out of his lunacies.
We will ourselves provide. Most holy and religious fear is that to keep those many, many bodies safe that live and feed upon your majesty.
The single and peculiar life is bound with all the strength and armor of the mind to keep itself from annoyance, but much more that spirit upon whose weal depends and rests the lives of many. The cess of majesty dies not alone, but like a gulf doth draw what's near it with it. It is a massy wheel fixed on the summit of the highest mount, to whose huge spokes 10,000 lesser things are mortised and adjoined, which, when it falls, each small annexment of petty consequence attends the boisterous ruin. Never alone did the king sigh, but with a general groan.
Arm you, I pray you, to this speedy voyage, for we will fetters put upon this fear which now goes too free-footed.
We will haste us.
Exeunt gentlemen. Enter Polonius.
My lord, he's going to his mother's closet. Behind the arras I'll convey myself to hear the process. I'll warrant she'll tax him home. And as you said, and wisely was it said, 'tis meet that some more audience than a mother, since nature makes them partial, should o'erhear the speech of vantage. Fare you well, my liege. I'll call upon you ere you go to bed, and tell you what I know.
Thanks, dear my lord.
Exit Polonius.
Oh, my offense is rank. It smells to heaven. It hath the primal eldest curse upon it, a brother's murder. Pray can I not, though inclination be as sharp as will. My stronger guilt defeats my strong intent, and like a man to double business bound, I stand in pause where I shall first begin and both neglect. What if this cursed hand were thicker than itself with brother's blood? Is there not rain enough in the sweet heavens to wash it white as snow? Whereto serves mercy but to confront the visage of offense? And what's in prayer but this twofold force, to be forestalled ere we come to fall, or pardoned being down? Then I'll look up. My fault is past. But oh, what form of prayer can serve my turn? Forgive me for foul murder? That cannot be, since I am still possessed of those effects for which I did the murder, my crown, mine own ambition, and my queen. May one be pardoned and retain the offense? In the corrupted currents of this world, offense's gilded hand may shove by justice, and oft 'tis seen the wicked prize itself buys out the law. But 'tis not so above. There is no shuffling. There the action lies in his true nature, and we ourselves compelled even to the teeth and forehead of our faults to give in evidence. Oh, what then? What rests? Try what repentance can, what can it not? Yet What can it when one cannot repent? Oh, wretched state! Oh, bosom black as death! Oh, limed soul, that struggling to be free art more engaged. Help, angels. Make assay. Bow, stubborn knees and heart with strings of steel, be soft as sinews of the newborn babe. All may be well.
He kneels. Enter Hamlet.
Now might I do it, Pat. Now he is praying, and now I'll do it. And so he goes to heaven, and so am I revenged. That would be scanned. A villain kills my father, and for that I, his sole son, do this same villain send to heaven. Why, this is higher in salary, not revenge. He took my father grossly, full of bread, with all his crimes broad blown, as flush as May. And how his audit stands, who knows save heaven? But in our circumstance and course of thought, 'tis heavy with him. And am I then revenged, to take him in the purging of his soul, when he is fit and seasoned for his passage? No. Up, sword, and know thou a more horrid hent, when he is drunk asleep, or in his rage, or in the incestuous pleasure of his bed, at gaming, swearing, or about some act that has no relish of salvation in't, then trip him, that his heels may kick at heaven, and that his soul may be as damned and black as hell whereto it goes. My mother stays. This physic but prolongs thy sickly days.
Exit. Claudius rises.
My words fly up, my thoughts remain below. Words without thoughts never to heaven go.
Exit. Act 3, Scene 4. The Queen's Closet. Enter Queen and Polonius.
He will come straight. Look you lay home to him. Tell him his pranks have been too broad to bear with, and that your grace hath screened and stood between much heat and him. I'll silence me even here. Pray you be round with him.
Mother, mother, mother.
I'll warrant you, fear me not. Withdraw, I hear him coming.
Polonius hides behind the arras. Enter Hamlet.
Now, mother, what's the matter?
Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended.
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Come, come, you answer with an idle tongue.
Go, go, you question with a wicked tongue.
Why? How now, Hamlet?
What's the matter now?
Have you forgot me?
No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife, and, would it were not so, you are my mother.
Nay, then I'll set those to you that can speak.
Come, come, and sit you down. You shall not budge. You go not till I set you up a glass where you may see the inmost part of you.
What wilt thou do? Thou wilt not murder me. Help! Help! Ho!
Polonius behind.
But ho! Help! Help! Help!
Hamlet draws.
How now, a rat? Dead for a ducat, dead.
Makes a pass through the arras and kills Polonius. Polonius behind.
Oh! I am slain.
Oh me, what hast thou done?
Nay, I know not. Is it the king?
Oh, what a rash and bloody deed is this!
A bloody deed, almost as bad, good mother, as kill a king and marry with his brother.
As kill a king?
Aye, lady, it was my word.
Lifts up the arras and sees Polonius.
Thou wretched, rash, intruding fool, farewell. I took thee for thy better. Take thy fortune. Thou find'st to be too busy is some danger. Leave wringing of your hands. Peace, sit you down, and let me wring your heart, for so I shall, if it be made of penetrable stuff, if damned custom have not brazed it so that it is proof and bulwark against sense.
What have I done that thou durst wag thy tongue in noise so rude against me?
Such an act that blurs the grace and blush of modesty, calls virtue hypocrite, takes off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love, and sets a blister there, makes marriage vows as false as Dice's oath. Oh, such a deed as from the body of contraction plucks the very soul, and sweet religion makes a rhapsody of words. Heaven's face doth glow. Yea, this solidity and compound mass, with tristful visage as against the doom, is thought-sick at the act.
Ah me, what act that roars so loud and thunders in the index?
Look here upon this picture, and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See what a grace was seated on this brow, Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, an eye like Mars to threaten and command, a station like the herald Mercury, new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill, a combination and form indeed, where every god did seem to set his seal to give the world assurance of a man. This was your husband. Look you now what follows. Here is your husband, like a mildewed ear, blasting his wholesome brother. Have you eyes? Could you on this fair mountain leave to feed, and batten on this moor? Ha, have you eyes? You cannot call it love. For at your age, the heyday in the blood is tame, it's humble, and waits upon the judgment. Sense sure you have, else could you not have motion, but sure that sense is apoplexed, for madness would not err, nor sense to ecstasy was ne'er so thralled, but it reserved some quantity of choice to serve in such a difference. What devil was't that thus hath cozened you at hoodman blind? Eyes without feeling, feeling without sight, ears without hands or eyes, smelling sans all, or but a sickly part of one true sense, could not so mope. Oh shame, where is thy blush? Rebellious hell, if thou canst mutine in a matron's bones, to flaming youth let virtue be as wax and melt in her own fire. Proclaim no shame when the compulsive ardour gives the charge, since frost itself as actively doth burn, and reason panders all.
O Hamlet, speak no more. Thou turns mine eyes into my very soul, and there I see such black and grained spots as will not leave their tinct.
Nay, but to live in the rank sweat of an enseamed bed, stewed in corruption, honeying and making love over the nasty sty.
Oh, speak to me no more. These words like daggers enter in mine ears. No more, sweet Hamlet.
A murderer and a villain, a slave that is not 20th part the tithe of your precedent lord, a vice of kings, a cutpurse of the empire and the rule, that from a shelf the precious diadem stole and put it in his pocket.
No more.
Enter the ghost in his nightgown.
A king of shreds and patches. Save me and hover o'er me with your wings, you heavenly guards. What would your gracious figure?
Alas, he's mad.
Do you not come your tardy son to chide, that lapsed in time and passion lets go by the important acting of your dread command? Oh, say.
Do not forget, this visitation is but to whet thy almost blunted purpose. But look, amazement on thy mother sits. Oh, step between her and her fighting soul. Conceit in weakest bodies, strongest works. Speak to her, Hamlet.
How is it with you, lady?
Alas, how is it with you, that you do bend your eye on vacancy, and with incorporeal air do hold discourse? Forth at your eyes your spirits wildly peep, and, as the sleeping soldiers in the alarm, your bedded hairs, like life and excrements, stand up and stand an end. O gentle sun, upon the heat and flame of thy distemper, sprinkle cool patience. Whereon do thou look?
On him, on him! Look you how pale he glares. His form and cause conjoined, preaching to stones, would make them capable. Do not look upon me, lest with this piteous action you convert my stern effects. Then what I have to do will want true colour, tears perchance for blood.
To whom do you speak this?
Do you see nothing there?
Nothing at all. Yet all that is I see.
Nor did you nothing hear?
No, nothing but ourselves.
Why, look you there. Look how it steals away. My father in his habit as he lived. Look where he goes, even now at the portal.
Exit ghost.
This is the very coinage of your brain. This bodiliness, creation, ecstasy is very cunning in...
Ecstasy? My pulse as yours doth temperately keep time, and makes us healthful music. It is not madness that I have uttered. Bring me to the test, and I the matter will reword, which madness would gamble from. Mother, for love of grace, lay not that flattering unction to your soul, that not your trespass but my madness speaks. It will but skin and film the ulcerous place, whilst rank corruption, mining all within, infects unseen. Confess yourself to heaven, repent what's past, avoid what is to come, and do not spread the compost on the weeds to make them ranker. Forgive me this my virtue, for in the fatness of these pursy times, virtue itself of vice must pardon beg, yea, curb and woo for leave to do him good.
O Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in twain.
Oh, throw away the worser part of it, and live the purer with the other half. Good night, but go not to my uncle's bed. Assume a virtue if you have it not. That monster custom, who all sense doth eat, of habits evil, is angel yet in this, that to the use of actions fair and good, he likewise gives a frock or livery that aptly is put on. Refrain tonight, and that shall lend a kind of easiness to the next abstinence, the next more easy, for use almost can change the stamp of nature, and either master the devil or throw him out with wondrous potency. Once more, good night. And when you are desirous to be blessed, I'll blessing beg of you. For this same Lord I do repent, but heaven hath pleased it so to punish me with this and this with me, that I must be their scourge and minister. I will bestow him and will answer well the death I gave him. So again, good night. I must be cruel only to be kind. Thus bad begins and worse remains behind. One word more, good lady.
What shall I do?
Not this by no means that I bid you do. Let the bloat king tempt you again to bed. Pinch wanton on your cheek, call you his mouse, and let him, for a pair of reachy kisses, or paddling in your neck with his damned fingers, make you to ravel all this matter out, that I essentially am not in madness, but mad in craft. 'Twere good you let him know, for who that's but a queen, fair, sober, wise, would from a paddock, from a bat, a jib, such dear concernings hide? Who would do so? No, in despite of sense and secrecy, unpeg the basket on the house's top. Let the birds fly, and like the famous ape, to try conclusions, in the basket creep, and break your own neck down.
Be thou assured, if words be made of breath and breath of life, I have no life to breathe what thou hast said to me.
I must to England, you know that?
Alack, I had forgot. 'Tis so concluded on.
There's letters sealed, and my two schoolfellows, whom I trust as I will adders fanged, they bear the mandate. They must sweep my way and marshal me to knavery. Let it work, for 'tis the sport to have the engineer hoist with his own petard, and shall go hard, but I will delve 1 yard below their minds and blow them at the moon. Oh, 'tis most sweet when in one line 2 crafts directly meet. This man shall set me packing. I'll lug the guts into the neighbour room. Mother, good night. Indeed, this counsellor is now most still, most secret and most grave, who was in life a foolish peating knave. Come, sir, to draw toward an end with you. Good night, mother.
Exit the queen. Then exit Hamlet, tugging in Polonius.
Act 4, Scene 1, Elsinore, a room in the castle. Enter King and Queen with Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
There's matter in these sighs. These profound heaves you must translate. 'Tis fit we understand them. Where is your son?
Bestow this place on us a little while.
Exeunt Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Ah, mine own lord, what have I seen tonight?
What, Gertrude? How dost Hamlet?
Mad is the sea and wind when both contend which is the mightier. In his lawless fit, behind the arras, hearing something stir, whips out his rapier, cries, "Arat, arat!" and in this brainish apprehension kills the unseen good old man.
Oh, heavy deed. It had been so with us, had we been there. His liberty is full of threats to all, to you yourself, to us, to everyone. Alas, how shall this bloody deed be answered? It will be laid to us, whose providence should have kept short, restrained, and out of haunt this mad young man. But so much was our love, we would not understand what was most fit, but like the owner of a foul disease, to keep it from divulging, let it feed even on the pith of life. Where is he gone?
To draw apart the body he hath killed. o'er whom his very madness, like some ore among a mineral of metals based, shows itself pure. He weeps for what is done.
Oh, Gertrude, come away. The sun no sooner shall the mountains touch, but we will ship him hence. And this vile deed we must with all our majesty and skill both countenance and excuse. Ho, Guildenstern!
Enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Friends both, go join you with some further aid. Hamlet in madness hath Polonius slain, and from his mother's closet he hath dragged him. Go, seek him out. Speak fair, and bring the body into the chapel. I pray you hasten this.
Exeunt Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Come, Gertrude will call upon our wisest friends and let them know both what we mean to do and what's untimely done. So happy slander, whose whisper o'er the world's diameter, as level as the cannon to his blank, transports his poisoned shot, may miss our name and hit the wondrous air. Oh, come away. My soul is full of discord and dismay.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 2, Elsinore, a passage in the castle. Enter Hamlet.
Safely stowed.
Within.
Hamlet, Lord Hamlet.
But soft, what noise? Who calls on Hamlet? Oh, here they come.
Enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
What have you done, my lord, with the dead body?
Compounded it with dust, whereto 'tis kin.
Tell us where 'tis, that we may take it thence and bear it to the chapel.
Do not believe it.
Believe what?
That I can keep your counsel and not mine own. Besides, to be demanded of a sponge, what replication should be made by the son of a king?
Take you me for a sponge, my lord?
Aye, sir, that soaks up the king's countenance, his rewards, his authorities, but such officers do the king best service in the end. He keeps them like an ape in the corner of his jaw, first mouthed to be last swallowed. When he needs what you have gleaned, it is but squeezing you, and, sponge, you shall be dry again.
I understand you not, my lord.
I am glad of it. A knavish speech sleeps in a foolish ear.
My lord, you must tell us where the body is and go with us to the king.
The body is with the king, but the king is not with the body. The king is a thing...
A thing, my lord?
Of nothing. Bring me to him. Hide fox and all after.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 3, Elsinore, a room in the castle. Enter King.
I have sent to seek him and to find the body. How dangerous is it that this man goes loose? Yet we must not put the strong law upon him. He's loved of the distracted multitude, who like not in their judgment but their eyes. And where 'tis so, the offender's scourge is weighed, but never the offense. To bear all smooth and even, this sudden sending him away must seem deliberate pause. Diseases and desperate groan by desperate appliance are relieved, or not at all.
Enter Rosencrantz.
How now? Oh, what hath befallen?
Where the dead body is bestowed, my lord, we cannot get from him.
But where is he?
Without, my lord, guarded, to know your pleasure.
Bring him before us.
Ho, Guildenstern, bring in my lord.
Enter Hamlet and Guildenstern with attendants.
Now, Hamlet, where's Polonius?
At supper.
At supper? Where?
Not where he eats, but where he is eaten. A certain convocation of politic worms are e'en at him. Your worm is your only emperor for diet. We fat all creatures else to fat us, and we fat ourselves for maggots. Your fat king and your lean beggar is but variable service. 2 dishes, but to 1 table. That's the end.
Alas, alas.
A man may fish with the worm that hath eat of a king, and eat of the fish that hath fed of that worm.
What dost thou mean by this?
Nothing but to show you how a king may go a progress through the guts of a beggar.
Where is Polonius?
In heaven. Send thither to see. If your messenger find him not there, seek him in the other place yourself. But indeed, if you find him not within this month, you shall nose him as you go up the stair into the lobby.
Go, seek him there.
To attendants.
He will stay till you come.
Exeunt attendants.
Hamlet, this deed, for thine especial safety, which we do tender as we dearly grieve for that which thou hast done, must send thee hence with fiery quickness. Therefore prepare thyself. The bark is ready and the wind at help. The associates tend and everything is bent for England.
For England?
Aye, Hamlet.
Good.
So is it, if thou knewest our purposes.
I see a cherub that sees them. But come, for England. Farewell, dear mother.
Thy loving father, Hamlet.
My mother. Father and mother is man and wife. Man and wife is one flesh, and so my mother. Come, for England.
Exit.
Follow him at foot. Tempt him with speed aboard. Delay it not, I'll have him hence tonight. Away! For everything is sealed and done that else leans on the affair. Pray you, make haste.
Exeunt Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
And England, if my love thou holdst at aught, as my great power thereof may give thee sense, since yet thy cicatrice looks raw and red after the Danish sword, and thy free awe pays homage to us, thou mayest not coldly set our sovereign process, which imports at full, by letting congruing to that effect, the present death of Hamlet. Do it, England. For like the hectic in my blood, he rages, and thou must cure me. Till I know 'tis done, howe'er my haps, my joys are ne'er begun.
Exit. Act 4, Scene 4, near Elsinore. Enter Fortinbras with his army over the stage.
Go, captain, from me great the Danish king. Tell him that by his license Fortinbras craves the conveyance of a promised march over his kingdom. You know the rendezvous. If that his majesty would aught with us, we shall express our duty in his eye, and let him know so.
I will do it, my lord.
Go, softly, go.
Exeunt, all but the captain. Enter Hamlet, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, and others.
Good sir, whose powers are these?
They are of Norway, sir.
How purposed, sir, I pray you?
Against some part of Poland.
Who commands them, sir?
The nephew to old Norway, Fortinbras.
Goes it against the main of Poland, sir, or for some frontier?
Truly to speak, and with no addition, we go to gain a little patch of ground that hath in it no profit but the name, to pay 5 ducats. 5 I would not farm it, nor will it yield to Norway or the Pole a ranker rate, should it be sold in fee.
Why then the Polak never will defend it.
Yes, it is already garrisoned.
2,000 souls and 20,000 ducats will not debate the question of this straw. This is the imposthume of much wealth and peace, that inward breaks and shows no cause without why the man dies. I humbly thank you, sir.
God be with you, sir.
Exit.
Will please you go, my lord.
I'll be with you straight. Go a little before.
Exeunt, all but Hamlet.
How all occasions do inform against me and spur my dull revenge. What is a man, if his chief good and market of his time be but to sleep and feed? A beast, no more. Sure, he that made us with such large discourse, looking before and after, gave us not that capability and godlike reason to fust in us unused. Now, whether it be bestial oblivion or some craven scruple of thinking too precisely on the event, a thought which quartered hath but 1 part wisdom and ever 3 parts coward, I do not know why yet I live to say things to do, sith I have cause and will and strength and means to do it. Examples gross as earth exhort me. Witness this army of such mass and charge, led by a delicate and tender prince, whose spirit, with divine ambition puffed, makes mouths at the invisible event, exposing what is mortal and unsure to all that fortune, death, and danger dare, even for an eggshell. Rightly to be great is not to stir without great argument, but greatly to find quarrel in a straw when honour's at the stake. How stand I then, that have a father killed, a mother stained, excitements of my reason and my blood, and let all sleep, while to my shame I see the imminent death of 20,000 men, that for a fantasy and trick of fame go to their graves like beds, fight for a plot, whereon the numbers cannot try the cause, which is not tomb enough and continent to hide the slain. Oh, from this time forth, my thoughts be bloody or be nothing worth.
Exit. Act 4, Scene 5, Elsinore, a room in the castle. Enter Horatio, Queen, and a gentleman.
I will not speak with her.
She is importunate, indeed distract. Her mood will needs be pitied.
What would she have?
She speaks much of her father, says she hears there's tricks of the world, and hems and beats her heart, spurns enviously at straws, speaks things in doubt that carry but half sense. Her speech is nothing. Yet the unshaped use of it doth move the hearers to collection. They aim at it and botch the words up fit to their own thoughts, which as her winks and nods and gestures yield them, indeed, make one think there might be thought, though nothing sure, yet much unhappily.
'Twere good she were spoken with, for she may strew dangerous conjectures in ill-breeding minds.
Let her come in.
Exit gentleman. Aside.
To my sick soul, as sin's true nature is, each toy seems prologue to some great amiss. So full of artless jealousy is guilt, it spills itself in fearing to be spilt.
Enter Ophelia, distracted.
Where is the beauteous majesty of Denmark?
How now, Ophelia?
Sings.
How should I, your true love, know from another one? By his cockle bat and staff and his sandal shoon.
Alas, sweet lady, what imports this song?
Say you, nay, pray you mark, he is dead and gone, lady, he is dead and gone. At his head a grass-green turf, at his heels a stone. Oh ho!
Nay, but Ophelia.
Pray you mark, white his shroud as the mountain snow.
Enter King.
Alas, look here, my lord.
Larded all with sweet flowers, which bewept to the grave did not go with true love showers.
How do you, pretty lady?
Well, God dild you. They say the owl was a baker's daughter. Lord, we know what we are, but know not what we may be. God be at your table.
Conceit upon her father.
Pray, let's have no words of this. But when they ask you what it means, say you this. Tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day, all in the morning bedtime, and I am made at your window to be your Valentine. Then up he rose and donned his clothes and up the chamber door. Let in the maid, then out the maid, never departed more.
Pretty Ophelia.
Indeed, la, without an oath, I'll make an end on it. By guess and by Saint Charity, alack and fie for shame. Young men will do it if they come to it, by cock they are to blame. Quoth she, before you tumbled me, you promised me to wed. He answers, so would I ha' done, by yonder sun, and thou hast not come to my bed.
How long hath she been like thus?
I hope all will be well. We must be patient. But I cannot choose but weep to think they would lay him in the cold ground. My brother shall know of it, and so I thank you for your good counsel. Come, my coach. Good night, ladies. Good night, sweet ladies. Good night, good night.
Exit.
Follow her close. Give her good watch, I pray you.
Exit Horatio.
Oh, this is the poison of deep grief. It springs all from her father's death. Oh, Gertrude. Gertrude, when sorrows come, they come not single spies, but in battalions. First her father slain, next your son gone, and he most violent author of his own just remove. The people muddied, thick, and unwholesome in their thoughts and whispers for good Polonius' death, and we have done but greenly in hugger-mugger to inter him. Poor Ophelia, divided from herself and her fair judgment, without the which we are pictures of mere beasts. Last, and as much containing as all these, her brother is in secret come from France, feeds on his wonder, keeps himself in clouds, and wants not buzzers to infect his ear with pestilent speeches of his father's death, wherein necessity Of matter beggared, will nothing stick our person to a rein in ear and ear. Oh, my Gertrude, this, like to a murdering piece, in many places gives me a superfluous death.
A noise within.
Alack, what noise is this?
Where are my Switzers? Let them guard the door.
Enter a messenger.
What's the matter?
Save yourself, my lord. The ocean of appearing of his list, its nether flats with more impetuous haste, and young Laertes in a riotous head, o'erbears your offices. The rabble call him lord. And as the war were now but to begin, antiquity forgot, custom not known, the ratifiers and props of every word, they cry, choose we, Laertes shall be king. Caps, hands, and tongues applauded to the clouds. Laertes shall be king, Laertes king.
A noise within.
How cheerfully on the false trail they cry. Oh, this is counter, you false Danish dogs.
The doors are broke.
Enter Laertes with others.
Where is this king? Sir, stayed you all without?
No, let's come in.
Come in.
I pray you, give me leave.
We will.
We will.
I thank you. Keep the door.
Exeunt his followers.
O thou vile king, give me my father.
Calmly, good Laertes.
That drop of blood that calm proclaims me bastard. Christ cuckold to my father, brands the harlot even here between the chaste unsmirched brows of my true mother.
What is the cause, Laertes, that thy rebellion looks so giant-like? Let him go, Gertrude. Do not fear our person. There's such divinity doth hedge a king, that treason can but peep to what it would, acts little of his will. Tell me, Laertes, why thou art thus incensed? Let him go, Gertrude. Speak, man.
Where is my father?
Dead.
But not by him.
Let him demand his fill.
How came he dead? I'll not be juggled with. To hell allegiance, vows to the blackest devil, conscience and grace to the profoundest pit. I dare damnation. To this point I stand, that both the world I give to negligence, let come what comes. Only I'll be revenged most thoroughly for my father.
Who shall stay you?
My will, not all the world, and for my means I'll husband them so well, they shall go far with little.
Good Laertes, if you desire to know the certainty of your dear father's death, is writ in your revenge that sweepstake you will draw both friend and foe, winner and loser?
None but his enemies.
Will you know them then?
To his good friends thus wide I'll ope my arms, and, like the kind life-rendering pelican, repass them with my blood.
Why, now you speak like a good child and a true gentleman. That I am guiltless of your father's death, and am most sensibly in grief for it, it shall as level to your judgment pierce, as day does to your eye.
A noise within. Let her come in.
How now? What noise is that?
Enter Ophelia.
Oh, heat, dry up my brains. Tears 7 times salt burn out the sense and virtue of mine eye. By heaven, thy madness shall be paid by weight till our scale turn the beam. O Rose of May, dear maid, kind sister, sweet Ophelia. O heavens, is't possible a young maid's wit should be as mortal as an old man's life? Nature is fine in love, and where 'tis fine it sends some precious instance of itself after the thing it loves.
Sings.
They bore him barefaced on the bier, hey non nonny nonny hey nonny, and in his grave reigned many a tear. Fare you well, my dove.
Hadst thou thy wits, and didst persuade revenge, it could not move me thus.
You must sing a down, and you can call him a downer. Oh, how the will becomes it. It is the false steward that stole his master's daughter.
This nothing's more than matter.
There's rosemary, that's for remembrance. Pray you, love, remember. And there is pansies, that's for thoughts.
A document in madness, thoughts and remembrance fitted.
There's fennel for you and columbines, There's rue for you, and here's some for me. We may call it herb of grace of Sundays. Oh, you must wear your rue with a difference. There's a daisy. I would give you some violets, but they withered all when my father died. They say he made a good end. For bonny sweet Robin is all my joy.
Thought and affliction, passion, hell itself. She turns to favour and to prettiness.
And will he not come again? And will he not come again? No, no, he is dead. Go to thy deathbed. He will never come again. His beard was as white as snow, all flaxen was his poll. He is gone, and we cast away moan. God a mercy on his soul, and all Christian souls, I pray God. God be with you.
Exit.
Do you see this, O God?
Laertes, I must commune with your grief, or you deny me right. Go but apart, make choice of whom your wisest friends you will, and they shall hear and judge twixt you and me. If by direct or by collateral hand they find us touched, we will our kingdom give, our crown, our life, and all that we call ours to you in satisfaction. But if not, be you content to lend your patience to us, and we shall jointly labor with your soul to give it due content.
Let this be so. He means of death, his obscure funeral. No trophy, no sword, nor hatchment o'er his bones, no noble right, nor formal ostentation. Cry to be heard as 'twere from heaven to earth that I must call to in question.
So you shall. And where the offense is, let the great axe fall. I pray you go with me.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 6. Elsinore, another room in the castle. Enter Horatio with an attendant.
What are they that would speak with me?
Seafaring men, sir. They say they have letters for you.
Let them come in.
Exit attendant.
I do not know from what part of the world I should be greeted, if not from Lord Hamlet.
Enter sailors.
God bless you, sir.
Let him bless thee too.
I shall, sir, and it please him. There's a letter for you, sir. It comes from the ambassador that was bound for England. If your name be Horatio, as I am led to know it is.
Reads the letter.
Horatio, when thou shalt have overlooked this, give these fellows some means to the king. They have letters for him. Ere we were 2 days at sea, a pirate, a very warlike appointment, gave us chase. Finding ourselves too slow of sail, we put on a compelled valor, and in the grapple I boarded them. On the instant they got clear of our ship, so I alone became their prisoner. They have dealt with me like thieves of mercy, but they knew what they did. I am to do a good turn for them. Let the king have the letters I have sent, and repair thou to me with as much speed as thou wouldst fly death. I have words to speak in thine ear will make thee dumb, yet they are much too light for the bore of the matter. These good fellows will bring thee where I am. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern hold their course for England. Of them I have much to tell thee. Farewell, he that thou knowest thine, Hamlet. Come, I will give you way for these your letters, and do it the speedier that you may direct me to him from whom you brought.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 7. Elsinore, another room in the castle. Enter King and Laertes.
Now must your conscience my acquittal seal, and you must put me in your heart for friend, sith you have heard, and with a knowing ear, that he which hath your noble father slain pursued my life.
It well appears. But tell me, why you proceeded not against these feats so crimeful and so capital in nature, as by your safety, wisdom, all things else you mainly were stirred up?
Oh, for 2 special reasons, which may to you perhaps seem much unsinewed, but yet to me they are strong. The queen his mother lives almost by his looks, and for myself, my virtue or my plague, be it either which, she's so conjunctive to my life and soul that as the star moves not but in his sphere, I could not but by her. The other motive why to a public count I might not go is the great love the general gender bear him, who, dipping all his faults in their affection, would, like the spring that turneth wood to stone, convert his gifts to graces, so that my arrows, too slightly timbered for so loud a wind, would have reverted to my bow again, and not where I had aimed them.
And so have I a noble father lost, a sister driven into desperate terms, whose worth, if praises may go back again, stood challenger and on mount of all the age for her perfections. But my revenge will come.
Break not your sleeps for that. You must not think that we are made of stuff so flat and dull that we can let our beard be shook with danger and think it pastime. You shortly shall hear more. I loved your father, and we love ourselves, and that, I hope, will teach you to imagine.
Enter a messenger with letters.
How now? What news?
Letters, my lord, from Hamlet. This to your majesty, this to the queen.
From Hamlet? Who brought them?
Sailors, my lord, they say. I saw them not. They were given me by Claudio. He received them of him that brought them.
Laertes, you shall hear them. Leave us.
Exit messenger. Reads.
High and mighty, you shall know I am set naked on your kingdom. Tomorrow shall I beg leave to see your kingly eyes, when I shall, first asking your pardon thereunto, recount the occasion of my sudden and more strange return. Hamlet, what should this mean? Are all the rest come back? Or is it some abuse and no such thing?
Know you the hand?
'Tis Hamlet's character, naked, and in a postscript here he says, alone. Can you advise me?
I am lost in it, my lord. But let him come. It warms the very sickness in my heart that I shall live and tell him to his teeth, thus didst thou.
If it be so, Laertes, and how should it be so? How otherwise? Will you be ruled by me?
Aye, my lord. So you will not o'errule me to a peace.
To thine own peace. If he be now returned as checking at his voyage, and that he means no more to undertake it, I will work him to exploit now, ripen my device, under the which he shall not choose but fall. And for his death no wind shall breathe, but even his mother shall uncharge the practice and call it accident.
My lord, I will be ruled. The rather if you could devise it so that I might be the organ.
It falls right. You have been talked of since your travel much, and that in Hamlet's hearing, for a quality wherein they say you shine. Your sum of parts did not together pluck such envy from him as did that one, and that, in my regard, of the unworthiest siege.
What part is that, my lord?
A very riband in the cap of youth, yet needful too, for youth no less becomes the light and careless livery than it wears, than settled age his sables and his weeds, importing health and graveness. 2 months since, here was a gentleman of Normandy. I have seen myself and served against the French, and they can well on horseback. But this gallant had witchcraft in it. He grew unto his seat, and to such wondrous doing brought his horse as had he been encorpsed and demi-natured with the bravest beast. So far he topped my thought that I, in forgery of shapes and tricks, come short of what he did.
A Norman wast?
A Norman.
Upon my life, Lamund.
The very same.
I know him well. He is the brooch indeed and gem of all the nation.
He made confession of you and gave you such a masterly report for art and exercise in your defense, and for your rapier most especially, that he cried out, 'twould be a slight indeed if one could match you. The scrimmers of their nation, he swore, had neither motion, guard, nor eye if you opposed them. Sir, this report of his did Hamlet so envenom with his envy that he could nothing do but wish and beg your sudden coming o'er to play with you. Now out of this,
What out of this, my lord?
Laertes, was your father dear to you? Or are you like the painting of a sorrow, a face without a heart?
Why ask you this?
Not that I think you did not love your father, but that I know love is begun by time, and that I see in passages of proof, time qualifies the spark and fire of it. There lives within the very flame of love a kind of wick or snuff that will abate it, and nothing is at a like goodness still. For goodness, growing to a pleurisy, dies in his own too much. That we should do when we would. For this would changes and hath abatements and delays as many as there are tongues, our hands, our accidents. And then this should is like a spendthrift sigh that hurts by easing. But to the quick or the ulcer, Hamlet comes back. What would you undertake to show yourself your father's son in deed more than in words?
To cut his throat in the church.
No place indeed should murder sanctuarize. Revenge should have no bounds. But, good Laertes, will you do this? Keep close within your chamber. Hamlet returned shall know you are come home. Will put on those shall praise your excellence, and set a double varnish on the fame the Frenchman gave you. Bring you in fine together and wager on your heads. He, being remiss, most generous and free from all contriving, will not peruse the foils, so that with ease or with a little shuffling, you may choose a sword unbaited, and in a passive practice, requite him for your father.
I will do't, and for that purpose I'll anoint my sword. I bought an unction of a mountebank, so mortal that but dip a knife in it where it draws blood, no cataplasm so rare, collected from all simples that have virtue under the moon, can save the thing from death. This is but scratched withal. I'll touch my point with this contagion, that if I gall him slightly, it may be death.
Let's further think of this. Weigh what convenience both of time and means may fit us to our shape. If this should fall, and that our drift look through our bad performance, 'twere better not essayed. Therefore this project should have a back or second that might hold if this did blast in proof. Soft, let me see. We'll make a solemn wager on your cunnings. A hat. When in your motion you are hot and dry, as make your bouts more violent to that end, and that he calls for drink, I'll have prepared him a chalice for the nonce, whereon but sipping, if he but chance escape your venom struck, or purpose may hold there. But stay, what noise?
Enter
How now?
Queen.
How now, sweet queen?
One woe doth tread upon another's heels, so fast they follow. Your sister's drowned, Laertes.
Drowned? Where?
There is a willow grows aslant a brook that shows his hoar leaves in the glassy stream. There, with fantastic garlands did she come, of crowflowers, nettles, daisies, and long purples, that liberal shepherds give a grosser name. But our cold maids do dead men's fingers call them. There, on the pendant boughs, her coronet weeds, clambering to hang, an envious sliver broke, when down her weedy trophies and herself fell in the weeping brook. Her clothes spread wide and mermaid-like a while they bore her up, which time she chaunted snatches of old tunes as one incapable of her own distress, or like a creature native and endued unto that element. But long it could not be, till that her garments heavy with their drink pulled the poor wretch from her melodious lay to muddy death.
Alas, then she is drowned.
Drowned, drowned.
Too much of water hast thou, poor Ophelia, and therefore I forbid my tears, but yet it is our trick. Nature her custom holds, let shame say what it will. When these are gone, the woman will be out. Adieu, my lord. I have a speech of fire that fain would blaze, but that this folly doubts it.
Exit.
Let's follow, Gertrude. How much I had to do to calm his rage. I now fear this will give it start again. Therefore let's follow.
Exeunt.
Act 5, Scene 1. Elsinore, a churchyard. Enter 2 clowns with spades and pickaxes.
Is she buried in Christian burial when she wilfully seeks her own salvation?
I tell thee she is, therefore make her grave straight. The crowner hath sate on her, and finds it Christian burial.
How can that be unless she drowned herself in her own defence?
Why, 'tis found so.
It must be sea fundendo, it cannot be else, for here lies the point. If I drown myself wittingly, it argues an act, and an act hath 3 branches. It is to act, to do, and to perform. Argal, she drowned herself wittingly.
Nay, but hear you, good man Delver.
Give me leave. Here lies the water. Good. Here stands the man. Good. If the man goes to this water and drown himself, it is willy-nilly. He goes, mark you that. But if the water come to him and drown him, he drowns not himself. Argal, he that is not guilty of his own death, shortens not his own life.
But is this law?
Ay, marry, is't. Crowner's quest law.
Will you have the truth on't? If this had not been a gentlewoman, she should have been buried out of Christian burial.
Why, there thou sayest, and the more pity that great folk should have countenance in this world to drown or hang themselves more than they're even Christian. Come, my spade, there is no ancient gentleman, but gardeners, ditchers, and grave makers. They hold up Adam's profession.
Oh, was he a gentleman?
It was the first that ever bore arms.
Why, he had none.
What, art thou the heathen? How dost thou understand the scripture? The scripture says Adam digged. Could he dig without arms? I'll put another question to thee. If thou answerest me not to the purpose, confess thyself.
Go to.
What is he that builds stronger than either the mason, the shipwright, or the carpenter?
The gallows maker, for that frame outlives 1,000 tenants.
I like thy wit well, in good faith. The gallows does well. But how does it well? It does well to those that do ill. Now thou dost ill to say the gallows is built stronger than the church. Argal, the gallows may do well to thee. 2 together, come.
Who builds stronger than a mason, a shipwright, or a carpenter?
Aye, tell me that and unyoke.
Marry, now I can tell.
Toot.
Mass, I cannot tell.
Cudgel thy brains no...
Enter Hamlet and Horatio are far off.
Cudgel thy brains no more about it, for your dull ass would not mend his pace with beating. And when you are asked this question, say, a grave maker. The houses he makes last till doomsday. Go, get thee to Yorm. Fetch me a stoop of liquor.
Exit second clown. Clown digs and sings.
In youth, when I did love me, thought it was very sweet to contract. Oh, the time for me behove. Oh, me thought there was nothing a meet.
Has this fellow no sense of his business, that he sings at grave making?
And has made it in him a property of easiness.
'Tis e'en so. The hand of little employment hath the daintier sense.
Sings.
But age with his sealing steps hath clawed me in his clutch, and hath shipped me until the land as if I had never been such.
Throws up a skull.
That skull hath a tongue in it and could sing once. How the knave jowls it to the ground as if 'twere Cain's jawbone that did the first murder. This might be the pate of a politician, which this ass now o'erreaches, one that would circumvent God, might it not?
It might, my lord.
Or of a courtier, which could say, good morrow, sweet lord, how dost thou, good lord? This might be my lord such a one that praised my lord such a one's horse when he meant to beg it, might it not?
Aye, my lord.
Why, e'en so. And now my lady Worm's chapless and knocked about the mazzard with a sexton's spade. Here's fine revolution, and we had the trick to see it. Did these bones cost no more the breeding but to play at loggets with them? Mine ache to think on it.
A pickaxe and a spade, 4 and a shrouding shriek. Oh, a pit of clay for to be made for such a guest is meet.
Throws up another skull.
There's another. Why may not that be the skull of a lawyer? Where be his quiddits now, his quillets, his cases, his tenures, and his tricks? Why does he suffer this rude knave now to knock him about the sconce with a dirty shovel, and will not tell him of his action of battery? Come, This fellow might be in his time a great buyer of land, with his statutes, his recognizances, his fines, his double vouchers, his recoveries. Is this the fine of his fines and the recovery of his recoveries, to have his fine pate full of fine dirt? Will his vouchers vouch him no more of his purchases, and double ones too, than the length and breadth of a pair of indentures? The very conveyances of his lands will scarcely lie in this box, and must the inheritor himself have no more, huh?
Not a jot more, my lord.
Is not parchment made of sheepskins?
Aye, my lord, and of calfskins too.
They are sheep and calves which seek out assurance in that. I will speak to this fellow. Whose grave's this, sirrah?
Mine, sir.
Things.
Oh, a pit of clay full to be made if for such a guest is meet.
I think it be thine indeed, for thou liest in it.
You lie out on't, sir, and therefore 'tis not yours. For my part, I do not lie in't, yet it is mine.
Thou dost lie't to be in to say it is thine. 'Tis for the dead, not for the quick, therefore thou liest.
'Tis a quick lie, sir, 'twill away again from me to you.
What man dost thou dig it for?
For no man, sir.
What woman then?
For none neither.
Who is to be buried in't?
One that was a woman, sir, but rest her soul, she's dead.
How absolute the knave is. We must speak by the card, or equivocation will undo us. By the Lord, Horatio, this 3 years I've taken note of it. The age is grown so picked that the toe of the peasant comes so near the heel of the courtier, he galls his kibe. How long hast thou been a grave maker?
Of all the days in the year, I came to it the day that our last King Hamlet overcame Fortinbras.
How long is that since?
Cannot you tell that? Every fool can tell that. It was the very day that young Hamlet was born. He that is mad and sent into England.
Ay, marry. Why was he sent into England?
Why? Because he was mad. I shall recover his wits there, or if I do not, 'tis no great matter there.
Why?
'Twill not be seen in him there. There are men are as mad as he.
How came he mad?
Very strangely, they say.
How strangely?
Faith, even with losing his wits.
Upon what ground?
Why, here in Denmark. I have been sexton here, man and boy, 30 years.
How long will a man lie the earth ere he rot?
Faith, if he be not rotten before he die, as we have many pocky corpses nowadays that will scarce hold the laying in, I will last you some 8 year or 9 year. A tanner will last you 9 year.
Why he more than another?
Why, sir, his hide is so tanned with his trade that it will keep out water a great while, and your water is a sore decayer of your whoreson dead body. Here's a skull now. This skull hath lain in your earth 23 years.
Whose was it?
A whoreson mad fellow's it was. Whose do you think it was?
Nay, I know not.
A pestilence on him for a mad rogue. He poured a flagon of Rhenish on my head once. This same skull, sir, was Yorick's skull, the king's jester.
This?
In that.
Let me see.
Takes the skull.
Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio, a fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He hath borne me on his back 1,000 times, and now how abhorred in my imagination it is. My gorge rises at it. Where hung those lips that I have kissed, I know not how oft. Where be your jibes now, your gambols, your songs, your flashes of merriment that were wont to set the table on a roar? Not one now to mock your own grinning, quite chapfallen. Now get you to my lady's chamber and tell her, let her paint an inch thick to this favour she must come. Make her laugh at that. Prithee, Horatio, tell me one thing.
What's that, my lord?
Dost thou think Alexander looked to this fashion in the earth?
E'en so.
And smelt so? Puh.
Puts down the skull.
E'en so, my lord.
To what base uses we may return, Horatio? Why may not imagination trace the noble dust of Alexander till he find it stopping a bunghole?
'Twere to consider too curiously to consider so.
No, faith, not a jot, but to follow him thither with modesty enough and likelihood to lead it, as thus: Alexander died, Alexander was buried, Alexander returneth into dust, the dust is earth, of earth we make loam, and why of that loam, whereto he was converted, might they not stop a beer barrel? Imperious Caesar, dead and turned to clay, might stop a hole to keep the wind away. Oh, that that earth which kept the world in awe should patch a wall to expel the winter's flaw. But soft, aside, here comes the king.
Enter priests with a coffin in a funeral procession. King, queen, Laertes with lord's attendant.
The queen, the courtiers, who is this they follow? And with such maimed rites, this doth betoken the course they follow did with desperate hand fordo its own life. 'Twas of some estate. Couch we a while and mark.
Retires with Horatio.
What ceremony else?
That is Laertes, a very noble youth. Mark.
Her obsequencies have been far enlarged, as we have warranty. Her death was doubtful. And, but that great commander sways the order, she should in ground unsanctified have lodged till the last trumpet, for charitable prayers, shards, flints, and pebbles should be thrown on her. Yet here she is allowed her virgin rites, her maiden instruments, and the bringing home of bell and burial.
Must there no more be done?
No more be done. We should profane the service of the dead, to sing a requiem and such rest to her as to peace-parted souls.
Lay her in the earth, and for her fair and unpolluted flesh may violets spring. I tell thee, churlish priest, a ministering angel shall my sister be when thou liest howling.
What, the fair Ophelia?
Sweet to the sweet, farewell.
Scatters flowers.
I hope thou should have been my Hamlet's wife. I thought thy bride bed to have decked, sweet maid, and not have strewed thy grave.
O treble woe, full 10 times treble on that cursed head, whose wicked deed thy most ingenious sense deprived thee of. Hold off the earth awhile, till I have caught her once more in mine arms.
Leaps in the grave.
Now pile your dust upon the quick and dead, till of this flatter mountain you have made, to o'ertop old Pelion or the skyish head of blue Olympus.
Comes forward.
What is he whose grief bears such an emphasis, whose phrase of sorrow conjures the wandering stars and makes them stand like wonder-wounded hearers? This is I, Hamlet the Dane.
Leaps in after Laertes.
Devil take thy soul.
Grapples with him.
Thou prayedst not well. I prithee take thy fingers from my throat, for though I am not splenitive and rash, yet have I in me something dangerous, which let thy wisdom fear. Hold off thy hand.
Pluck them asunder.
Hamlet! Hamlet!
Gentlemen!
Good my lord, be quiet!
The attendants part them and they come out of the grave.
Why, I will fight with him upon this theme until my eyelids will no longer wag.
Oh, my son, what theme?
I loved Ophelia. 40,000 brothers could not, with all their quantity of love, make up my sum. What wilt thou do for her?
Oh, he is mad, Laertes.
For love of God, forbear him.
Swoons, show me what thou do. Would weep, would fight, would fast, would tear thyself, would drink up Essil, eat a crocodile. I'll do it. Dost thou come here to whine, to outface me with leaping in her grave? Be buried quick with her, and so will I. And if thou prate of mountains, let them throw millions of acres on us, till our ground, singeing his pate against the burning zone, make Ossa like a wart. Nay, and thou mouth, I'll rant as well as thou.
This is mere madness, and thus a while the fit will work on him. Anon, as patient as the female dove, when that her golden couplets are disclosed, his silence will sit drooping.
Hear you, sir. What is the reason that you use me thus? I loved you ever, but it is no matter. Let Hercules himself do what he may. The cat will mew, and dog will have his day.
Exit.
I pray thee, good Horatio, wait upon him.
Exit Horatio, to Laertes.
Strengthen your patience in our last night's speech. We'll put the matter to the present push. Good Gertrude, set some watch over your son. This grave shall have a living monument. An hour of quiet shortly shall we see. Till then, in patience our proceeding be.
Exeunt. Act 5, Scene 2, Elsinore, a hall in the castle. Enter Hamlet and Horatio.
So much for this, sir. Now shall you see the other. You do remember all the circumstance?
Remember it, my lord.
Sir, in my heart there was a kind of fighting that would not let me sleep. Methought I lay worse than the mutinies in the bilboes, rashly, and praised be rashness for it. Let us know, our indiscretion sometimes serve us well, when our deep plots do pall, and that should learn us there's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will.
That is most certain.
Up from my cabin, my sea gown scarfed about me, in the dark, groped I to find out them, had my desire, fingered their packet, and in fine withdrew to mine own room again, making so bold, my fears forgetting manners, to unseal their grand commission, where I found Horatio, oh royal knavery, an exact command, larded with many several sorts of reasons, importing Denmark's health and England's too, with who such bugs and goblins in my life, that on the supervise, no leisure bated, no, not to stay the finding of the axe, my head should be struck off.
If possible?
Here's the commission, read it at more leisure. But wilt thou bear me how I did proceed?
I beseech you.
Being thus benetted round with villainies, or I could make a prologue to my brains, they had begun the play. I sat me down, devised a new commission, wrote it fair. I once did hold it, as our statists do, a baseness to write flair, and laboured much how to forget that learning, but sir, now it did me yeoman's service. Wilt thou know the effect of what I wrote?
Aye, good lord.
An earnest conjuration from the king, as England was his faithful tributary, as love between them like the palm might flourish, as peace should still her wheaten garland wear, and stand a comma between their amities, and many such like as is of great charge, that on the viewing and knowing of these contents, without debatement further, more or less, he should the bearers put to sudden death, not shriving time allowed.
How was this sealed?
Why, even in that was heaven ordinant. I had my father's signet in my purse, which was the model of that Danish seal, folded the writ up in the form of the other, subscribed it, gave it the impression, placed it safely, the changeling never known. Now, the next day was our sea flight, and what to this was sequent, thou knowst already.
So Guildenstern and Rosencrantz go to it.
Why, man, they did make love to this employment. They are not near my conscience, their defeat does by their own insinuation grow. 'Tis dangerous when the baser nature comes between the pass and fell insensed points of mighty opposites.
Why, what a king is this?
Does it not, think'st thee, stand me now upon, he that hath killed my king and whored my mother, popped in between the election and my hopes, thrown out his angle for my proper life, and with such cozenage, it's not perfect conscience to quit him with this arm, and it's not to be damned to let this canker of our nature come in further evil.
It must be shortly known to him from England what is the issue of the business there.
It will be short, the interim is mine, and a man's life is no more than to say one. But I am very sorry, good Horatio, that to Laertes I forgot myself, for by the image of my cause I see the portraiture of his. I'll court his favours, but sure the bravery of his grief did put me into a towering passion.
Peace. Who comes here?
Enter young Osric, a courtier.
Ship is right. Welcome back to Denmark.
I humbly thank you, sir.
Aside to Horatio.
Dost know this waterfly?
Aside to Hamlet.
No, my good lord.
Aside to Horatio.
Thy state is the more gracious, for 'tis a vice to know him. He hath much land and fertile. Let a beast be lord of beasts, and his crib shall stand at the king's mess. 'Tis a chuff, but, as I say, spacious in the possession of dirt.
Sweet lord, if your majesty were at leisure, I should impart a thing to you from his majesty.
I will receive it, sir, with all the diligence of spirit. Put your bonnet to his right use, 'tis for the head.
I thank you, lordship. It is very hot.
No, believe me, 'tis very cold. The wind is northerly.
It is indifferent cold, my lord, indeed.
But yet methinks it is very sultry and hot for my complexion.
Exceedingly, my lord. It is very sultry, as 'twere. I cannot tell how. But, my lord, his majesty bade me signify to you that he has laid a great wager on your head. Sir, this is the matter.
I beseech you remember.
Hamlet moved him to put on his hat.
Nay, good my lord, for mine ease in good faith. Sir, here is newly come to court Laertes, believe me, an absolute gentleman, full of most excellent differences, of very soft society and great showing. Indeed, to speak feelingly of him, he is the card and calendar of gentry, for you shall find him in the continent of what a part gentleman would see.
Sir, his definement suffers no perdition in you, though I know to divide him inventorially would dozy the arithmetic of memory, and yet but you're neither in respect of his quick sale, but in the verity of extolment, I take him to be a soul of great article, and his infusion of such dearth and rareness as, to make true diction of him, his semblance is his mirror, and who else would trace him his umbrage, nothing more.
Your lordship speaks most infallibly of him.
The consonancy, sir? Why do we wrap the gentleman in more rarer breath?
Sir?
Aside to Hamlet.
It's not possible to understand in another tongue. You'll do it, sir, really.
What imports the nomination of this gentleman?
Of Laertes?
Aside.
His purse is already empty. All golden words are spent.
Of him, sir.
I know you are not ignorant.
I would you did, sir. Yet, in faith, if you did, it would not much approve me. Well, sir?
You are not ignorant of what excellence Laertes is.
I dare not confess that, lest I should compare with him in excellence. But to know a man well were to know himself.
I mean, sir, for his weapon, but in the imputation laid on him by them, in his meed he's unfellowed.
What's his weapon?
Rapier and dagger.
That's two of his weapons, but well.
The king, sir, hath wagered him 6 Barbary horses, against which he has imponed, as I take it, 6 French rapiers and poniards, with their assigns as girdle hangers, and so. 3 of the carriages, in faith, are very dear to fancy, very responsive to the hilts, most delicate carriages and of very liberal conceit.
What call you the carriages?
Aside to Hamlet.
I knew you must be edified by the margin ere you had done.
The carriages, sir, are the hangers.
The phrase would be more germane to the matter if we could carry cannon by our sides. I would it might be hangers till then, but on. 6 Barbary horses against 6 French swords, their assigns, and 3 liberal conceited carriages. That's the French bet against the Danish. Why is this all imponed, as you call it?
The king, sir, hath laid that, in a dozen passes between yourself and him, he shall not exceed you 3 hits. He hath laid on 12 for 9, and it would come to immediate trial if your lordship would vouchsafe the answer.
How if I answer no?
I mean, my lord, the opposition of your person in trial.
Sir, I will walk here in the hall. If it please his majesty, it is the breathing time of day with me. Let the foils be brought, the gentleman willing, and the king hold his purpose. I will win for him if I can. If not, I will gain nothing but my shame and the odd hits.
Shall I redeliver you e'en so?
To this effect, sir, after what flourish your nature will.
I commend my duty to your lordship.
Yours.
Exit Osric.
He does well to commend it himself. There are no tongues else for his turn.
This lapwing runs away with the shell on his head.
He did comply with his dug before he sucked it. Thus has he, and many more of the same bevy that I know the drosy age dotes on, only got the tune of the time and outward habit of encounter, a kind of yesty collection, which carries them through and through the most fanned and winnowed opinions, and do but blow them to their trial. The bubbles are out.
Enter a lord.
My lord, his majesty commend him to you by young Osric, who brings back to him that you attend him in the hall. He sends to know if your pleasure hold to play with Laertes, or that you will take longer time.
I am constant to my purposes. They follow the king's pleasure. If his fitness speaks, mine is ready, now or whensoever, provided I be so able as now.
The king and queen and all are coming down.
In happy time.
The queen desires you to use some gentle entertainment to Laertes before you fall to play.
She well instructs me.
Exit lord.
You will lose this wager, my lord.
I do not think so. Since he went into France, I have been in continual practice. I shall win at the odds, but thou wouldst not think how ill all's here about my heart, but it is no matter.
Nay, good lord.
It is but foolery, but it is such a kind of gain-giving as would perhaps trouble a woman.
If your mind dislike anything, obey it. I will forestall their repair hither and say you are not fit.
Not a whit, we defy augury. There's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all. Since no man knows aught of what he leaves, what is to leave betimes? Let be.
Enter King, Queen, Laertes, Osric, and lords, with other attendants with foils and gauntlets, a table and flagons of wine on it.
Come, Hamlet, come, and take this hand from me.
The king puts Laertes' hand into Hamlet's.
Give me your pardon, sir. I have done you wrong, but pardon it as you are a gentleman. This presence knows, and you must needs have heard, how I am punished with sore distraction. What I have done that might your nature, honour, and exception roughly awake, I here proclaim was madness. Was Hamlet wronged Laertes? Never Hamlet. If Hamlet from himself be taken away, and when he's not himself does wrong Laertes, then Hamlet does it not. Hamlet denies it. Who does it then? His madness. If it be so, Hamlet is of the faction that is wronged. His madness is poor Hamlet's enemy. Sir, in this audience, let my disclaiming from a purposed evil free me so far in your most generous thoughts that I have shot my arrow o'er the house and hurt my brother.
I am satisfied in nature, whose motive in this case should stir me most to my revenge. But in terms of my honour, I stand aloof, and will know reconcilement till by some elder masters of known honour I have a voice and precedent of peace to keep my name ungored. But till that time, I do receive your offer, love like love, and will not wrong it.
I embrace it freely, and will this brother's wager frankly pay. Give us the foils, come on.
Come one for me.
I'll be your foil, Laertes. In mine ignorance, your skill shall, like a star in the darkest night, stick fiery off indeed.
You mock me, sir.
No, by this hand.
Give them the foils, young Osric. Cousin Hamlet, you know the wager?
Very well, my lord. Your grace has laid the odds on the weaker side.
I do not fear it. I have seen you both. But since he is bettered, we have therefore odds.
This is too heavy. Let me see another.
This likes me well. These foils have all a length.
Prepare to play. Aye, my good lord.
Set me the stoops of wine upon that table. If Hamlet give the first or second hit, or quit in answer of the third exchange, let all the battlements their ordnance fire. The king shall drink to Hamlet's better breath, and in the cup and union shall he throw, richer than that which 4 successive kings in Denmark's crown have worn. Give me the cups, and let the kettle to the trumpet speak, the trumpet to the cannoneer without, the cannons to the heavens, the heaven to earth. Now the king drinks to Hamlet. Come, begin, and you the judges bear a wary eye.
Come on, sir.
Come, my lord.
They play.
1.
No.
Judgment.
Hit, a very palatable hit.
Well, again.
Stay, give me drink. Hamlet, this pearl is thine. Here's to thy health.
Drum, trumpet sound, a piece goes off within.
Give him the cup.
I'll play this bout first. Set it by a while. Come.
They play.
Another hit. What say you?
A touch, I do confess.
Our son shall win.
He's fat and scant of breath. Here, Hamlet, take my napkin, rub thy brows. The queen caresses to thy fortune, Hamlet.
Good madam.
Gertrude, do not drink.
I will, my lord. I pray you pardon me.
Drinks. Aside.
The poisoned cup. It is too late.
I dare not drink yet, madam. By and by.
Come, let me wipe thy face.
My lord, I'll hit him now.
I do not think't.
Aside.
And yet it is almost against my conscience.
Come for the third, Laertes. You but dally. Pray you pass with your best violence. I am afeard you make a wanton of me.
Say you so? Come on, play.
Nothing neither way.
Have at you now.
Laertes wounds Hamlet. Then, in scuffling, they change rapiers, and Hamlet wounds Laertes.
Heart them. They are incensed.
Nay, come again. The queen falls.
Look to the queen of our home.
They bleed on both sides. How is it, my lord?
How isn't Laertes?
Why, as a woodcock to mine own springe, Osric, I am justly killed with mine own treachery.
How does the queen?
She sounds to see them bleed.
No, no, the drink. Oh, my dear Hamlet, the drink, I'm poisoned.
Dies.
Oh, villainy! Oh, let the door be locked! Treachery, seek it out!
Laertes falls.
It is here, Hamlet. Hamlet, thou art slain. No medicine in the world can do thee good. In thee there is not half an hour of life. The treacherous instrument is in thy hand, unbaited and envenomed. The foul practice has turned itself on me. Lo, here I lie, never to rise again. Thy mother's poisoned, I can no more. The king's to blame.
The point envenomed too, then venom to thy work.
Hurts the king.
Treason.
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 Treason!
Treason!
Oh, yet defend me, friends. I am but hurt.
Here, thou incestuous, murderous, damned Dane, drink off this potion. Is thy union here? Follow my mother.
King dies.
He is justly served. It is a poison tempered by himself. Exchange forgiveness with me, noble Hamlet. Mine and my father's death come not upon thee, nor thine on me.
Dies.
Heaven make thee free of it. I follow thee. I am dead, Horatio. Wretched queen, adieu. You that look pale and tremble at this chance, that are but mutes or audience to this act, had I but time, as this fell sergeant Death is strict in his arrest, oh, I could tell you, but let it be. Horatio, I am dead. Thou livest, report me and my cause aright to the unsatisfied.
Never believe it. I am more an antique Roman than a Dane. Here's yet some liquor left.
As thou'rt a man, give me the cup. Let go, by heaven I'll have't. O good Horatio, what a wounded name, things standing thus unknown, shall live behind me. If thou didst ever hold me in thy heart, absent thee from felicity a while, and in this harsh world draw thy breath in pain to tell my story.
March afar off and shot within.
What warlike noise is this?
Young Fortinbras with conquest come from Poland to the ambassadors of England gives this warlike volley.
Oh, I die, Horatio. The potent poison quite o'ercrows my spirit. I cannot live to hear the news from England, but I do prophesy that the election lights on Fortinbras. He has my dying voice. So tell him, with the occurrence, more or less, which have solicited, the rest is silence.
Dies.
Now cracks of noble heart. Good night, sweet prince. And flights of angels sing thee to thy rest.
March within.
Why does the drum come hither?
Enter Fortinbras and English ambassadors with drums, colours and attendants.
Where is this sight?
What is it you will see? If aught of woe or wonder, cease your search.
This quarry cries on havoc, O proud death that feast in towards in thine eternal cell, that thou so many princes at a shot so bloodily hast struck.
The sight is dismal, and our affairs from England come too late. The ears are senseless that should give us hearing to tell him that his commandment is fulfilled, that Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. Where should we have our thanks?
Not from his mouth, had it the ability of life to thank you. He never gave commandment for their death, but since, so jump upon this bloody question, you are from the Polack Wars, and you from England are here arrived, give order that these bodies high on a stage be placed to the view, and let me speak to the yet unknowing world how these things came about. So shall you hear of carnal, bloody, and unnatural acts, of accidental judgments, casual slaughters, of deaths put on by cunning and forced cause, and in this upshot, purposes mistook, fallen on the inventor's head. All this I can truly deliver.
Let us haste to hear it, and call the noblest to the audience. For me, with sorrow I embrace my fortune. I have some rights of memory in this kingdom, which now to claim my vantage doth invite me.
Of that I shall have also cause to speak, and from his mouth whose voice will draw on more. But let disdain be presently performed, even while men's minds are wild, lest more mischance on plots and errors happen.
Let 4 captains bear Hamlet like a soldier to the stage, for he was likely, had he been put on, to have proved most royally, and for his passage the soldiers' music and the rites of war speak loudly for him. Take up the bodies. Such a sight as this becomes the field, but here shows much amiss. Go, bid the soldiers shoot.
Exeunt marching. After the which, a peal of ordnance are shot off. The end.
Hey, let's have a round of applause. You can unmute yourselves if you want.
Well done.
That was absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much to all of our readers. Just a few shout outs. Thank you so much to our stage direction readers. You were fantastic. Lois, Sally, Daniel. For hats, we have a big shout out to Rob and Mark. Amazing. Hannah, as Horatio, brought not only a skull, but her cat, which was absolutely fantastic. And we wish we could shout out to everyone, but obviously, thank you so much to Joe for doing such a fantastic Hamlet. That's like 350 speeches. So like, big shout out. Yeah, so if you are a reader, please could you now leave the call? Thank you so, so much. And we'll hopefully see you again on Twitter and in the comments.
Thank you.
Okay, so thanks to everyone who's watching from across the globe. I just want to take the opportunity while we finish Hamlet to remind you while we're here, Shakespeare's Globe in London is an unsubsidized space. It relies mostly on audiences for its income, so it's currently in dire straits due to the financial pressures of the COVID-19 pandemic. With a team of over 200 volunteers, we are reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight to raise awareness of these difficulties at the Globe and of course across British theatre. We are on Twitter at Globe Read, and we encourage you to share your thoughts with the hashtags Read for the Globe and RFTG, insert play here. So for this play, it's Hamlet. And then next up is Henry V. And of course, please donate anything you feel you can to our GoFundMe page. The link should be below the YouTube channel. All money raised from this one-off live event will go to Shakespeare's Globe. Lots of people have been donating £5, which is wonderful. That's the price of the Groundling ticket. We love it. Thank you so much. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have a little break while we read some sonnets over before we start the next play, which is Henry V. We're really excited. Thank you so much for listening to Hamlet. Right, so have we got any sonnet requests? Let's have a look. I think someone requested 116. Kath, would you like to take it? You can unmute yourself.
Sure thing, thank you. Just got to work out where 116 is in all these. Bear with. Right, sonnet 116. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when its alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no, it is an ever fixed mark that looks on tempest and it never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth's unknown although his height be taken. Love's not time's fall, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved.
That was lovely, yeah. Where should we pass on to? Should we go on with 117, Sophie?
I think we have a request for 73, so I'll do sonnet 73.
Yeah, please do. Lovely.
What time of year thou mayst in me behold, when yellow leaves or none or few do hang upon those boughs which shake against the cold, bear ruined choirs where late the sweet bird sang. In me thou seest the twilight of such day, as after sunset fadeth in the west, which by and by black night doth take away. Death's second self that seals up all in rest, in me thou seest the glowing of such fire, that on the ashes of his youth doth lie, in the deathbed whereon it must expire, consumed with that which in it nourished by. This thou perceiv'st, which make thy love more strong, to love that well which thou must leave ere long. Should we go to 73, Kat, if you want to carry on?
Absolutely, that sounds great. Let me just find it. Roman numerals. Okay. Sonnet 73. Oh, lest the world should task you to recite what merit lived in me, that you should love after my death. Dear love, forget me quite, for you in me can nothing worthy prove, unless you would devise some virtuous lie, to do more for me than mine own desert, and hang more praise upon deceased I, than niggard truth would willingly impart. Oh, lest your true love may seem false in this, that you for love speak well of me untrue, my name be buried where my body is, and leave no more to shame, nor me, nor you. For I am shamed by that which I bring forth, and so should you, for love things nothing worth. Kath, do you want to go on to the next one? I think I might have just repeated the sonnet that Sophie read, but never mind. It doesn't matter.
I think we might have had a request for Sonnet 94 at some point yesterday, maybe.
Lovely.
So, it was a long time ago, so I don't think it was yesterday, but I'll have
They may not be awake to hear it, but
I still am. So Sonnet 94. They that have power to hurt and will do none, that do not do the thing they most do show, who, moving others, are themselves a stone, unmoved, cold, and to temptation slow. They rightly do inherit heaven's graces, and husband nature's riches from expense. They are the lords and owners of their faces, others but stewards of their excellence. The summer's flower is to the summer sweet, though to itself it to only live and die. But if that flower with base infection meet, the basest weed outbraves his dignity, for sweetest things turn sourest by their deeds. Lilies that fester smell far worse than weeds. Poignant.
So poignant. Any more requests that we've got through?
Should we have a crack at Sonnet 59? Is that the one that Patrick Stewart struggles with?
Oh, go for it. Yeah, fantastic.
I think I'll regret saying that. Because I'm probably going to struggle with it. Sonnet 59. If there be nothing new, but that which is, hath been before, how are our brains beguiled, which labouring for invention bear amiss the second burden of a former child. Oh, that record could with a backward look, even of 500 courses of the sun, show me your image in some antique book, since mind at first in character was done, that I might see what the old world could say to this composed wonder of your frame, whether we amended, or whether better they, or whether revolution by the same. Oh, sure I am, the wits of former days, to subjects worth than have given admiring praise. It's quite a nice one.
Yeah.
I'm just letting Jamie in.
I thought you did it really well.
I thought you did it really well.
Yeah. Patrick saw it.
I was going to read 1 to 9, which is really cool.
Before you start, I'm going to quickly pop off to grab myself some lunch before Henry V. I'll see everyone who's reading in the Henry V in about 15 minutes.
Lovely.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so this is Sonnet 129. The expense of spirit in a waste of shame is lust in action. And till action, lust is perjured, murderous, bloody, full of blame, savage, extreme, rude, cruel, not to trust, enjoyed no sooner but despised straight. past reason hunted, and no sooner had past reason hated, as a swallowed bait on purpose laid to make the taker mad. Mad in pursuit and in possession so, had, having and in quest to have extreme, a bliss in proof and proved a very woe, before a joy proposed, behind a dream. All this the world well knows, yet none knows well to shun the heaven that leads men to this hell.
Beautiful.
It's quite intense, that one, I think.
Jamie?
Has he made it in yet?
Hi.
We're just waiting. Oh, here he is.
Hello. Have we had sonnet 20 already? Or sonnet
No.
19, sorry.
Oh, sonnet 19. Did we do that?
I don't think we did.
It's got lions and tigers and bears, oh my.
Oh, yeah, go for it. That sounds lovely.
Great. Sonnet 19. Devouring time, blunt thou the lion's paws, and make the earth devour her own sweet brood. Pluck the keen teeth from the fierce tiger's jaws, and burn the long-lived phoenix in her blood. Make glad and sorry seasons as thou fleets, and do whate'er thou wilt, swift-footed time, to the wide world and all her fading sweets, but I forbid thee one most heinous crime. O carve not with thy hours my love's fair brow, nor draw no lines there with thine antique pen. Him in thy course untainted do allow for beauty's pattern to succeeding men. Yet do thy worst, old time, despite thy wrong. My love shall in my verse live ever young. I'll pass you back to Kat.
Sure. I'm just going to start picking them on the random. Do you think we should do that? That'll be nice. Okay. Let's have, this one's interesting. This is sonnet 27. So there's kind of a school of thought that might be that he wrote this about his wife, which is actually really sweet, I think, and I like it. So this is sonnet 27. Weary with toil, I haste me to my bed. The dear repose for limbs with travel tired, but then begins a journey in my head to work my mind when body work's expired. For then my thoughts, from far where I abide, intend a zealous pilgrimage to thee, and keep my drooping eyelids open wide, looking on darkness which the blind do see, save that my soul's imaginary sight presents thy shadow to my sightless view, which, like a jewel hung in ghastly night, makes black night beauteous and her old face new. Lo, thus by day my limbs, by night my mind, for thee and for myself no quiet find. Lovely. Shall I pass back to Kath?
Sure thing. So I'm now going to read sonnet 23, which I think is rather apt I'll read for the Globe. As an unperfect actor on the stage, who with his fear is put besides his part, or some fierce thing replete with too much rage, whose strength's abundance weakens his own heart. So I, for fear of trust, forget to say the perfect ceremony of love's rite, and in mine own love's strength seem to decay, overcharged with burden of mine own love's might. Oh, let my books be then the eloquence and dumb presages of my speaking breast, who plead for love and look for recompense, more than that tongue that more hath more expressed. Oh, learn to read what silent love hath writ, to hear with eyes belongs to love's fine wit. And we've got Alex and sort of Elise joining us as well, which is great. Alex, do you have a sonnet that you'd like to read?
I don't really know where we're at. Are we just kind of doing...
We're randomly selecting at this point. I forgot which one I literally just read, so...
Yeah, I just randomly picked. I don't know what... It's in Roman numerals. I can't read it. So... Oh, it led me not to the marriage of true minds. Totally random. Okay. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no, it is an ever fixed mark that looks on tempest and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error, and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. With that, I think Elise might basically be ready. Come on.
Hi.
There we are.
Hello, yes. We're just picking sonnets, are we? How exciting.
Yeah, completely random.
In which case, I'm just gonna pick the last sonnet. Have we done that yet? No.
I think so.
The little love god lying once asleep, laid by his side his heart inflaming brand, whilst many nymphs that vowed chaste life to keep came tripping by, but in her maiden hand the fairest votary took up that fire, which many legions of true hearts had warmed. And so the general of hot desire was sleeping by a virgin hand disarmed. This brand she quenched in a cool well by, which from love's fire took heat perpetual, growing a bath and helpful remedy for men diseased. But I, my mistress's thrall, came there for cure, and this by that I prove, love's fire heats water, water cools not love. Lovely. Shall I switch back to Kat?
Sure, yeah, just to say we are within £6 of being at 6,500 of our new £10,000 target, which we upped last night because we got our 5,001 obscenely quickly. Thank you so much, everyone. It's so exciting to see that go up. As we say, like if you just want to donate the price of a groundling ticket, £5, that's lovely, and we love it. Anything you can spare is fantastic. Okay, I'm just gonna pick the one that says bosom in the title. I'm sorry, everyone. That's the stage we've reached. We've been up all night. So this is sonnet 31. Thy bosom is endeared with all hearts, which I by lacking have supposed dead, and there reigns love and all love's loving parts, and all those friends which I thought buried. How many a holy and obsequious tear hath dear religion stolen from mine eye, as interest of the dead which now appear but things removed that hidden in thee lie. Thou art the grave where buried love doth live, hung with the trophies of my lovers gone, who all their parts of me to thee did give, that due of many now is thine alone. Their images I loved, I view in thee, and thou, all they, hast all the all of me. Elise, I'm just going to transfer the host over to make you a host, rather, so that you can start getting yourself ready for Henry V, if that's okay. But I'm going to say, Kath, do you want to read the next sonnet?
I sure do. Thanks for asking. I am going to read sonnet 38, again, Roman numerals. How can my muse want subject to invent, while thou dost breathe that's poorest in my verse, thine own sweet argument too excellent for every vulgar paper to rehearse? Oh, give thyself the thanks if aught in me worthy perusal stand against thy sight, for who's so dumb that cannot write to thee, when thou thyself dost give invention light? Be thou the 10th muse 10 times more in worth than those old 9 which rhymers invocate, and he that calls on thee, let him bring forth eternal numbers to outlive long date. If my slight muse do please these curious days, the pain be mine, but thine shall be the praise. that's that. And now on to Jamie. Lovely, thank you.
Hi. So as we're about to start Henry V, I thought I'd go for something with some battles and soldiers and warriors in it. So that's Sonnet 25, if we haven't already done it. Sonnet 25. Let those who are in favor with their stars of public honor and proud titles boast, whilst I, whom fortune of such triumph bars, unlooked for joy, in that I honor most. Great princes' favorites their fair leaves spread, but as the marigold at the sun's eye, and in themselves their pride lies buried. For at the frown they in their glory die. The painful warrior famous for fight, after 1,000 victories once foiled, is from the book of honor razed quite, and all the rest forgot for which he toiled. Then happy I, that love and am beloved, where I may not remove or be removed. That was Sonnet 25. I think it's quite appropriate for Henry V. Who would like to read another sonnet if we have time? I'm going to pass the torch to Alex.
All right. I have one keyed up here. I even converted the Roman numerals so that I know what number I'm reading. Sonnet 99. The forward violet did let me try that again. The forward violet thus did I chide. Sweet thief, when didst thou steal thy sweet that smells, if not from my love's breath? The purple pride which on thy soft cheek for complexion dwells in my love's vein, thou hast too grossly dyed. The lily I condemned for thy hand, and buds of marjoram had stolen thy hair. The roses fearfully on thorns did stand, one blushing shame, another white despair. A third, nor red nor right, had stolen of both, and to his robbery had annexed thy breath. But for his theft, in pride of all his growth, a vengeful canker eat him up to death. More flowers I noted, yet I none could see, but sweet or colour it had stolen from thee. Oh, that was sonnet 99.
I'm just gonna butt in here, sorry, and just take this opportunity to leave you all with Henry V, because I've been here for 13 hours now, so I think I'm gonna have my break. Good luck, everyone's fantastic. Thank you also to all of our readers, and especially for everyone's patience with technical issues, etc. I've had so much fun this morning, and obviously we've got hours and hours to go. Very excited to watch maybe after a couple of hours of Kip. But yeah.
Amazing. I will take over as we are really almost about to start Henry V. So I am just going to start letting people into the Zoom. We are on our 7th play, I believe, which is incredibly exciting. So if you are joining us on the Zoom, you are muted, but welcome. It's really great to have you with us. And we're going to kick off in just a few minutes. If you're watching on YouTube, thanks so much for being with us. We've had a really great time of it so far. We have raised over £6,000 already, which is amazing. And we have just heard that from the Globe, like we're not the Globe, but we have heard from the Globe that we as a team have raised the most money collectively so far for the Globe, which is just massively, massively exciting. So if you're watching on YouTube and you've donated, if you're part of this Zoom, thank you all so, so, so much. It's truly a real honor to have been a part of this, and we are completely blown away by the response from everybody. So thank you. Right, let's get to it, shall we? Henry V. It's just coming up for 1 p.m. If you're joining us on the live stream. If you don't know about Henry V, it's the last play in a series of plays called the Henriade, and we've been following our intrepid hero, Prince Hal, and his mate Falstaff, as they have bumbled through the streets of London, one might say. And Prince Hal has had some growing up to do, and he is now grown up. He is Henry V, so prepare yourself for some battles, prepare yourself for some rousing speeches, prepare yourself for quite a bit of French. It's all going on, it's all here, and we're loving it. So thank you for being with us. I just want to take a minute to remind us of why we're here. Sorry, I think people are having a bit of trouble logging into the live stream, logging into the Zoom even. But yeah, I just want to take a minute to remind us of why we're here. And also just to say that readers, we are live now on YouTube. So if you're watching the YouTube stream, please mute it or just turn it off, because we'll hear that reverb in the background. So just something to bear in mind. So yeah, huge thanks to everyone that's watching across the world. We have people watching across the world today. It's amazing. Shakespeare's Globe in London is an unsubsidized space that relies mostly on audiences for its income and is therefore in dire straits due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We've had hundreds of volunteers and we're reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight in order to raise some money and to raise some awareness for the difficulties facing the Globe and indeed all British theatre at the moment. We're on Twitter at Globe Read, and you can also follow us along on this play using the hashtag RFTG Henry V for Henry V. All money raised from this event goes straight to the Globe, and if you're watching the live stream, the link is down below. Amazing. Okay, I'm going to switch us to gallery view so I can see everyone. Is everyone here? We're having a little, I think people might be having a little bit of problem logging in. Hello, readers. It's so wonderful to see you guys. Thank you for joining us. You're all muted for now, but obviously you will be able to unmute yourselves to speak. That's quite important. Do remember to unmute yourself. There's a button in the bottom left corner when it's your turn, and then please do mute yourselves when you don't have any lines. Perfect. Okay, so a few ground rules before we begin. Remember that we are live. You can be seen. Don't do anything that you wouldn't want, you know, your worst enemy to blackmail you with, basically. If you do behave inappropriately or disrupt the call somehow, one of the admins is going to remove you. So just please don't do that. Please be kind. We're here just to have fun. Some of you guys are trained actors. A lot of us aren't, myself included. We're just the people that like Shakespeare. So there's going to be mistakes. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Also, please do act your heart out, but please don't have really, really long pauses. We love a dramatic pause on stage. We don't love it when we're trying to read 16 plays in 48 hours. So long pauses are banned. I'm very sorry in advance. Okay, amazing. You obviously can, we're not going to be taking any breaks, but you can obviously leave to go to the bathroom or whatever should you need to. You don't need to ask, it's not school, but please just make sure you don't have any lines when you do that, so that you can nip back in. I am the admin today, so I'm here to, my name's Elise, did I say that? Anyway, hello. I'm here to make sure things go smoothly. If someone misses a line or whatever, I'll step in. It's all good. I want to welcome Johnny, who is hopefully with us. Johnny, wave hello, who is going to play our first chorus, which we're so excited about. Thank you so much for joining us. A lot of us saw him perform amazingly last year at the Globe, so we're really thrilled to have him. And then I think, Sophie, you're going to take over the choruses and the stage directions. So Sophie will be reading stage directions. Do bear that in mind. Right. Everyone, try out your little reaction button. You should see a reaction button at the bottom of the screen. If you could just press it and make sure that you know that it works. Ooh, amazing. Great. This is how we're going to cast it. I'm going to name the roles. React if you would like that role. I'm just going to pick whoever I see first, because that's the only way I know how to do it. It is Henry V, and there are about 1,000 roles. So you're all probably going to have at least 2. Please write them down and bear them in mind, because I'm not going to remember. So do make a note of which characters you have, because you are going to have more than one. Unless you are Henry V. Would anybody like to be Henry V? Philippe, you hand right up there. I saw you first. You are our Henry V. Congrats. Next, I think, are there any French speakers here? And if so, would you like to play Catherine? I need Jess, I saw you. Would you like to play Catherine? Yeah. You're also going to be playing Montjoy. Okay, so write that down. Catherine and Montjoy. Any other French speakers that might want a slightly smaller part? Alex. You can be Alice and McMorris as well. Yep. Perfect. Have we got someone that would like to be Gower? Gower? Anyone? No, we'll circle back. Pistol? Comedic role, Pistol, yes. Sammy Grace, amazing. You'll also be playing the Duke of York. So note that down. On a similar theme, Nim. Anyone want to play Nim? Gemma, perfect. You'll also be the Earl of Cambridge. Yeah, fantastic. Have we got someone that would like to be the King of France? Yeah, Hannah Bristow, King of France, and you'll also be Sir Thomas Erpingham as well. Great. Llewellyn? Anyone want to play Llewellyn? It's quite a big role. Anyone? Yeah, Claire, perfect. You will also be the Earl of Warwick. So note that down. Have we got a Duke of Gloucester? Anyone? Caroline? Perfect. You'll also be the messenger. So, and Kerry, do you want to be the Duke of Exeter? Yeah. You'll also be the Duke of Bourbon. Is that okay? Duke of Exeter and Duke of Bourbon. Yeah. I'm just gonna assume that that's fine. Do we have someone that would like to be Bardolph? Yeah. Evie, fantastic. You'll also be the Earl of Salisbury. Yeah. I'm going back to Gower. We need a Gower. It's quite a big. Nina, fantastic. You'll also be the Governor of Harfleur. Okay. Have I got a Williams? Jessica? Yeah, perfect. You'll also be Grand Prix? I don't speak French. You get a nice speech towards the end as well. Great. Can I have an Archbishop of Canterbury? Does anyone? Yeah, we've still got a couple of people that don't have roles. Can I have an Archbishop of Canterbury? Anyone? Yeah, perfect. You'll be the Archbishop of Canterbury. You'll also be Bates. And you'll also be the Duke of Burgundy. 3 in 1. It's a fun time. Any decent French speakers want to be the French soldier for a scene? Yeah, Pablo? Perfect. Could you also be hostess quickly? And also Rambourez. You also get 3 in 1. So that's hostess quickly, French soldier, and Rambourez. Sorry guys, I know it's taking a while. Bear with me. It's a long play. Okay, there are still some fairly big parts we haven't cast. Has anyone not got a part? React. Everyone has got a part. Okay, which means, can anyone take an extra part? Anyone that's not French in this play can take an extra part. Caroline, could you be Louis the Dauphin, please? Yeah. Anyone else that's not French? Claire, could you be the Duke of Orleans? Yeah. We need an Earl of Westmoreland. Gemma, is that all right? Yeah, Earl of Westmoreland. I need a Constable of France. Anyone else can take that? Nina, perfect, thank you. A Bishop of Ely. It's only at the beginning. Lindsay? Bishop of Ely? Are you sure? Okay, great. Duke of Bedford, Evie, is that all right? Yeah. And I think the rest of them should only have a few lines, and I will try and jump in on them. So if I miss anyone, I'm just going to do my best. Kerry, whoever was Catherine, their second one is Montjoy. So, Kerry, I think your second one was, who was your first one? Duke of Exeter. I think that your second one was Duke of Bourbon. Okay, perfect. Sorry that took a while. Thank you for bearing with. I'm going to switch this to Speak of You, and I think Johnny is going to get us started with the chorus. Let me allow you to unmute yourselves. So that should work. Perfect. And let's go. Henry V, take it away.
Oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention. A kingdom for a stage, princes to act and monarchs to behold the swelling scene. Then should the warlike Harry, like himself, assume the port of Mars, and at his heels, leashed in like hounds, should famine, sword and fire crouch for employment. But pardon, gentles all, the flat, unraised spirits that have dared on this unworthy scaffold to bring forth so great an object. Can this cockpit hold the vasty fields of France? Or may we cram within this wooden O the very casks that did affright the air at Agincourt? Oh, pardon, since a crooked figure may attest in little place 1,000,000, and let us, ciphers to this great account, on your imaginary forces work. Suppose within the girdle of these walls are now confined 2 mighty monarchies, whose high upreared and abutting fronts the perilous narrow ocean parts asunder. Piece out our imperfections with your thoughts into 1,000 parts, divide one man and make imaginary puissance. Think, when we talk of horses, that you see them printing their proud hooves in the receiving earth, for 'tis your thoughts that now must deck our kings. Carry them here and there, jumping o'er times, turning the accomplishment of many years into an hourglass for the which supply. Admit me, chorus to this history, who, prologue-like, your humble patience pray, gently to hear, kindly to judge our play.
Act 1, Scene 1. London. An antechamber in the King's Palace. Enter the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Bishop of Ely.
My lord, I'll tell you that self-bill is urged, which in the 11th year of the last king's reign was like, and had indeed against us passed, but that the scamming and unquiet time did push it out of farther question.
But how, my lord? Shall we resist it now?
It must be thought on. If it pass against us, we lose the better half of our possession, for all the temporal lands which men devout by testament have given to the church would they strip from us, being valued thus. As much as would maintain, to the king's honour, full 15 earls and 1,500 knights, 6,200 good esquires, and, to relief of lazars and weak age, of indigent faint souls past corporal toil, 100 almshouses quite well supplied, and to the coffers of the king beside, £1,000 by the year. Thus runs the bill.
This would drink deep.
Would drink the cup and all.
But what prevention?
The king is full of grace and fair regard.
And a true lover of the Holy Church.
The courses of his youth promised it not. The breath so sooner left his father's body, but that his wildness, mortified in him, seemed to die too. Yea, at that very moment, consideration, like an angel, came and whipped the offending Adam out of him, leaving his body as a paradise to envelop and contain celestial spirits. Never was such a sodden sculler made. Never came reformation in flood with such a heady currents, scouring faults, nor never hydra-headed wilfulness so soon did lose his seat and all at once as in this king.
We are blessed in this charge.
Hear him but reason in divinity, and all admiring with an inward wish you would desire the king were made a prelate. Hear him debate of commonwealth affairs, you would say it hath been all in all his study. List his discourse of war, and you shall hear a fearful battle rendered you in music. Turn him to any cause of policy, the Gordian knot of it he will unloose, familiar as his garter, that when he speaks, the air, a chartered libertine, is still, and the mute wonder lurketh in men's ears, to steal his sweet and honeyed sentences, so that the art and practic part of life must be the mistress to this theoric, which is a wonder how his grace should glean it, since his addiction was to courses vain, his companies unlettered, rude and shallow, his hours filled up with riots, banquets, sports, and never noted in him any study, any retirement, any sequestration from open haunts and popularity.
The strawberry grows underneath the nettle, and wholesome berries thrive and ripen best, neighboured by fruit of baser quality. And so the prince obscured his contemplation under the veil of wildness, which, no doubt, grew like the summer grass, fastest by night, unseen, yet creveth in his faculty.
It must be so, for miracles are ceased, and therefore we must needs admit the means, how things are perfected.
But, my good lord, how now for mitigation of this bill urged by the Commons? Doth his Majesty incline to it or no?
He seems indifferent, or rather swaying more upon our part than cherishing the exhibitors against us, for I have made an offer to his Majesty upon our spiritual convocation, and in regard of causes now in hand, which I have opened to his grace at large, as touching France, to give it a greater sum than ever at one time the clergy yet did his predecessors part withal.
How did this offer seem received, my lord?
With good acceptance of his Majesty, save that there was not time enough to hear, as I perceived his grace would fain have done, the severals and unhidden passages of his true titles to some certain dukedoms, and generally to the crown and seat of France derived from Edward, his great-grandfather.
What was the impediment that broke this off?
The French ambassador upon that instant craved audience, and the hour, I think, is come to give him hearing. Is it 4 o'clock?
It is.
Then go we in to know his embassy, which I could with a ready guess declare before the Frenchmen speak a word of it.
I'll wait upon you, and I long to hear it. Exeunt. Act 1, Scene 2, the same, the presence chamber. Enter King Henry V, Gloucester, Bedford, Exeter, Warwick, Westmoreland, and attendants.
Where is my gracious Lord of Canterbury?
Not here in presence.
Oh, send for him, good uncle.
Shall we call in the ambassador, my liege?
Not yet, my cousin. We would be resolved, before we hear him, of some things of weight that task our thoughts concerning us and France.
God and his angels guard your sacred throne and make you long become it.
Sure, we thank you. My learned lord, we pray you to proceed and justly and religiously unfold why the law Salic that they have in France, or should not, bar us in our claim. And God forbid, my dear and faithful lord, that you should fashion, rest, or bow your reading, or nicely charge your understanding soul with opening titles miscreate whose right suits not in native colours with the truth. For God doth know how many now in health shall drop their blood in approbation of what your reverence shall incite us to. Therefore, take heed how you impawn our person, how you awake our sleeping sword of war. We charge you in the name of God, take heed. For never two such kingdoms did contend without much fall of blood, whose guiltless drops are every one a woe, a sore complaint gainst him, whose wrong gives edge unto the swords that make such waste in brief mortality. Under this conjuration speak, my lord, for what we will hear, note, and believe in heart, that what you speak is in your conscience washed, as pure as sin with baptism.
Then hear me, gracious sovereign, and you peers that owe yourselves, your lives and services to this imperial throne. There is no bar to make against your highness claims to France but this, which they produce from Pharamond, in terram salicum mulieres ne succeedent. No woman shall succeed in Salic land, where Salic land the French unjustly glows to be the realm of France, and Pharamond, the founder of this law and female bar. Yet their own authors faithfully affirm that the land Salic is in Germany, between the floods of Saale and of Elbe, where Charles the Great, having subdued the Saxons, left behind and settled certain French, who, holding in disdain the German women for some dishonest manners of their life, established then this law, to wit, no female should be inheritrix in Salic land, which Salic, as I said, twixt Elbe and Saale, is at this day in Germany called Meissen. Then doth it well appear that Salic law was not devised for the realm of France, nor did the French possess the Salic land until 421 years after defunction of King Pharamond. Idly suppose the founder of this law, who died within the year of our redemption, 426. And Charles the Great subdued the Saxons and did seat the French beyond the river Saale in the year 805. Besides, their writers say King Pepin, which deposed Childeric, did as heir general, being descended of Blithild, which was daughter to King Clothair, make claim and title to the crown of France. Hugh Capet also, who usurped the crown of Charles the Duke of Lorraine, sole heir male of the true line and stock of Charles the Great, to find his title with some shows of truth. Through, in pure truth, it was corrupt and naught, conveyed himself as heir to the Lady Lingar, daughter to Charlemagne, who was the son to Louis the Emperor and Louis the son of Charles the Great. Also, King Louis X, who was sole heir to the usurper Capet, could not keep quiet in his conscience wearing the crown of France, till satisfied that fair Queen Isabel, his grandmother, was lineal of the Lady Ermengarde, daughter to Charles the foresaid Duke of Lorraine, by the which marriage the line of Charles the Great was reunited to the crown of France, so that, as clear as is the summer's sun, King Pepin's title and Hugh Capet's claim, King Louis his satisfaction, all appear to hold in right and title of the female. So do the kings of France unto this day, howbeit they would hold up this Salic law to bar your highness claiming from the female, and rather choose to hide them in a net than apply to embar their crooked titles, usurped from you and your progenitors.
May I, with right and conscience, make this claim?
The sin upon my head, dread sovereign, for in the book of Numbers is it writ, when the man dies, let the inheritance descend unto the daughter. Gracious Lord, stand for your own, unwind your bloody flag, look back into your mighty ancestors. Go, my dread Lord, to your great grandsire's tomb, from whom you claim. Invoke his warlike spirit and your great uncles, Edward the Black Prince, who on the French ground played a tragedy, making defeat on the full power of France, while his most mighty father on a hill stood smiling to behold his lion's whelp forage in blood of French nobility. O noble English, that could entertain with half their forces the full pride of France, and let another half stand laughing by, all out of work and cold for action.
Awake remembrance of these valiant deeds, and with your puissant arms renew their feats. You are their heir, you sit upon their throne. The blood and courage that renowned them runs in your veins, and my thrice puissant liege is in the very May morn of his youth, ripe for exploits and mighty enterprises.
Brother kings and monarchs of the earth, except that you should rouse yourself, as did the former lions of your blood.
They know your grace hath cause and means and might, so hath your highness and every king of England had nobles, richer and more loyal subjects, whose hearts have left their bodies here in England and lie pavilioned in the fields of France.
Oh, let their bodies follow, my dear liege, with blood and sword and fire to win your right. In aid whereof we of the spirituality will raise your highness such a mighty sum as never did the clergy at one time bring it in to any of your ancestors.
We must not only arm to invade the French, but lay down our proportions to defend against the Scot, who will make road upon us with all advantages.
They of those marches, gracious sovereign, shall be a wall sufficient to defend our inland from the pilfering borderers.
We do not mean the coursing snatchers only, but fear the main intendment of the Scot, who hath been still a giddy neighbour to us. For you shall read that my great-grandfather never went with his forces into France, but that the Scot on his unfurnished kingdom came pouring like the tide into a breach with ample and brim fullness of his force, galling the gleaned land with hot assays, girding with grievous siege castles and towns, that England, being empty of defence, hath shook and trembled at the ill neighbourhood.
She hath been then more feared than harmed, my liege, for hear her but exampled by herself, when all her chivalry hath been in France, and she a mourning widow of her nobles. She hath herself not only well defended, but taken and impounded as a stray the King of Scots, whom she did send to France, to fill King Edward's fame with prisoner kings, and make her chronicle as rich with praise as is the ooze and bottom of the sea, with sunken wreck and sunless treasuries.
But there's a saying very old and true, if that you will France win, then with Scotland first begin. For once the eagle England being in prey, to her unguarded nest the weasel Scot comes sneaking, and so sucks her princely eggs, playing the mouse in absence of the cat, to tear and havoc more than she can eat.
It follows then the cat must stay at home, yet that is but a crushing necessity, since we have locks to safeguard necessaries, and pretty traps to catch the petty thieves, while the armed hand doth fight abroad. The advised head defends itself at home, for government, though high and low and lower, put into parts, doth keep in one consent, hungering in a full and natural close, like music.
Therefore doth heaven divide the state of man in divers functions, setting an endeavour in continual motion, to which is fixed, as an aim or but, obedience. For so work the honeybees, creatures that by a rule in nature teach the act of order to a peopled kingdom. They have a king and officers of sorts, where some, like magistrates, correct at home, others, like merchants, venture trade abroad, others, like soldiers, armed in their stings, make boot upon the summer's velvet buds, which pillage they with merry march bring home to the tent royal of their emperor, who busied in his majesty surveys the singing masons building roofs of gold, the civil citizens kneading up the honey, the poor mechanic porters crowding in their heavy burdens at his narrow gate, the sad-eyed justice with his surly hum, delivering all to executors pale, the lazy yawning drone. I this infer, that many things, having full reference to one consent, may work contrariously, as many arrows lucid several ways, come to one mark. As many ways meet in one town, as many fresh streams meet in one salt sea, as many lines close in the dial's centre, so may 1,000 actions once afoot end in one purpose, and be all well borne without defeat. Therefore to France, my liege, divide your happy England into 4, whereof you take 1 quarter into France, and you withal shall make all Gallia shake. If we, with thrice such powers left at home, cannot defend our own doors from the dog, let us be worried, and our nation lose the name of hardiness and policy.
All in the messengers sent from the Dauphin.
Exit some attendants.
Now are we well resolved, and by God's help, and yours, the noble sinews of our power, France, being ours, will bend it to our oar and break it all to pieces, or there we'll sit, ruling in large and ample empery o'er France and all her almost kingly dukedoms, or lay these bones in an unworthy urn, tombless, with no remembrance over them. Either our history shall with full mouth speak freely of our acts, or else our grave, like Turkish mute, shall have a tongueless mouth, not worshipped with a waxen epitaph.
Enter ambassadors from France.
Now are we well prepared to know the pleasure of our fair cousin Dauphin, for we hear your greeting is from him, not from the king.
May it please your majesty to give us leave freely to render what we have in charge? Or shall we sparingly show you far off the Dauphin's meaning in our embassy?
Oh, we are no tyrant, but a Christian king, unto whose grace our passion is as subject, as our wretches fettered in our prisons. Therefore, with frank and with uncurbed plainness, tell us the Dauphin's mind.
Thus then, in few, your highness, lately sending into France, did claim some certain dukedoms, in the right of your great predecessor, King Edward III. In answer of which claim, the prince, our master, says that you savour too much of your youth, and bids you be advised there's naught in France that can be, with a nimble galliard, won. You cannot revel into dukedoms there. He therefore sends you, meeter for your spirit, this ton of treasure, and in lieu of this, desires you let the dukedoms that you claim hear no more of you. This, the Dauphin speaks.
What treasure, uncle?
This falls, my liege.
Oh, we are glad. The Dauphin is so pleasant with us. His present and your pains we thank you for. When we have marched our rackets to these balls, we will, in France, by God's grace, play a set, shall strike his father's crown into the hazard. Tell him he hath made a match with such a wrangler that all the courts of France will be disturbed with chases. And we understand him well, how he comes o'er us with our wilder days, not measuring what use we made of them. We never valued this poor seat of England, and therefore, living hence, did give ourself to barbarous license, as 'tis ever common that men are merriest when they are from home. But tell the Dauphin, I will keep my state, be like a king, and show my sail of greatness when I do rouse me in my throne of France. For that I have laid by my majesty and plodded like a man for working days, but I will rise there with so full a glory that I will dazzle all the eyes of France. Yea, strike the Dauphin blind to look on us, and tell the pleasant prince this mock of his hath turned his balls to gunstones, and his soul shall stand sore charged for the wasteful vengeance that shall fly with them. For many 1,000 widows shall this his mock out of their dear husbands, mock mothers from their sons, mock castles down, and some are yet ungotten and unborn that should have cause to curse the Dauphin's scorn. But this lies all within the will of God, to whom I do appeal, and in whose name tell you, the Dauphin, I am coming on, to venge me as I may, and to put forth my rightful hand in a well-hallowed cause. So, get you hence in peace, and tell the Dauphin his jest will savour but of shallow wit, when thousands weep more than did laugh at it. Convey them with safe conduct. Fare you well.
Excellent ambassadors.
This was a merry message.
We hope to make the sender blush at it. Therefore, my lords, admit no happy hour that may give furtherance to our expedition, for we have now no thought in us but France. Save those to God that run before our business. Therefore, let our proportions for these wars be soon collected, and all things thought upon that may with reasonable swiftness add more feathers to our wings. For God before will chide this Dauphin at his father's door. Therefore, let every man now task his thought, that this fair action may on foot be brought.
Exeunt, flourish. Act 2, prologue. Now all the youth of England are on fire, and silken dalliance in the wardrobe lies. Now thrive the armourers, and honours fought, reign solely in the breast of every man. They sell the pasture now to buy the horse, following the mirror of all Christian kings with winged heels, as English Mercuries. For now sits expectation in the air, and hides a sword from hilts unto the point, with crowns imperial, crowns and coronets, promised to Harry and his followers. The French, advised by good intelligence of this most dreadful preparation, shake in their fear and with pale policy seek to divert the English purpose. O England, modelled to thy inward greatness, like little body with a mighty heart, what mightst thou do that honour would thee do? Were all my children kind and natural, but see thy fault. France hath in thee found out a nest of hollow bosoms, which he fills with treacherous crowns and free corrupted men, one, Richard Earl of Cambridge, and the second, Henry Lord Scroop of Masham, and the third, Sir Thomas Grey, Knight of Northumberland, have, for the guilt of France, oh guilt indeed, confirmed conspiracy with fearful France, and by their hands this grace of kings must die. If hell and treason hold their promises, ere he take a ship for France, and in Southampton, linger your patience on, and will digest the abuse of distance. Force a play, the sum is paid, the traitors are agreed, the king is set from London, and the scene is now transported, gentles, to Southampton. There is the playhouse now, there must use it. And thence in France shall we convey you safe, and bring you back, charming the narrow seas, to give you gentle pass. For, if we may, we'll not offend one stomach with our play, but till the king come forth, and not till then, unto Southampton do we shift our scene. Act 2, Scene 1, London, a street. Enter Corporal Nym and Lieutenant Bardolph.
Well met, Corporal Nym.
Good morrow, Lieutenant Bardolph.
What, are ancient pistol and you friends yet?
For my part, I care not. I say little, but when time shall serve, there shall be smiles, but that shall be as it may say. I dare not fight, but I will wink and hold out mine iron. It is a simple one, but what thou? It will toast cheese, and it will endure cold as another man's sword will, and there's an end.
I will bestow a breakfast and make you friends, and will all three be sworn brothers to France. Let it be so, good Corporal Nym.
Faith, I will live so long as I may. That's the certain of it, and then I cannot live any longer. I will do as I may. That is my rest. That is the rendezvous of it.
It is certain, Corporal, that he is married to Nell quickly, and certainly she did you wrong, for you were troth-plight to her.
I cannot tell. Things must be as they may. Men may sleep, and they may have their throats about them at that time, and some say knives have edges. It must be as it may. Though Patience be a tired mare, yet she will plod. There must be conclusions. Well, I cannot tell.
Enter Pistol and Hostess.
Here comes ancient Pistol and his wife. Good Corporal, be patient here. How now, mine host Pistol?
Base
Tyke, callest thou me host? Now by this hand I swear I scorn thee, nor shall my knell keep lodgers.
No, by my troth, not long, for we cannot lodge and board a dozen or 14 gentlewomen that live honestly by the prick of their needles. But it will be thought we keep a bawdy house straight.
Nym and pistol draw.
Oh, well a day, lady, if he be not drawn now. We shall see wilful adultery and murder committed.
Good lieutenant, good corporal, offer nothing here.
Pish.
Pish for thee, Iceland dog, thou pricked cur of Iceland.
Good Corporal Nym, show thy valour and put your sword.
Will you shog off? I should have you solace.
Solace, engenderous dog, O viper vile, O solace in thy most miraculous face, the solace in thy teeth and in thy throat and in thy hateful lungs, yea, in thy maw, purdy, and which is worse, within thy nasty mouth. I do retort the solace in those bowels, for I can take, and pistol's cock is up, and flashing fire will follow.
I am not Barbazon. You cannot conjure me. I have a humour to knock you indifferently well. If you grow foul with me, pistol, I will scour you with my rapier as I may. In fair terms, if you would walk off, I would prick your guts a little, in good terms as I may. And that's the humour of it.
Oh, braggart vile and damned furious wight, the grave doth grape, and dotting death is near, therefore exhale.
Hear me, what I say. He that strikes the first stroke, I'll run him up to the hilts, as I am a soldier.
Draws. An oath of mickle might and fury shall abate. Give me thy fist, thy force foot to me give, thy spirits are most tall.
I will cut thy throat one time or other, in fair terms. That is the humour of it.
Couple à gorge, that is the word. I thee defy again. O hound of Crete, thinkest thou my spouse to get? No, to the spit you'll go, and from the pondering tub of infamy, fetch forth the lazar kite of Cressid's kind. Doth tear sheets she by name, and her espouge. I have and I will hold the crocodile quickly, for only she and Puka, there's enough. Go to. Enter the boy.
Mine host, pistol, you must come to my master, and you, hostess. He is very sick and would to bed. Good Bardolph, put thy face between his sheets and do the office of a warming pan. Faith, he is very ill.
Away, you rogue!
By my troth, he'll yield the crow he put in one of these days. The king has killed his heart. Good husband, come home presently.
Exeunt hostess and boy.
Come, shall I make you two friends? We must to France together. Why the devil should we keep knives to cut one another's throats?
Let floods o'erswell the fanes for food, howl on.
You'll pay me the 8 shillings I won of you at betting.
Base is a slave that pays.
Ha! That now I will have, that's the humour of it.
As manhood shall compound, push home. They draw.
By this sword, he that makes the first thrust, I'll kill him. By this sword I will.
Sword is an oath, and oaths must have their course.
Corporal Nym, and thou wilt be friends, and thou wilt not. Why then be enemies with me too. Prithee, put up.
I shall have my 8 shillings I won of you at betting.
A noble shalt thou have, and present pay, and liquor likewise will I give to thee, and friendship shall combined, and brotherhood. I'll live by Nym, and Nym shall live by me. Is that not this just? For I shall stula be unto the camp, and profits will accrue. Give me thy hand.
I shall have my noble.
In cash, mostly justly paid.
Well then, that's the humour of it.
Re-enter hostess.
As ever you came of women, coming quickly to Sir John. Ah, poor heart, he is so shaked of a burning quotidian tertin that it is most lamentable to behold. Sweet men, come to him.
The king hath run bad humours on the night. That's the even of it.
Nym, thou hast spoke the right. His heart is fractured and corroborated.
The king is a good king, but it must be as it may. He passes some humours and careers.
Let us condole the king, for lambkins we will live.
Act 2, Scene 2, Southampton, a council chamber. Enter Exeter, Bedford, and Westmoreland.
For God, his grace is bold to trust these traitors.
You shall be apprehended by and by.
How smooth and even they do bear themselves, as if allegiance in their bosoms sat, crowned with faith and constant loyalty.
The king hath note of all that they intend, by interception which they dream not of.
Nay, but the man that was his bedfellow, whom he hath found employed with gracious favours, that he should for a foreign purse so sell, his sovereign's life to death and treachery.
Trumpet sound. Enter King Henry, Scroop, Cambridge, Grey, and attendants.
Now sits the wind fair, and we will aboard. My lord of Cambridge, and my kind lord of Masham, and you, my gentle knight, give me your thoughts. Think you not that the powers we bear with us will cut their passage through the force of France, doing the execution and the act for which we have in head assembled them?
No doubt, my liege, if each man do his best.
Well, I doubt not that, since we are well persuaded. We carry not a heart with us from hence that grows not in a fair consent with ours, nor leave not one behind that doth not wish success and conquest to attend on us.
Never was the monarch better feared and loved than is your majesty. There's not, I think, a subject that sits in heart grief and uneasiness under the sweet shade of your government.
True, those your father's enemies have steeped their galls in honey and do serve you with heart's creative duty and zeal.
We therefore have great cause of thankfulness, and shall forget the office of our hand, sooner than quittance of desert and merit according to the weight and worthiness.
So service shall with steel sinews toil, and labour shall refresh itself with hope, to do your grace incessant services.
We judge no less. Uncle of Exeter, enlarge the man committed yesterday, that railed against our person. We consider it was excess of wine that set him on, and on his more advice, we pardon him.
That's mercy, but too much security. Let him be punished, sovereign, lest example breed. By his sufferance, more of such a kind.
Oh, let us yet be merciful.
So may your highness, and yet punish too.
Sir, you show great mercy if you give him life after the taste of much correction.
Alas, your too much love and care of me are heavy orisons against this poor wretch. If little faults proceeding on distemper shall not be winked at, how shall we stretch our eye when capital crimes, chewed, swallowed, and digested, appear before us? We'll yet enlarge that man, though Cambridge, Scroop, and Grey, in their dear care and tender preservation of our person, would have him punished. And now, to our French causes. Who are the late commissioners?
I won, my lord. Your highness bade me ask for it today.
So you did me, my liege. And I, my royal sovereign.
Then, Richard, Earl of Cambridge, there is yours. They're yours, Lord Scroop of Masham, and Sir Knight Grey of Northumberland, this same is yours. Read them, and know, I know your worthiness. My Lord of Westmoreland and Uncle Exeter, we will aboard you tonight. Why, how now, gentlemen? What see you in those papers that you lose so much complexion? Looky, how they change. Their cheeks are paper. Why, what read you there that hath so cowarded and chased your blood out of appearance?
I do confess my fault, and do submit me to your highness' mercy.
With Scroop.
The mercy that was quick in us, but late, by your own counsel is suppressed and killed. You must not dare for shame to talk of mercy, for your own reasons turn into your bosoms, as dogs upon their masters worrying you. See you, my princes and my noble peers, these English monsters. My Lord of Cambridge here, you know how apt our love was to accord, to furnish him with all appurtenance belonging to his honour. And this man hath, for a few light crowns, lightly conspired and sworn unto the practices of France to kill us here in Hampton, to the which this night no less for bounty bound to us than Cambridge is, hath likewise sworn. But oh, what shall I say to thee, Lord Scroop, thou cruel, ingrateful, savage, and inhuman creature, thou that didst bear the key of all my counsels, that knewst the very bottom of my soul, that almost mightst have coined me into gold. Wouldst thou have practised on me for thy use? May it be possible that foreign hire could out of thee extract one spark of evil that might annoy my finger? It is so strange that, though the truth of it stands off as gross as black and white, my eye will scarcely see it. Treason and murder, ever kept close as two yoke devils sworn to either's purpose, working so grossly in a natural cause that admiration did not whoop at them. But thou, gainst all proportion, didst bring in wonder to wait on treason and on murder. And whatsoever cunning fiend it was that wrought upon thee so preposterously hath got the voice in hell for excellence. All other devils that suggest by treasons do botch and bungle up damnation with patches, colours, and with forms being fetched from glistering semblances of piety. But he that tempered thee bade thee stand up, gave thee no instance why thou shouldst do treason, unless to dub thee with the name of traitor. If that same demon that hath gulled thee thus should with his lion gait walk the whole world, he might return to vasty Tartarback and tell the legions, I can never win a soul so easy as that Englishman's. Oh, how hast thou with jealousy infected the sweet efficients, show men dutiful? Why, so didst thou. Seem they grave and learned? Why, so didst thou. Come they of noble family? Why, so didst thou. Seem they religious? Why, so didst thou. Or are they spare in diet, free from gross passion or of mirth or anger, constant in spirit, not swerving with the blood, garnished and decked in modest compliment, not working with the eye without the ear, and but in purged judgment, trusting neither? Such and so finely bolted didst thou seem, and thus thy fall hath left a kind of blot to mark the full-fraught man, and best endued with some suspicion. I will weep for thee, for this revolt of thine, and methinks it's like another fall of man. Their faults are open. Arrest them to the answer of the law, and God acquit them of their practices.
I arrest thee of high treason by the name of Richard, Earl of Cambridge. I arrest thee of high treason by the name of Henry, Lord Scroop of Masham. I arrest thee of high treason by the name of Thomas Grey, Knight of Northumberland.
Our purposes God justly hath discovered, and I repent my fault more than my death, which I beseech your highness to forgive, although my body pay the price of it.
For me, the gold of France did not seduce, although I did admit it as a motive, the sooner to effect what I intended. But God be thanked for prevention, which I in sufferance heartily will rejoice, beseeching God in you to pardon me.
Never did faithful subject more rejoice at the discovery of most dangerous treason than I do at this hour joy o' myself, prevented from a damned enterprise, my fault but not my body pardoned for them.
God quit you in his mercy. Hear your sentence. You have conspired against our royal person, joined with an enemy proclaimed, and from his coffers received the golden earnest of our death, wherein you would have sold your king to slaughter, his princes and his peers to servitude, his subjects to oppression and contempt, and his whole kingdom into desolation. Touching our person seek we no revenge, but we our kingdom's safety must so tender, whose ruin you have sought, that to her laws we do deliver you. Get you therefore hence, poor miserable wretches, to your death. the taste whereof God of his mercy give you patience to endure, and true repentance of all your dear offences. Bear them hence.
Exeunt Cambridge, Scroop, and Grey guarded.
Now, lords, for France, the enterprise whereof shall be to you, as us, like glorious. We doubt not of a fair and lucky war, since God so graciously hath brought to light this dangerous treason lurking in our way to hinder our beginnings. We doubt not now, but every rub is smoothed on our way. Then forth, dear countrymen, let us deliver our puissance into the hand of God, putting it straight in expedition. Cheerly to sea, the signs of war advance. No king of England, if not king of France.
Exeunt. Act 2, Scene 3. London before a tavern. Enter Pistol, Hostess, Nym, Bardolph, and Boy.
Privacy, honey, sweet husband, let me bring thee to Staines.
No, from my manly heart doth yearn. Bardolph, be beerless. Nym, rouse thy vaunting veins. Boy, bristle thy courage up. For Falstaff he is dead, and we must yearn therefore.
Would I were him, wheresome he is, either in heaven nor in hell.
Nay, sure, he's not in hell, he's in Arthur's bosom, if ever man went to Arthur's bosom. A made finer end, and went away, and it had been any Christian child. He parted even just between 12 and 1, even at the turning of the tide. For after I saw him fumble with the sheets and play with flowers and smile upon his fingers' ends, I knew there was but one way, for his nose was as sharp as a pen, and he bubbled of green fills. How now, Sir John? Quoth I, what man? Be of good cheer. So I cried out, God, 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 3 or 4 times. Now I, to comfort him, bid him should not think of God. I hoped there was no need to trouble himself with any such thoughts yet. So bade me lay more clothes on his feet. I put my hand into the bed and felt them, and they were as cold as any stone. Then I fell to his knees, and they were as cold as any stone. And so upward, and all was as cold as any stone.
They say he cried out of sack.
Aye, that I did.
And of women.
Nay, that I did not.
Yes, that I did, and said there were devils incarnate.
Ah, could never abide carnation. 'Twas a colour he never liked.
I said once the devil would have him about women.
Ah, did in some sort indeed, handle women, but then he was rheumatic, and talked of the whore of Babylon.
Do you not remember? I saw a flea stick upon Bardolph's nose, and I said it was a black soul burning in hellfire.
Well, the fuel is gone that maintained that fire, and that's all the riches I got in his service.
Shall we shog? The king will be gone from Southampton.
Come, let's away. My love, give me thy lips. Look to my chattels and my movables. Let sense rule. The word is pitch and pay. Trust none. For oaths are straws. Men's faiths are wafer cakes, and hold fast is the only dog my duck. Therefore, cave to by thy counsellor. Go, clear thy crystals. Yoke fellows in arms, let us to France. Like horse leeches, my boys, to suck, the very blood to suck.
And that's but unwholesome food, they say.
Touch her soft mouth and march.
Farewell, hostess.
Kissing her.
I cannot kiss, that is the humour of it, but adieu.
Let housewifery appear, keep close, I thee command.
Farewell, adieu.
Exeunt. Act 2, Scene 4. France, the King's Palace. Flourish. Enter the French King, the Dauphin, the Dukes of Berry and Bretagne, the Constable, and others.
Thus comes the English with full power upon us, and more than carefully it has concerns to answer royally in our defences. Therefore, the Dukes of Berry and of Bretagne, of Brabant and of Orleans shall make forth, and you, Prince Dauphin, with all swift dispatch, to line and new repair our towns of war with men of courage and with means defendant. For England, his approaches make as fierce as waters to the sucking of a gulf. It fits us then to be as provident as fear may teach us out of late examples left by fatal and neglected English upon our fields.
My most redoubted father, it is most meet we arm us against the foe, for peace itself should not so dull a kingdom. No war nor no known quarrel were in question, but that defences, musters, preparations should be maintained, assembled and collected, as were a war in expectation. Therefore, I say, 'tis meet we all go forth to view the sick and feeble parts of France, and let us do it with no show of fear. No, we know more than if we heard that England were busied with a Whitsun Morris dance. For my good liege, she is so idly kinged, her sceptre so fantastically borne by a vain, giddy, shallow, humorous youth, that fear attends her not.
Oh, peace, Prince Dauphin, you are too much mistaken in this king. Question your grace, the late ambassadors, with what great state he heard their embassy, how well supplied with noble counsellors, how modest in exception, and withal how terrible in constant resolution. And you shall find his vanities forspent, where but the outside of the Roman Brutus, covering discretion with a coat of folly, as gardeners do with ordure hide those roots that shall first spring and be most delicate.
Well, it is not so, my Lord High Constable, but though we think it so, it is no matter. In cases of defence, 'tis best to weigh the enemy more mighty than he seems, so the proportions of defence are filled, which of a weak or niggardly projection doth like a miser spoil his coat with scanting a little cloth.
Think we King Harry strong, and princes, look you, strongly armed to meet him. The kindred of him hath been fleshed upon us, and he is bred out of that bloody strain that haunted us in our familiar paths. Witness our too many memorable shame, when Cressy battle fatally was struck, and all our princes captive by the hand of the black name Edward, Black Prince of Wales. Whiles that his mountain sire, on mountain standing upon the air, crowned with the golden sun, saw his heroical seed, and smiled to see him mangle the work of nature and deface the patterns that by God and by French fathers had 20 years been made. This is a stem of that victorious stock, and let us fear the native mightiness and fate of him.
Enter a messenger.
Ambassadors from Harry, King of England, do crave admittance to your majesty.
We'll give them present audience. Go, bring them.
Exeunt messenger and certain lords.
You see this chase is hotly followed, friends.
Turn head and stop pursuit, for coward dogs most spend their mouths when they seem to threaten, runs far before them. Good, my sovereign, take up the English short and let them know of what a monarchy you are the head. Self-love, my liege, is not so vile a sin as self-neglecting.
Re-enter lords with Exeter in train.
From our brother England?
From him, and thus he greets your majesty. He wills you, in the name of God Almighty, that you divest yourself and lay apart the borrowed glories that by the gift of heaven, by law of nature and of nations, belong to him and to his heirs, namely the crown and all wide stretched honours that pertain by custom and the ordinance of times unto the crown of France, that you may know 'tis no sinister nor no awkward claim, picked from the wormholes of long vanished days, nor from the dust of old oblivion ranked. He sends you this most memorable line, in every branch truly demonstrative, willing to overlook this pedigree, and when you find him evenly derived from his most famed of famous ancestors, Edward III, he bids you then resign your crown and kingdom, indirectly held from him, the native and true challenger.
Or else what follows?
Bloody constraint, for if you hide the crown even in your hearts, there will he rake for it. Therefore, in fierce tempest he is coming, in thunder and in earthquake like a Jove, that if requiring fail, he will compel he will compel and bids you in the bowels of the Lord deliver up the crown and to take mercy on the poor souls for whom this hungry war opens his bastard doors, and on your heads turning the widow's tears, the orphan cries, the dead man's blood, the pining maiden's groans, that for husbands, fathers, and betrothed lovers, that shall be swallowed in this controversy. That is his claim, his threatening, and my message, unless the Dauphin be in presence here, to whom expressly I bring greeting to.
For us, we will consider this further. Tomorrow shall you bear our full intent back to our brother England.
For the Dauphin, I stand here for him. What to him for England?
Born in defiance, slight regard, contempt, and anything that may not misbecome the mighty sender doth he prize you at. Thus says my king, and if your father's highness do not in grant of all demands at large sweeten the bitter milk you sent his majesty, he'll call you to so hot an answer of it that cavers and woolly voltages of France shall chide your trespass and return your mock in second descent of his ordinance.
If my father render fair return, it is against my will, for I desire nothing but odds with England. To that end, as matching to his youth and vanity, I did present him with the Paris balls.
He'll make your Paris Louvre shake for it, were it be the mistress court of mighty Europe, and be assured you'll find a difference, as we, his subjects, having wonder found between the promise of his greener days, and these he masters now he weighs time even to the utmost grain, that you shall read in your own losses if you stay in France.
Tomorrow shall you know our mind at full.
Dispatch us with all speed, lest that our king come here himself to question our delay, for he is footed in this land already.
You shall be soon dispatched with fair conditions. A night is but a small breath, and a little pause to answer matters of this consequence.
Flourish, exeunt. Prologue. Thus with imagined wing our swift scene flies, in motion of no less celerity than that of thought. Suppose that you have seen the well-appointed king at Hampton Pier, embark his royalty, and his brave fleet with silken streamers, the young Phoebus fanning. Play with your fancies, and in them behold upon the hempen tackle shipboys climbing. Hear the shrill whistle which doth order give to sound confused. Behold the threadened sails, borne with the invisible and creeping wind. Draw the huge bottoms through the furrowed sea, breasting the lofty surge. Oh, do but think you stand upon the ravage and behold a city on the inconstant billows dancing. For so appears this fleet majestical, holding due course to Harfleur. Follow, follow. Grapple your minds to stern edge of this navy, and leave your England, as dead midnight still, guarded with grandsires, babies, and old women, either past or not arrived to pith and puissance. For who is he whose chin is but enriched with one appearing hair, that will not follow these culled and choice-drawn cavaliers of France? Work your thoughts, and therein see a siege. Behold the ordinance of their carriages, with fatal mouths gaping on girded half-floor. Suppose the ambassador of France comes back, tells Harry that the king doth offer him Catherine his daughter, and with her, to dowry, some petty and unprofitable kingdoms. The offer likes not, and the nimble gunner, with linstock now the devilish cannon touches. Alarm, the chambers go off. And down goes all before them. Still be kind, and eke out our performance with your mind. Act 3, Scene 1, France, before Harfleur. Alarum, enter King Henry, Exeter, Bedford, Gloucester, and soldiers with scaling ladders.
Once more, and to the breach, dear friend, once more. Or close the wall up with our English dead. In peace, there's nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility. But when the blast of war blows in our ears, then imitate the action of the tiger. Stiffen the sinews, summon up the blood, disguise fair nature with hard favoured rage. Then lend the eye A terrible aspect. Let pry through the portage of the head like the brass cannon. Let the brow o'erwhelm it as faithfully as doth a galled rock o'erhang and jutty his confounded base, swilled with the wild and wasteful ocean. Now set the teeth and stretch the nostril wide, hold hard the bread, and bend up every spirit to his full height. On, you noblest English, whose blood is fet from fathers of warproof, fathers that, like so many Alexanders, have in these parts from morn even till fought and sheathed their swords for lack of argument. Dishonour not your mothers. Now attest that those whom you called fathers did beget you. Be copy now to men of grosser blood and teach them how to war. And you, good yeoman, whose limbs were made in England, show us here the mettle of your pasture. Let us swear that you are worth your breeding, which I doubt not. For there is none of you so mean and base that hath not noble lustre in your eyes. I see you stand like greyhounds in the slips, straining upon the start. The game's afoot. Follow your spirit, and upon this charge cry God of Harry, England, and St. George!
Exeunt alarum, and the chambers go off. Act 3, Scene 2. Enter Nym, Bardolph, Pistol, and Boy.
On, to the breach!
Pray thee, Corporal, stay, the knocks are too hot. And for mine own part, I have not case of lies, the humour of it is too hot. And that is the very plain song of it.
The plain song is most just, for humours do abound. Knock, go, and come. God vassals drop and die, and sword and shield in bloody field doth win immortal fame.
Would I were an alehouse in London, I would give all my fame for a pot of ale in safety.
And I, if wishes would prevail with me, my purpose should not fail with me, but thither I would hie.
As duly, but not as truly, as bird doth sing on bough. Enter Fluellen.
Up to the breach, you dogs! Avaunt, you cullions!
Driving them forward.
Be merciful, great Duke, to men of Mound! Abate thy rage, abate thy manly rage, abate thy rage, great Duke! God Barcock, bate thy rage, use lenty sweet chuck.
These be good humours, your honour wins bad humours.
Exeunt all but Boy. As young as I am, I have observed these free swashers. I am boy to them all free, but they all free, though they would serve me, could not be man to me, for indeed free such antics do amount to a man. For Bardolph, he is white-livered and red-faced, but the means whereof effaces it out, but fights not. For Pistol, he hath a killing tongue, and a quiet sword, by the means whereof a peak's word, and keeps whole weapons. For Nym, he hath heard that men of few words are the best men, and therefore he scorns to say his prayers, lest it should be thought a coward. But his few bad words are matched with a few good deeds, for I ne'er broke a man's head with it but his own, and that was against a post when he was drunk. They will steal anything and call it purchase. Bardolph stole a lute case, bore it 12 leagues, and sold it for 3 halfpence. Nym and Bardolph are sworn brothers in filching, and in Calais they stole a fire shovel. I knew by that piece of service that men would carry coals. They would have me as familiar with men's pockets as their gloves or their handkerchiefs, which makes much against my manhood, if I should take from another's pocket to put into mine, for it is plain pocketing up of wrongs. I must leave them and seek some better service. Their villainy goes against my weak stomach, and therefore I must catch it up. Exit. Re-enter Fluellen, Gower following.
Captain Fluellen, you must come presently to the mines. The Duke of Gloucester would speak with you.
To the mines! Tell you, the Duke, it is not so good to come to the mines. For, look you, the mines is not according to the disciplines of the war. The concavouts of it is not sufficient. For, look you, the adversary, you may discuss unto the Duke. Look you, is digit himself 4 yard under the countermines, by Chesu, I think a will plough up all, if there is not better directions.
The Duke of Gloucester, to whom the order of siege is given, is altogether directed by an Irishman, a very valiant gentleman of faith.
Is it Captain Macmorris, is it not?
I think it be.
By Jesu, he is an ass as in the world. I will verify as much as in his beard. He has no more directions in the true disciplines of the wars, look you, of the Roman disciplines, than is a puppy dog.
Enter Macmorris and Captain Jammy.
Here it comes, and a Scots captain, Captain Jammy, with him.
Captain Jammy is a marvellous, valorous gentleman, that is certain, and of great expedition and knowledge in the ancient wars, upon my particular knowledge of his directions. By Jesu, he will maintain his argument as well as any military man in the world, in his disciplines of the pristine wars of the Romans.
I say good day, Captain Llewellyn.
God unto your worship. Good day, Captain James.
How now, Captain Macmorris? Have you quit the mines? Have the pioneers given up?
By Crish la, 'tis ill done. The work is give over. The trumpet sound the retreat. By my hand, I swear, and my father's soul, the work is all done. It is give over. I would have blowed up the town, so Christ save me, la, in an hour. Oh, 'tis ill done, 'tis ill done. By my hand, 'tis ill done.
Captain Macmorris, I beseech you now, will you vouchsafe me, look you, a few disputations with you, as partly touching or concerning the disciplines of the war, the Roman wars, in the way of argument, look you, and friendly communication, partly to satisfy my opinion, and partly for the satisfaction, look you, of my mind, as touching the direction of the military discipline. That is the point.
It shall be very good, good faith, good Captain Bath, and I shall quit you with good leave, that I may pick occasion, that shall I marry. It is no time to discourse, so Christ save me. The day is hot, and the weather, and the wars, and the king, and the dukes. It is no time to discourse. The town is besieged, and the trumpet callers to the breach, and we talk, and be Christ, do nothing. 'Tis shame for us all. 'Tis shame by my hand. And there is throats to be cut, and work to be done, and there is nothing done, so Christ save me, la. By the mess, ere these ices of mine take themselves to slumber, I'll do thee good service, or I'll lig in the ground for it, aye, or go to the death, and I'll pay it as valorously as I may. That's all I surely do, that is the breath and the lungs. Mary, I would full fain hear some question between you tway.
Captain Macmorris, I think, look you, under your correction, there is not many of your nation.
Oh, my nation, oh, mine, what is my nation? Is a villain and a bastard and a knave and a rascal. What is my nation? Who talks of my nation?
Look you, if you take the matter otherwise than is meant, Captain Macmorris, peradventure, I think that you do not use me with that affability as in discretion you ought to use me. Look you, being as a good man as yourself, both in the disciplines of war and in the derivation of my birth, and in other particularities.
I do not know you so good a man as myself. So, Christ save me, I will cut off your head.
Gentlemen both, you will mistake each other.
Ah, that's a foul fault.
A parley sounded.
The town sounds a parley.
Captain Macmorris, when there is more better opportunity to be required, look you, I will be so bold as to tell you, I know the disciplines of war, and there is an end.
Exeunt. Act 3, Scene 3, the same, before the gates. The governor and some citizens on the wall, the English forces below, enter King Henry and his train.
How yet resolves the governor of this town? This is the latest parley, we will admit. Therefore, to our best mercy, give yourselves. Or, like to men proud of destruction, defy us to our worst. For, as I am a soldier, a name that in my thought becomes me best, if I begin the battery once again, I will not leave the half-achieved half-fleur till in her ashes she lie buried. The gates of mercy shall be all shut up, and the fleshed soldier, rough and hard of heart, in liberty of bloody hand shall range, with conscience wide as hell, mowing like grass your fresh fair virgins and your flowering infants. What is it then to me, if impious war, arrayed in flames like to the prince of fiends, do, with his smirched complexion, all fell feet enlinked to waste and desolation? What is to me, when you yourselves are cause, if your pure maidens fall into the hand of hot and forcing violation? What reign can hold licentious wickedness, when down the hill he holds his fierce career? We may as bootless spend our vain command upon the enraged soldiers in their spoil, as send precepts to the Leviathan to come ashore. Therefore, you men of Harfleur, take pity of your town and of your people. Whiles yet my soldiers are in my command, whiles yet the cool and temperate wind of grace o'erblows the filthy and contagious clouds of heady murder, spoil, and villainy. If not, why, in a moment, look to see the blind and bloody soldier with foul hand defile the locks of your shrill, shrieking daughters, your fathers taken by the silver beards and their most reverend heads dashed to the walls, your naked infants spitted upon spikes, whilst the mad mothers with their howls confused do break the clouds, as did the wives of Jury at Herod's bloody hunting slaughtermen. What say you? Will you yield and this avoid, or, guilty in defence, be thus destroyed?
Our expectation has this day an end. The Dauphin, whom of succours we entreated, returns us that his powers are yet not ready to raise so great a siege. Therefore, great king, we yield our town and lives to thy soft mercy. Enter our gates, dispose of us and ours, for we are no longer defensible.
Open your gates! Come, Uncle Exeter, go you and enter Harfleur. There remain, and fortify it strongly against the French. Use mercy to them all. For us, dear uncle, the winter coming on and sickness growing upon our soldiers, we will retire to Calais. Tonight in Harfleur, we will be your guest. Tomorrow for the march are we addressed.
Flourish. The king and his train enter the town. Act 3, Scene 4, the French king's palace. Enter Catherine and Alice.
Alice, tu as été en Angleterre et tu parles bien la langue.
Un peu, madame.
Je te prie, monseigneur, il faut que je prenne à parler. Comment appelez-vous le main en Angleterre, en anglais?
La main, elle est appelée the hand.
De hand et
The hand.
des doigts.
Les doigts, ma foi, j'oublie les doigts, mais je me souviendrai. Les doigts, oui, je pense qu'ils sont dans the fingers. Oui, oui, the fingers.
Le main, the hand, les doigts, the fingers. Je pense que je suis le bien écolier. J'ai gagné 2 mots d'anglais vitement. Comment appelez-vous les ongles?
Les ongles?
Ouais.
Nous les appelons the nails.
The nails. Écoutez, dis-moi, si je parle bien, de hand, de fingers et de nails.
C'est bien dit, madame. Il est fort bien anglais.
Dites-moi, l'anglais, pour le bras.
The arm, madame.
Et le coude?
The elbow.
The elbow. Je me fais la répétition de tous les mots que vous m'appeliez à présent.
Il est trop difficile, madame, comme je pense.
Excuse-moi, Alice, écoutez. The hand, the fingers, the nails, the arm, the bilbo.
The elbow, madame, the elbow.
Ah, oh Seigneur, je m'oubliais. The elbow. Comment appelez-vous le col?
The neck, madame.
The neck? Et le menton.
The chin.
De chin, le col, de neck, de menton, de chin.
Oui, Sauf votre honneur, en vérité, vous prononcez les mots aussi droits que les notifs d'Angleterre.
Je ne doute pas d'apprendre par la grâce de Dieu un peu de temps.
N'avez-vous pas déjà oublié ce que je vous ai enseigné?
Non, je resterai prêt à vous promonter de hand, de fingers, de nails.
De nails, madame.
De nails, de arms, de elbow.
Sauf votre honneur, de elbow.
Ah, si, des jeux. De elbow, de neck, de sein. Comment appelez-vous le pied et la robe?
De foot, madame. Et de coon.
De foot et de coon. Oh, Seigneur Dieu. Ce sont mots de sang mauvais, corruptibles, grosses et impures, et non pour les dames d'honneur d'usure. Je ne voudrais prononcer ces mots devant les seigneurs de France pour tout le monde. Oh, le fou et le con, ni moi. Je reciterai une autre fois mon leçon ensemble. De hand, de fingers, de nail, de arm, de elbow, de nick, du signe, de foot et du coon.
Excellent, madame.
C'est assez pour une fois. Allons-nous à dîner.
Excellent. Act 3, Scene 5, the same. Enter the King of France, the Dauphin, the Duke of Bourbon, and the Constable of France and others.
'Tis certain he has passed the river Somme.
And if he be not fought withal, my lord, let us not live in France. Let us quit all and give our vineyards to a barbarous people.
Oh, du vivant, shall a few sprays of us, the emptying of our father's luxury, our scions put in wild and savage stock, spurt up so suddenly into the clouds and overlook their grafters?
Normans, but bastard Normans, Norman bastards, mortem of thee. If they march along on foot withal, I will sell my dukedom to buy a slubbery and a dirty farm in that nook-shot Isle of Albion.
Dieu de bataille, where have they this metal? Is not their climate foggy, raw, and dull, on whom, as in this spite, the sun looks pale, killing their food with frowns? Can sodden water a drench for serene jades, their barley broth, they cock their cold blood to such valiant heat? And shall our quick blood, spirited with wine, seem frosty? Oh, for honour of our land, let us not hang like roping icicles upon our houses' thatch, while a more frosty people sweat drops of gallant youth in our rich fields. Poor we may call them in their native lords.
By faith and honour, our madams mock at us and plainly say our metal is bred out, and they will give their bodies to the lust of the English youth, to new store France with bastard warriors.
They bid us to the English dancing schools and teach la voltas high and swift corantos, saying our grace is only in our heels, and that we are most lofty runaways.
Where is Mountjoy the herald? Speed him hence. Let him greet England with our sharp defiance. Up, princes, and with spirit of honour edged more sharper than your swords, high to the fields. Charles de la Breath, High Constable of France. You, Duke of Orleans, Bourbon, of Berry, Alençon, Burgundy, Jacques Chantillon, Ram, Burgues, Vaudemont, Beaumont, Grandpré, Roussy, Fauconbert, Foix, L'Estral, Boussicalt, and Charleslois, high dukes, great princes, barons, lords, and knights, for your great seats now quit you of great shames. Bar Harry England, that sweeps through our land with pennons painted on the blood of Harfleur, rush on his host, as doth the melted snow upon the valleys whose low vassal seats the Alps doth split and void his room upon. Go down upon him. You have power enough, and in a captive chariot into Rouen bring him our prisoner.
This becomes the great. Sorry am I his numbers are so few, his soldiers sick and famished in their march. For I am sure, when he shall see our army, he'll drop his heart into the sink of fear, and for achievement offer us his ransom.
Therefore, Lord Constable, haste on to Mountjoy, and let him say to England that we send to know what willing ransom he will give. Prince Dauphin, you shall stay with us in Rouen.
Not so, I do beseech your majesty.
Be patient, for you shall remain with us. Now, forth, Lord Constable and princes all, and quickly bring us word of England's fall.
Exeunt. Act 3, Scene 6. The English camp in Picardy. Enter Gower and Fluellen meeting.
How now, Captain Fluellen, come you from the bridge?
I assure you, there is a very excellent services committed at the bridge.
Is the Duke of Exeter safe?
The Duke of Exeter is as magnanimous as Agamemnon, and a man that I love and honour with my soul, and my heart, and my duty, and my life, and my living, and my uttermost power. He is not, God be praised and blessed, any hurt in the world, but keeps the bridge most valiantly. There is an ancient lieutenant there at the bridge. I think in my very conscience he is as valiant a man as Mark Antony, and he is a man of no estimation in the world. But I see him good as a gallant.
What do you call him?
He is called Ancient Pistol.
I know him not.
Here is the man.
Captain, I thee beseech to do me favours. The Duke of Exeter doth love thee well.
Aye, I praise God, and I have merited some love at his hands.
Bardolph, a soldier firm and sound of heart, and of buxom valour hath and cruel fate, and giddy fortune's furious fickle wheel, that goddess blind, that stand up upon the rolling restless stone.
By your patience, Ancient Pistol, Fortune is painted blind, with a muffler afore her eyes, to signify to you that Fortune is blind, and she is painted also with a wheel, to signify to you, which is the moral of it, that she is turning and utility and variation, and perfect with you is a fearful stone which rolls and rolls and rolls. In good truth, the poet makes a most excellent description of it. Fortune is an excellent moral.
Fortune is Bardolph's foe, and frowns on him, for he hath stolen a pax, and hanged must be. A damned death! Let gallows gape for dogs, let man go free, and let not heap his windpipes suffocate. But Exeter hath given the doom of death for pax of little price. Therefore go speak. The Duke will hear thy voice, and let not Bardolph's vital thread be cut. With edge of penny cord and vile reproach, speak, Captain, for his life, and I will thee requite.
Ancient Pistol, I do partly understand your meaning.
Why then, rejoice therefore?
Certainly, Ancient, it is not a thing to rejoice at, for if, look you, he were my brother, I would desire the Duke to use his good pleasure and put him to execution, for discipline ought to be used.
Die and be damned, and Virgo for thy friendship.
It is well.
The fig of Spain.
Exit.
Very good.
Why, this is an arrant counterfeit rascal. I remember him now, a bawd, a cut purse.
I assure you, I uttered as brave words at the bridge as you shall see in a summer's day. But it is very well, what he has spoke to me. That is well, I warrant you, when time is serve.
Why, 'tis a gull, a fool, a rogue, that now and then goes to the wars to grace himself at his return into London under the form of a soldier. And such fellows are perfect in the great commanders' names, and they will learn you by rote where services were done, at such and such as cons, at such a bridge, at such a convoy, who came off bravely, who was shot, who disgraced, what terms the enemy stood on, and this they con perfectly in the phrase of war, which they trick up with new-turned oaths. And what a beard of the general's cut and a horrid suit of the camp will do among foaming bottles and ale-washed wits is wonderful to be thought on, but you must learn to know such slanders of the age, or else you may be marvellously mistook.
I tell you what, Captain Gower, I do perceive he is not the man that he would gladly make show to the world he is. If I find a hole in his coat, I will tell him my mind.
Drum heard.
Hark you, the king is coming, and I must speak with him from the bridge.
Drum and colours, enter King Henry, Gloucester, and soldiers.
God bless your majesty.
How now, Fluellen, camest thou from the bridge?
Aye, so please your majesty. The Duke of Exeter has very gallantly maintained the bridge. The French is gone off, look you, and there is a gallant and most brave passages. Marry, the adversaries have possession of the bridge, but he is enforced to retire, and the Duke of Exeter is master of the bridge. I can tell your majesty, the Duke is a brave man.
What men have you lost, Fluellen?
The perdition of the adversary hath been very great, reasonable great. Marry, for my part, I think the Duke hath lost never a man, but one that is like to be executed for robbing a church. One Bardolph, if your majesty know the man. His face is all bobacles and whelks and knobs and flames of fire, and his lips blows at his nose, and he is like a coal of fire, sometimes blue and sometimes red, but his nose is executed, and his fire's out.
We would have all such offenders so cut off. And we give express charge that in our marches through the country there be nothing compelled from the villages, nothing taken but paid for, none of the French upbraided or abused in disdainful language, for when lenity and cruelty play for a kingdom, the gentler gamester is the soonest winner.
Tucket, enter Mountjoy.
You know me by my habit.
Well then, I know thee. What shall I know of thee?
My master's mind.
Unfold it.
Thus say my king, say thou to Harry of England, though we seem dead, we did but sleep. Advantage is better soldier than rashness. Tell him we could have rebuked him at Herfola. But we, though not good to bruise and injury, till it were full ripe. We now speak upon our cue, and our voice is in peril. England shall repent its folly, see his weakness, and admire our sufferance. Bid him therefore consider of his ransom, which must proportions the losses we have borne, the subjects we have lost, the disgrace we have digested, which in wait to re-answer his pettiness would bow under. For our losses, his exchequer is too poor, for the effusion of our blood, the muster of his kingdom too faint a number, and for our disgrace, his own person kneeling at our feet, but a weak and worthless satisfaction. To this add defiance, and tell him, for conclusion, he hath betrayed his followers, whose condemnation is pronounced. So far, my king and master, so much my office.
What is thy name? I know thy quality.
Mountjoy.
Thou dost thy office fairly. Turn thee back, and tell thy king I do not seek him now, but could be willing to march on to Calais without impeachment, for, to say the sooth, though 'tis no wisdom to confess so much unto an enemy of craft and vantage, my people are with sickness much enfeebled, my numbers lessened, and those few I have almost no better than so many French, who, when they were in health, I tell thee, herald, I thought upon one pair of English legs did march 3 Frenchmen. Yet, forgive me, God, that I do brag thus. This your heir of France hath blown that vice in me. I must repent. Go, therefore, tell thy master here I am. My ransom is this frail and worthless trunk, my army but a weak and sickly guard. Yet, God before, tell him we will come on, though France himself and such another neighbour stand in our way. There is for thy labour, Mountjoy. Go bid thy master well advise himself. If we may pass, we will. If we be hindered, we shall your tawny ground with your red blood discolour. And so, Mountjoy, fare you well. The sum of all our answer is but this. We would not seek a battle as we are, nor, as we are, we say we will not shun it. So tell your master.
I shall deliver so. Thanks to your highness.
Exit.
I hope they will not come upon us now.
Oh, we are in God's hand, brother, not in theirs. March to the bridge. It now draws toward night. Beyond the river, we'll encamp ourselves, and on tomorrow, bid them march away.
Exeunt. Act 3, Scene 7. The French camp near Agincourt. Enter the Constable of France, the Lord Rambier, Orleans Dauphin with others.
Tut, I have the best armour of the world. Would it were day!
You have an excellent armour, but let my horse have his due.
It is the best horse of Europe.
Will it never be morning?
My Lord of Orleans and my Lord High Constable, you talk of horse and armour.
You are as well provided of both as any prince in the world.
What a long night is this! I will not change my horse with any that treads but on 4 pasterns. Saha, He bounced from this earth as if his entails were hares. Les chevaux volants, the Pegasus, chez les nanes des feux. When I bestride him, I soar. I am a hawk. He trots the air. The earth sings when he touches it. The basest horn of his hoof is more musical than the pipe of Hermes.
He's the colour of the nutmeg.
And of the heat of the ginger. It is a beast for Perseus. He is pure air and fire, and the dull elements of earth and water never appear in him, but only in patient stillness while his rider mounts him. He is indeed a horse, and all other jades you may call beasts.
Indeed, my lord, it is a most absolute and excellent horse.
It is the prince of palfreys. His neigh is like the bidding of a monarch, and his countenance enforces homage.
No more, cousin.
Nay, the man hath no wit that cannot, from the rising of the lark to the lodging of the lamb, very deserved praise on my palfrey. It is a theme as fluent as the sea, turn the sands into eloquent tongues, and my horse is argument for them all. 'Tis a subject for a sovereign to reason on, and for a sovereign's sovereign to ride on, and for the world, familiar to us and unknown, to lay apart their particular functions and wonder at him. I once writ a sonnet in his praise, and begun thus: wonder of nature.
I have heard a sonnet begin so to one's mistress.
Then did they imitate that which I composed to my courser, for my horse is my mistress.
Your mistress bears well.
Me well, which is the prescript praise and perfection of a good and particular mistress.
Nay, for methought yesterday your mistress shrewdly shook your back.
So perhaps did yours?
Mine was not bridled.
Oh, then, belike she was old and gentle, and you rode like a kern of island, your French hose off and in your straight strosses.
You have good judgment and horsemanship.
Be warned by me, then. They that ride so and ride not warily fall into foul bogs. I had rather have my horse to my mistress.
I had as lief have my mistress a jade.
I tell thee, constable, my mistress wears his own hair.
I could make as true a boast as that if I had a sow to my mistress.
Les chiennes retournent son propre vaucillement et la truie la vie eut bourbier. Thou makest use of anything.
Yet do I not use my horse for my mistress, or any such proverb so little kin to the purpose?
My lord constable, the armour that I saw in your tent tonight, are those stars or suns upon it?
Stars, my lord.
Some of them will fall tomorrow, I hope.
And yet my sky shall not want.
That may be, for you bear a many superfluously, and 'twere more honour somewhere away.
Even as your horse bears your praises, who would trot as well, where some of your brags dismounted?
Would I were able to load him with his dessert, well, it never be day. I will trot tomorrow a mile, and my way shall be paved with English faces.
I will not say so, for fear I should be faced out of my way, but I would it one morning, for I would fain be about the ears of the English.
Who will go to hazard with me for 20 prisoners?
You must first go yourself to hazard, ere you have them.
'Tis midnight. I'll go arm myself.
Exit.
The Dauphin longs for morning.
He longs to eat the English.
I think he will eat all he kills.
By the white hand of my lady, he's a gallant prince.
Swear by her foot, and that she may tread out the oath.
He is simply the most active gentleman of France.
Doing his activity, and he will still be doing.
He never did harm that I heard of.
Nor will do none tomorrow. He will keep that good name still.
I know him to be valiant.
I was told that by one that knows him better than you.
What's he?
Marry, he told me so himself, and he said he cared not who knew it.
He needs not. It is no hidden virtue in him.
By my faith, sir, but it is. Never anybody saw but his lackey. 'Tis a hooded valor, and when it appears, it will bait.
It will never said well.
I will cap that proverb, and with there is flattery in friendship.
And I will take up that with give the devil his due.
Well placed. There stands your friend for the devil. Have at the very eye of that proverb a pox of the devil.
You are the better at proverbs. By how much a fool's bolt is soon shot.
You have shot over.
'Tis not the first time you were overshot.
Enter a messenger.
My Lord High Constable, the English lie within 1,500 paces of your tents.
Who hath measured the ground?
The Lord Grand Prix.
A valiant and most expert gentleman. Would it were a day! Alas, poor Harry of England, he longs not for the dawning as we do.
What a wretched and peevish fellow is this King of England, to muck with his fat-brained followers, so far out of his knowledge.
If the English had any apprehension, they would run away.
That they lack, for if their heads had any intellectual armour, they could never wear such heavy headpieces.
That island of England breeds very valiant creatures. Their mastiffs are of unmatchable courage.
Foolish curs that run winking into the mouth of a Russian bear and have their heads crushed like rotten apples. You may as well say that's a valiant flea that dare eat his breakfast on the lip of a lion.
Just, and the men do sympathise with the mastiffs in robust years and rough coming on, leaving their wits with their wives, and then give them great meals of beef and iron and steel. They will eat like wolves and fight like devils.
Aye, but these English are shrewdly out of beef.
Then shall we find tomorrow they have only stomachs to eat and none to fight. Now it is time to arm. Come, shall we about it?
It is now 2 o'clock, but let me see, by 10 we shall have each 100 Englishmen.
Exeunt. Now, entertain conjecture of a time when creeping murmur and the pouring dark fills the wide vessel of the universe. From camp to camp through the foul womb of night, the hum of either army stilly sounds, that the fixed sentinels almost receive the secret whispers of each other's watch. Fire answers fire, and through their paly flames each battle sees the other's umbered face. Steed threatens steed, in high and boastful neighs, piercing the night's dull ear, and from the tents the armourers, accomplishing the nights, with busy hammers closing rivets up, give dreadful note of preparation. The country cocks do crow, the clocks do toll, and the third hour of drowsy morning name. Proud of their numbers and secure in soul, the confident and over-lusty French do the low-rated English play at dice, and chide and cripple tardy-gated night, who, like a foul and ugly witch, doth limp so tediously away. The poor condemned English, like sacrifices, by their watchful fires, sit patiently and inly ruminate the morning's danger, and their gesture sad, investing lank lean, cheeks and war-worn coats, presenteth them unto the gazing moon so many horrid ghosts. O now, who will behold the royal captain of this ruined band, walking from watch to watch, from tent to tent? Let him cry, praise and glory on his head, for forth he goes and visits all his host, bids them good morrow with a modest smile, and calls them brothers, friends, and countrymen. Upon his royal face there is no note how dread an army hath enrowded him, nor doth he dedicate one jot of colour unto the weary and all-watched night, but freshly looks and overbears a taint, with cheerful semblance and sweet majesty, that every wretch, pining and pale before, beholding him, plucks comfort from his looks. A largesse universal like the sun, his liberal eye doth give to every one, for in cold fear that mean and gentle all behold, as may unworthiness define, a little touch of Harry in the night, and so our scene must to the battle fly, where, oh for pity, we shall much disgrace with 4 or 5 most vile ragged foils, right ill disposed, in brawl ridiculous, the name of Agincourt, yet sit and see, minding true things by what their mockeries be. Act 4, Scene 1. The English camp at Agincourt. Enter King Henry, Bedford, and Gloucester.
Gloucester, 'tis true that we are in great danger. The greater, therefore, should our courage be. Good morrow, brother Bedford. God almighty, there is some soul of goodness in things evil. Would men observingly distill it out? For our bad neighbours make us early stirrers, which is both healthful and good husbandry. Besides, they are our outward consciences and preachers to us all, admonishing that we should dress us fairly for our end. Thus may we gather honey from the weed, and make a moral of the devil himself.
Enter Eppingham.
Oh, good morrow. Old Sir Thomas Eppingham. A good soft pillow for that good white head were better than a churlish turf of France.
Not so, my liege. This lodging likes me better, since I may say now lie like a king.
'Tis good for men to love their present pains, upon example, so the spirit is eased. And when the mind is quickened, out of doubt, the organs, though defunct and dead before, break up their drowsy grave and newly move, with casted slough and fresh legatory. Lend me thy cloak, Sir Thomas. Brothers, both, command me to the princes in our camp. Do my good morrow to them, and anon desire them and to my pavilion.
We shall, my liege.
Shall I attend, your grace?
No, my good knight. Go with my brothers to my lords of England. I and my bosom must debate a while, and then I would no other company.
The Lord in heaven bless thee, noble Harry.
Exeunt all but King Henry.
Oh, God a mercy, old heart. Thou speakest cheerfully.
Enter Pistol.
Qui va
A friend.
Discuss unto me. Art thou officer, or art thou base, common, unpopular?
I am a gentleman of a company.
Trowest thou the percent pike?
Even so, what are you?
As good a gentleman as the emperor.
Then you are better than the king.
The king's a burcock, and a heart of gold, a lad of life, an imp of fame, of parents good, of fists most valiant. I kiss his dirty shoe, and from the heartstring I love the lovely bully. What is thy name?
Harry Leroy.
Leroy, a Cornish name. Art thou of Cornish crew?
No, I am a Welshman.
Knowest thou Fluin?
Yes.
Tell him, I'll knock his leek about his plate upon St. David's Day.
Do not you wear your dagger in your cap that day, lest he knock that about yours.
Art thou his friend?
And his kinsman too.
The figure for thee, then.
I thank you. God be with you.
My name is Pistol called.
It sorts well with your fierceness.
Enter Fluellen and Gower.
Captain Fluellen.
So, in the name of Jesus Christ, speak lower. It is the greatest admiration of the universal world when the true and ancient prerogatives and laws of the wars is not kept. If you would take the pains but to examine the wars of Pompey the Great, you shall find, I warrant you, that there is no tittle-toddle or pibble-pabble in Pompey's camp. I warrant you, you shall find the ceremonies of the wars and the cares of it, and the forms of it, and the sobriety of it, and the modesty of it, to be otherwise.
Why, the enemy is loud, you hear him all night.
If the enemy is an ass and a fool and a prating coxcomb, is it meet, think you, that we should also, look you, be an ass and a fool and a prating coxcomb in your own conscience now?
I will speak lower.
I pray you and beseech you that you will.
Exeunt Gower and Fluellen.
Though it appear a little out of fashion, there is much care and valour in this Welshman.
Enter Free Soldiers, John Bates, Alexander Court, and Michael Williams.
Brother John Bates, is not that the morning which breaks yonder?
I think it be, but we have no great cause to desire the approach of day.
We see yonder the beginning of the day, but I think we shall never see the end of it. Who goes there?
A friend.
Under what captain serve you?
Under Sir Thomas Erpingham.
A good old commander and a most kind gentleman. I pray you, what thinks he of our estate?
Even as men wrecked upon a sand, that look to be washed off at the next tide.
He hath not told his thought to the king.
No, nor is it meet that he should not. For though I speak it to you, I think the king is but a man, as I am. The violet smells to him as it doth to me. The element shows to him as it doth to me. All his senses have but human conditions. His ceremonies laid by. In his nakedness he appears but as a man. And though his affections are higher mounted than ours, yet when they stoop with a like wing. Therefore, When he sees reasoners of fears, as we do, his fears, out of doubt, be of the same relish as ours are. Yet in reason, no man should possess him with any appearance of fear, lest he, by showing it, should dishearten his army.
He may show that outward courage he will, but I believe, as cold as night as 'tis, he could wish himself in Thames up to the neck, and so I would he were, and I by him at all adventure, so we were quit here.
By my troth, here, I will not speak my conscience of the king. I think he would not wish himself anywhere but where he is.
Then I would he and were here alone, so should he be sure to be ransomed, and many poor man's life saved.
I dare say you love him not so ill to wish him here alone. Howsoever you speak this to feel other men's minds, methinks I could not die anywhere so contented as in the king's company, his cause being just and his quarrel honourable.
That's more than we know.
Aye, or more than we should seek after, for we know enough. If we know we are the king's subjects, if his cause be wrong, our obedience to the king wipes the crime of it out of us.
But if the cause be not good, the king himself hath a heavy reckoning to make, when all those legs and arms and heads chopped off in battle shall join together at the latter day and cry, all we died at such a place, some swearing, some crying for them, for a surgeon, some upon their wives left poor behind them, some upon the debts they owe, some upon their children rawly left. I am afeard there are few die well that die in battle. How can they charitably dispose of anything when blood is their argument? Now, if these men do not die well, it will be a black matter for the king that led them to it, whom to disobey were against all proportion of subjection.
So, if a son that is by his father sent about merchandise do sinfully miscarry upon the sea, the imputation of his wickedness by your rule should be imposed upon his father that sent him. Or if a servant, under his master's command, transporting a sum of money, be assailed by robbers and die in many irreconciled iniquities, you may call the business of the master the author of the servant's damnation. But this is not so. The king is not bound to answer the particular endings of his soldiers, the father of his son, nor the master of his servant, for they purpose not to their death when they purpose their services. Besides, there is no king, be his cause never so spotless, if it come to the arbitrament of swords, can try it out with all unspotted soldiers. Some peradventure have on them the guilt of premeditated and contrived murder, some of beguiling virgins with the broken seals of perjury, some making the war as their bulwark, that have before gored the gentle bosom of peace with pillage and robbery. Now, if these men have defeated the law and outrun native punishment, though they can outstrip men, they have no wings to fly from God. War is his beadle. War is vengeance, so that ere men are punished for before breach of the king's law, now in the king's quarrel. Where they fear the death, they have borne life away, and where they would be safe, they perish. Then, if they die unprovided, no more is the king guilty of their damnation than he was before guilty of those impieties for the which they are now visited. Every subject's duty is the king's, but every subject's soul is his own. Therefore, should every soldier in the wars do as every sick man in his bed, wash every mote out of his conscience, and die in so, death is to him advantage. Or not die in, the time was blessedly lost wherein such preparation was gained. And in him that escapes, it were not sink to think that, making God so free an offer, he let him outlive that day to see his greatness and to teach others how they should prepare.
'Tis certain every man that dies ill, the ill upon his own head, the king is not to answer to it.
But I do not desire he should answer for me, and yet I determined to fight lustily for him.
I myself heard the king say he would not be ransomed.
Aye, he said so, to make us fight cheerfully. But when our throats are cut, he may be ransomed, and we ne'er the wiser.
If I live to see it, I will never trust his word after.
You pay him then. That's a perilous shot out of an elder gun, that a poor in private displeasure can do against a monarch. You may as well go about to turn the sun to the ice with fanning in his face and peacock's feather. You'll never trust his word after. Come, 'tis a foolish saying.
Your reproof is something too proud. I should be angry with you if the time were convenient.
Let it be quarrel between us then, if you live.
I embrace it.
How shall I know you thee again?
Give me any gauge of thine, and I will wear it in my bonnet. Then, if ever thou darest acknowledge it, I will make it my quarrel.
Here's my glove. Give me another of thine.
There.
This I will also wear in my cap. If ever thou come to me and say, after tomorrow, this is my glove, by this hand, I will take thee a box on the ear.
If ever I live to see it, I will challenge it.
Thou darest as well be hanged.
Well, I will do, though I take thee in the king's company.
Keep thy word. Fare thee well.
Be friends, you English fools, be friends. We have French quarrels enow, if you could tell how to reckon.
Indeed, the French may lay 20 crowns to one. They will beat us, for they bear them on their shoulders. But it is no English treason to cut French crowns, and tomorrow the king himself will be a clipper. Oh, upon the king. Let us our lives, our souls, our debts, our careful wives, our children, and our sins lay on the king. We must bear all. Oh, hard condition, twice born with greatness, subject to the breath of every fool, whose sense no more can feel but of his own ringing. What infinite heart's ease must kings neglect that private men enjoy? And what have kings that privates have not too, save ceremony, general ceremony? And what art thou, thou idle ceremony? What kind of god art thou, that sufferest more of mortal griefs than do thy worshippers? What are thy rents? What are thy comings in? Oh, ceremony, show me but thy worth. What is thy soul of adoration? Art thou aught else but place, degree, and form, creating awe and fear in other men? Wherein thou art less happy being feared than they in fearing? What drink'st thou oft instead of homage sweet, but poisoned flattery? Oh, be sick, greatness, and bid thy ceremony give thee cure. Think'st thou the fiery fever will go out with titles blown from adulation? Will it give place to flexure and low bending? Canst thou, when thou command'st the beggar's knee, command the health of it? No, thou proud dream, thou that place so subtly with a king's repose. I am a king that finds thee, and I know 'tis not the balm, the sceptre and the ball, the sword, the mace, the crown imperial, the intessued robe of gold and pearl, the fastened title running for the king, the throne he sits on, nor the tide of pomp that beats upon the high shore of this world. No, not all these thrice gorgeous ceremony. Not all these laid in bed majestical can sleep so soundly as the wretched slave, who with a body filled and vacant mind gets him to rest, crammed with distressful bread, never sees horrid night, the child of hell, but like a lackey from the rise to set, sweats in the eye of Phoebus, and all night sleeps in Elysium. Next day after dawn doth rise and help Hyperion to his horse, and follows so the ever-running year with profitable labour to his grave. And but for the ceremony, such a wretch, winding up days with toil and nights with sleep, had the forehand advantage of a king. The slave, a member of the country's peace, enjoys it, but in gross brain little watch the king keeps to maintain the peace, whose hours the peasant best advantages.
Enter Erpingham.
My lord, your nobles, jealous of your absence, seek through your camp to find you.
Good old knight, collect them all together at my tent. I'll go before thee.
I shall do it, my lord.
Exit.
Oh, God of battles, steel my soldiers' hearts, Possess them not with fear. Take from them now the sense of reckoning. If the opposed numbers pluck their hearts from them, not today, O Lord. Oh, not today. Think not upon the fault my father made encompassing the crown. I, Richard's body, have interred anew, and on it have bestowed more contrite tears than from it issued forth drops of blood. 500 poor I have in yearly pay, who twice a day their withered hands hold up toward heaven to pardon blood. And I have built 2 chantries, where the sad and solemn priests sing still for Richard's soul. More will I do, though all that I can do is nothing worth, since that my penitence comes after all, imploring pardon.
Enter Gloucester.
My liege.
My brother Gloucester's voice. Aye, I know thy errand. I will go with thee. The day, my friends, and all things stay for me.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 2, the French camp. Enter the Dauphin, Orleans, Rambure, and others.
The sun doth gild our armour. Up, my lords.
Montez et cheval, my horse. Valet. Laquais, ha!
O brave spirit.
Via, le haut et la terre.
Rien peu, l'air et la feu.
Seal, cousin Orleans. Now, my lord constable.
Hark, how our steeds for present service neigh.
Mount them, and make incision in their hides, that their hot blood may spin in English eyes, and doubt them with superfluous courage. Ha!
What? Will you have them weep our horses' blood? How shall we, then, behold their natural tears?
Enter messenger.
The English are embattled, you French peers.
To horse, you gallant princes, straight to horse. Do but behold yon poor and starved band, and your fair show shall suck away their souls, leaving them but the shells and husks of men. There is not work enough for all our hands, scarce blood enough in all their sickly veins to give each naked curtal axe a stain, that our French gallants shall today draw out and sheath for lack of sport. Let us but blow on them. The vapour of our valour will overturn them. 'Tis positive against all exceptions, Lord, that our superfluous lackeys and our peasants, who in unnecessary action swarm about our squares of battle, were now to purge this field of such a hilding foe, though we upon this mountain's basis by took stand for idle speculation, but that our honours must not. What's to say? A very little let us do, and all is done. Then let the trumpet sound, the tucket sonance, and the note to mount, for our approach shall so much dare the field, that England shall couch down in fear and yield.
Enter Grand Pré.
Why do you stay so long, my lords of France? Yon island carrions, desperate of their bones, ill-favouredly become the morning field. Their ragged curtains pull let loose, and shakes them passing scornfully. Big Mars seems bankrupt in their beggared host, and faintly through a rusty beaver peeps, the horsemen sit like fixed candlesticks, with torch staves in their hands, and their poor jades lobbed down their heads, dropping the hides and hips, the gum down roping their pale dead eyes, and in their pale dull mouths the gimel bit lies foul with chewed brass, still and motionless, and their executors, their knavish crows fly over them, all impatient for their hour. Description cannot suit itself in words to demonstrate the life of such a battle, in life so lifeless it shows itself.
They have said their prayers, and they stay for death.
Shall we go send them dinners and fresh suits, and give their fasting horses provender, and after fight with them?
I stay but for my gooden to the field. I will banner from a trumpet take, and use it for my haste. Come, come away. The sun is high, and we outwear the day.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 3, the English camp. Enter Gloucester, Bedford, Exeter, Erpingham, with all his host, Salisbury and Westmoreland.
Where is the king?
The king himself is rode to view their battle.
Of fighting men they have the full score 3,000.
Oh, there's 5 to 1, besides they're all fresh.
God's arm strike with us, 'tis fearful odds. God be with you, princes and all, and I'll to my charge. If we no more meet till we meet in heaven, then joyfully, my noble Lord of Bedford, my dear Lord Gloucester, and my good Lord Exeter, and my kind kinsmen, warriors all, adieu. Farewell, good Salisbury, and good luck go with thee.
Farewell, kind lord, fight valiantly today, and yet I do thee wrong to mind thee of it, for thou art framed of the firm truth of valour.
Exit Salisbury.
He is full of valour as of kindness, princely in both.
Enter the king.
Oh, that we now had here but 10,000 of those men in England that do not work today.
What's he that wishes so? My cousin Westmoreland? No, my fair cousin. If we are marked to die, we are enough to do our country loss. And if to live, the fewer men, the greater share of honour. God's will, I pray thee, wish not one man more. By Jove, I am not covetous for gold, nor care I who doth feed upon my cost. It yearns me not, if men my garments wear. Such outward things dwell not in my desires. But if it be a sin to covet honour, I am the most offending soul alive. No, faith, my coz, wish not a man from England. God's peace, I would not lose so great an honour as one man more, methinks, would share from me for the best hope I have. Oh, do not wish one more. Rather proclaim it, Westmoreland, through my host, that he which hath no stomach to this fight, let him depart. His passport should be made, and crowns for convoy put into his purse. We will not die in that man's company, that fears his fellowship to die with us. This day is called the Feast of Crispian. He that outlives this day and comes safe home will stand a tiptoe when this day is named, and rouse him to the name of Crispian. He that shall see this day and live old age will yearly on the vigil feast his neighbours and say, tomorrow is St. Crispian. Then will he strip his sleeve and show his scars and say, these wounds I had on Crispin's day. Old men forget, yet all shall be forgot. But he'll remember, with advantages, what feats he did that day. Then shall our names, familiar in his mouth as household words, Harry, the king, Bedford and Exeter, Warwick and Talbot, Salisbury, Gloucester, be in their flowing cups freshly remembered. This story shall the good man teach his son, and Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers, for he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Be he ne'er so vile, this day shall gentle his condition. And gentlemen in England, now abed, shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhood cheap, whilst any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispin's day.
Re-enter Salisbury.
My sovereign lord, bestow yourself with speed. The French are bravely in their battle set, and with all expedients charge on us.
All things are ready, if our minds be so.
Perish the man whose mind is backward now.
Thou dost not wish more help from England, coz?
God's will, my liege. Would you and I alone without more help could fight this royal battle?
Why, now thou hast unwished 5,000 men, which likes me better than to wish us one. You know your places. God be with you all.
Tucket, enter Montjoy.
Once more I come to know of thee, King Harry, for if thy ransom thou wilt now compound, before thy most assurance overthrow, for certainty thou art so near the gulf, thou needs must be inglutted. Besides, in mercy, the constable desires thee thou wilt mind thy followers of repentance, that their souls may make a peace and a sweet retire from of these fields where their poor bodies must lie and fester.
Oh, who hath sent thee now?
The constables of France.
I pray thee, bear my former answer back. Bid them achieve me and then sell my bones. Good God, why should they mock poor fellows thus? The man that did once sell the lion's skin while the beast lived was killed with hunting him. And many of our bodies shall no doubt find native graves, upon the which, I trust, shall witness live in brass of this day's work. And those that leave their valiant bones in France, dying like men, though buried in your dunghills, they shall be famed. For there the sun shall greet them, and draw their honours reeking up to heaven, leaving their earthly parts to choke your clime, the smell whereof shall breed a plague in France. Mark then abounding valour in our English, that being dead, like to the bullet's grazing, breaks out in a second course of mischief, killing in relapse of mortality. Let me speak proudly. Tell the constable, we are but warriors for the working day. Our gayness and our guilt are all besmirched with rainy marching in the painful field. There's not another piece of feather in our host. Good argument, I hope, and we will not fly. And time hath worn us into slovenry. But by the mass, our hearts are in the trim. And my poor soldiers tell me, yet ere night they'll be in fresher robes, or they will pluck the gay new coats o'er the French soldiers' heads and turn them out of service. If they do this, as, if God please, they shall, my ransom then will soon be levied. Herald, save thy labour. Come thou no more for ransom, gentle herald. They shall have gone, or they shall have none, I swear. But these, my joints, which if they have as I will leave them, shall yield them little, tell the constable.
I shall, King Harry, and so fare thee well. Thou never shalt hear herald any more.
Exit.
I fear thou'lt come once more for ransom.
Enter York.
My lord, most humbly on my knee I beg the leading of the Vayard.
Take it, brave York. Now, soldiers, march away. And how thou pleasest, God, dispose the day.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 4, a field of battle. Alarum, excursions, enter pistol, French soldier and boy.
Yield, cur!
Je pense que vous êtes gentilhomme de bonne qualité.
Quality Camille cushion me? Art thou a gentleman? What is thy name? Discuss.
Oh, Seigneur Dieu.
Oh, Seigneur Jew, should be a gentleman. Perpend my words, O Seigneur Jew, and mark, O Seigneur Jew, thou dist on point of fox, except, O Seigneur, thou do not give me injurious ransom.
Oh, prenez miséricorde. Ayez pitié de moi.
Moi shall not serve, I will have 40 moors, or I will fetch thy rim out of thy throat in drops of crimson blood.
Est-il impossible d'échapper la force de ton bras?
Brass cur, thou damned luxurious mountain goat, offerest me brass?
Oh, pardonnez-moi.
Say thouest me so. Is that a ton of moise? Come hither, boy, ask me this slave in French what is his name.
Écoutez, commentez-vous appeler?
Monsieur le Fer.
He says his name is Master Fair.
Master Fair. I'll fair him, I'll firk him and ferret him. Discuss the same in French unto him.
I do not know the French for fair and ferret and firk.
Bid him prepare, for I will cut his throat.
Que dit-il, monsieur?
Il me commandez-vous dire que vous faites-vous prêt, quelques soldats ici est disposé tout à cette heure de couper votre gorge.
Ué, copégueuse, primifer peasant. Unless you give me thy crowns, brave crowns, or mangled shalt thou be this by my sword.
Oh, je vous supplie, pour l'amour de Dieu, me pardonnez. Je suis gentilhomme de vos maisons. Gardez ma vie, et je vous donnerai des 100 écus.
What are his words?
He prays you to save his life, He is a gentleman of a good house, and for his ransom he will give you 200 crowns.
Tell him my fury shall abate, and I the crowns will take.
Petit monsieur, que dit-il?
Encore qu'il est contre son jurement de pardonner, et que prisonnier n'aimant et que vous l'avez promis, elle est contente de vous donner la liberté, le franchisement.
Sur mes genoux que je vous donne 1000 remerciements. Et je m'estime heureux que je suis tombé entre les mains d'un chevalier. Je pense le plus brave, valiant et très distingué seigneur d'Angleterre.
Expound unto me, boy.
He gives you, upon his knees, 1,000 thanks, and he esteems himself happy that he hath fallen into the hands of one, as he thinks, the most brave, valorous, and thrice worthy Seigneur of England.
As I suck blood, I will some mercy show. Follow me.
Suivez-vous, le grand capitaine?
Exeunt pistol and French soldier.
I did never know so full a voice issue from so empty a heart, but the saying is true. The empty vessel makes the greatest sound. Bardolph and Nym had 10 times more valour than this roaring devil. In the old play, that everyone may pare his nails with a wooden dagger, and they are both hanged, and so would this be if he does steal anything adventurously. I must stay with the lackeys, with the luggage of our camp. The French might have a good prey of us if he knew of it, for there is none to guard it but boys.
Exit. Act 4, Scene 5, another part of the field. Enter Constable, Orleans, Bourbon, Dauphin, and Rambiers.
Oh, diable.
Oh, Seigneur, le jeu est perdu, tout est perdu.
Mort de ma vie! All is confounded, all reproach and everlasting shame sits mocking in our plumes. Oh, merchant fortune, do not run away.
A short alarum.
Why, all our ranks are broke.
Oh, perdurable shame, let's stab ourselves. Be these the wretches that we played the dice for?
Is this the king we sent to for his ransom?
Shame and eternal shame, nothing but shame. Let us die in honour, once more back again. And he that will not follow Bourbon, now let him go hence, and with his cap in hand like a base pander, hold the chamber door, whilst by a slave no gentler than my dog, his fairest daughter, is contaminated.
Disorder that had spoiled us, friend us now, let us on heaps go offer up our lives.
We are now yet living in the field to smother up the English in our throngs, if any other might be thought upon.
The devil take order now, out to the throng, let life be short, else shame will be too long.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 6, another part of the field. Alarums. Enter King Henry and forces, Exeter and others.
Well have we done, thrice valiant countrymen, but all's not done, yet keep the French the field.
The Duke of York commends him to your majesty.
Oh, lives he, good uncle? Thrice within this hour I saw him down, thrice up again and fighting. From helmet to the spur, all blood he was.
In which array, brave soldier, doth he lie, larding the plain? And by his bloody side, York fell to his honour twirling wounds. The noble Earl of Suffolk holds their life. Suffolk first died, and York, all haggled over, comes to him where in gore he lay and steeped, and takes him by the beard, kisses the gashes that bloodily did spawn upon his face, and cries aloud, "Tarry, dear cousin Suffolk, my soul shall thine keep company to heaven. Tarry, sweet soul, for mine then fly abreast, as in this glorious and well-foughten field we keep together in our chivalry." Upon these words I came and cheered him up, and he smiled me in the face, wrought me in his hand, and with a feeble gripe says, "Dear my lord, commend my service to me, sovereign." So did he turn, and over Suffolk's neck he threw his wounded arm and kissed his lips, and so espoused to death with blood he sealed, a testament of noble ending love. the pretty and sweet manner of it forced those waters from me which I would have stopped, but I had not so much of man in me. And all my mother came to mine eyes and gave me up to tears.
I blame you not. For hearing this, I must perforce compound with mistful eyes, or they will issue too.
Alarum.
But hark, what new alarum is this same? The French have reinforced their scattered men. Then every soldier kill his prisoners. Give the word through.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 7. Another part of the field. Enter Fluellen and Gower.
Kill the poise and the luggage, 'tis expressly against the laws of arms. 'Tis an errand, a piece of knavery, mark you now, as can be offered. In conscience now is not.
'Tis certain there's not a boy left alive, and the cowardly rascals that ran from the battle have done this slaughter. Besides, they have burned and carried away all that was in the king's tent, wherefore the king most worthily hath caused every soldier to cut his prisoner's throat. Oh, 'tis a gallant king.
Aye, he was born at Monmouth, Captain Gower. What call you to the town's name where Alexander the pig was born?
Alexander the Great?
Why, I pray you, is not pig great, the pig, or the great, or the mighty, or the huge, or the magnanimous, are all one reckonings, save the phrase is a little variations.
I think Alexander the Great was born in Macedon. His father was called Philip of Macedon, as I take it.
I think it is in Macedon where Alexander was born. I tell you, Captain, if you look in the maps of the world, I warrant you shall find, in the comparisons between Macedon and Monmouth and the situations, it is all alike. There is a river in Macedon, and there is also, moreover, a river at Monmouth. It is called Wye at Monmouth, but it is out of my praise what is the name of the other river, but 'tis all one. 'Tis alike as my fingers is to my fingers, and there is salmons in both. If you mark Alexander's life well, Harry of Monmouth's life is come after it indifferent well, for there is figures in all things. Alexander God knows, and you know, in his rages and his furies and his wraths and his chollers and his moods and his displeasures and his indignations, and all being a little intoxicates in his praise did, and his eels and his angers, look you, kill his best friend, Cletus.
Our king is not like him in that. He never killed any of his friends.
It is not well done. Mark you now, take the tales out of my mouth, ere it is made and finished. I speak but in the figures and comparisons of it, as Alexander killed his friend Cletus, being in his eels and his cups, so also Harry Monmouth, being in his right wits and his good judgments, turned away the fat knight with the great belly doublet. He was full of jests and jipes and knaveries and mocks. What is his name?
Sir John Falstaff?
That is he. I tell you, there is good men born at Monmouth.
Here comes his majesty.
Alarum. Enter King Henry and forces, Warwick, Gloucester, Exeter, and others.
I was not angry since I came to France, until this instant. Take a trumpet, herald. Ride thou unto the horsemen on yon hill. If they will fight with us, bid them come down, or void the field. They do offend our sight. If they'll do neither, we will come to them, and make them scur away as swift as stones enforced from the old Assyrian slings. Besides, we'll cut the throats of those we have, and not a man of them that we shall take shall taste our mercy. Go and tell them so.
Enter Montjoy.
Here comes the herald of the French, my liege.
His eyes are humbler than they used to be.
How now? What means this, herald? Knowest thou not that I find these bones of mine for ransom? Comest thou again for ransom?
No, great king, I come to thee for charitable license, that we may wander over this bloody field to look our dead, and then to bury them, to sort our noble from our common men. For many of our princes, woe the while, lie down and soaked in mercenary blood. So do our vulgar drench their pleasant limbs in blood of princes, and their wounded steeds fetlock deep in gore, and with the wild range yerk out their armoured heels and their dead masters, killing them twice. Oh, give us leave, great king, to view the field in safety and dispose of their dead bodies.
I tell thee truly, herald, I know not if the day be ours or no, for yet a many of your horsemen peer and gallop over the field.
The day is yours.
Praise be God, and not our strength for it. What is this castle called that stands hard by?
They call it Agincourt.
Then call we this the field of Agincourt, fought on the day of Crispin Crispianus.
Your grandfather of famous memory, and pleased your majesty, and your great uncle Edward the Plaque, Prince of Wales, as I have read in the chronicles, fought a most brave battle here in France.
They did, Llewellyn.
Your majesty says very true. If your majesty's is remembered of it, the Welshmen did good service in a garden where leeks did grow, wearing leeks in their Monmouth caps, which your majesty know to this hour is an honourable badge of the service. And I do believe your majesty takes no scorn to wear the leek upon St. Tabby's Day.
I wear it for a memorable honour, for I am Welsh, you know, good countryman.
All the water and wire cannot wash your majesty's Welsh blood out of your polly. I can tell you that. God bless it and preserve it, as long as it pleases his grace and his majesty too.
Thanks, good my countryman.
By Jesu, I am your majesty's countryman. I care not who knows it. I will confess it to the world. I need not be ashamed of your majesty. Praised be God, so long as your majesty is an honest man.
God keep me so. Our heralds go with him. Bring me just notice of the numbers dead on both our parts. Call yonder fellow hither.
Point to Williams, exeunt heralds with Montjoy.
Soldier, you must come to the king.
Soldier, why wearest thou that glove in thy cap?
And please, your majesty, 'tis the gage of that one that I should fight withal, if he be alive.
An Englishman?
And please, your majesty, a rascal that swaggered with me last night, who, if alive and ever dare to challenge with this glove, I have sworn to take him a box to the ear, or if I can see my glove in his cap, which he swore, as he was a soldier, he would wear if alive, I will strike it out soundly.
What think you, Captain Llewellyn? Is it fit this soldier keep his oath?
He is a craven and a villain else, and pleased your majesty in my conscience.
Why, it may be his enemy is a gentleman of greater sort, quite from the answer of his degree.
Though he be as good a gentleman as the devil is, as Lucifer and Beelzebub himself, it is necessary, look, your grace, that he keep his vow and his oath. If he be perjured, see you now, his reputation is an arrant a villain and a jack sauce as ever as black shoe trod upon God's ground and his earth. In my conscience, la.
Then keep thy vow, sirrah, when thou meetest the fellow.
So I will, my liege, as I live.
Who servicest thou under?
Under Captain Gower, my liege.
Gower is a good captain, and has good knowledge and literature in the wars.
Call him hither to me, soldier.
I will, my liege.
Here, Llewellyn, wear thou this favour of me, and stick it in thy cap. When Alencan and myself were down together, I plucked this glove from his helm. If any man challenge this, he is a friend to Alencan and an enemy to our person. If thou encounter any such, apprehend him, and thou dost me love.
Your grace does me as great honours as can be desired in the hearts of his subjects. I would fain see the man that has but 2 legs, that shall find himself aggrieved at his glove, that is all. But I would fain see it once, and please God of his grace that I might see.
Knowest thou Gower?
He is my dear friend, and please you.
Pray thee, go seek him, and bring him to my tent.
I will fetch him.
Exit.
My Lord of Warwick and my brother Gloucester, follow Llewellyn closely at the heels. The glove which I have given him for a favour may haply purchase him a box at the ear. It is the soldier's. I, by bargain, should wear it myself. Follow, good cousin Warwick. If that the soldier strike him, as I judge by his blunt bearing he will keep his word, some sudden mischief may arise of it. For I do know Llewellyn valiant, and touched with choler, hot as gunpowder, and quickly will return an injury. Follow, and see there be no harm between them. Go you with me, Uncle Exeter.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 8, before King Henry's pavilion, enter Gower and Williams.
I warrant it is tonight, you captain.
Enter Llewellyn.
God's will and his pleasure, Captain. I beseech you now, come apace to the king. There is more good toward you, peradventure, than is your knowledge to dream of.
Sir, you know this glove?
Know the glove? I know the glove is glove.
I know this, and thus I challenge it.
Breaks him.
Sblood, an arrant traitor as any in the universal world, or in France, or in England.
How now, sir, you villain?
Do you think I'll be forsworn?
Stand away, Captain Gower. I will give treason this payment into plows, I warrant you.
I'm no traitor.
That's a lie in thy throat. I charge you in his majesty's name, apprehend him. He's a friend of the Duke Alcon's.
Enter Warwick and Gloucester.
How now, what's the matter?
My lord of Warwick, here is, praise the Lord God for it, a most contagious treason come to light. Look you, as you shall desire in a summer's day. Here's his majesty.
Enter King Henry and Exeter.
Oh, what's the matter?
My liege, here's a villain and a traitor that, look your grace, has struck the glove which your majesty has take out of the helmet of Alencon.
My liege, this was my glove. Here is the fellow of it. And he that I gave it to in change promised to wear it in his cap. I promised to strike him if he did. I met this man with my glove in his cap, and I have been as good as my word.
Your majesty, here now, saving your majesty's manhood. What an arrant, rascally, beggarly, lousy knave it is. I hope your majesty is per me testimony and witness, and will avouchment that this is the glove of Alencon, that your majesty is give me in your conscience. Now?
Give me thy glove, soldier. Look, here is the fellow of it. 'Twas I, indeed, thou promised to strike, and thou hast given me most bitter terms.
And please your majesty, let his neck answer for it, if there is any martial law in the world.
How canst thou make me satisfaction?
All offences, my lord, come from the heart. Never came any from mine that might offend your majesty.
It was ourself thou didst abuse.
Your majesty came not like yourself. You appeared to me but as a common man, witnessed the night, your garments, your lowliness, and what your highness suffered under that shape. I beseech you take it for your own fault and not mine. For had you been as I took you for, I made no offence. Therefore, I beseech your highness, pardon me.
Here, Uncle Exeter, fill this glove with crowns and give it to this fellow. Keep it, fellow, and wear it for an honour in thy cap till I do challenge it. Give him the crowns, and captain, you must needs be friends with him.
By this day and this light, the fellow has metal enough in his belly. Hold, there's 12 pence for you, and I pray you to serve God, and keep you out of prawls and probbles and quarrels and dissensions, and I warrant you, it is the better for you.
I will none of your money.
It is with a good will, I can tell you. It will serve you to mend your shoes. Come, wherefore should you be so bashful? Your shoes is not so good. 'Tis a good selling. I warrant you, or I will change it.
Enter an English herald.
Now, herald, are the dead numbered?
Here is the number of the slaughtered French.
What prisoner of good sorts are taken, uncle?
Charles, Duke of Orleans, nephew to the king, John, Duke of Bourbon, and Lord Busquet, of other lords and barons, knights and squires, full 1,500, besides common men.
This note doth tell me of 10,000 French that lie in the field slain. Of princes in this number and nobles bearing banners, there lie dead 126. Added to these, of knights, esquires, and gallant gentlemen, 8,400, of the which 500 were but yesterday dubbed knights, so that in these 10,000 they have lost, there are but 1,600 mercenaries. The rest are princes, barons, lords, and knights, esquires, and gentlemen of blood and quality. The names of those their nobles that lie dead: Charles de la Breth, High Constable of France; Jacques of Châtillon, Admiral of France; the Master of the Crossbows, Lord Lambeurs; Great Master of France, the brave Sir Guichard Dauphin; John Duke of Alencon, Anthony Duke of Brabant, the brother of the Duke of Burgundy, and Edward Duke of Bar, of lusty earls, Grand Prix and Roussy, Fauconberg and Foy, Beaumont and Marle, Vaudemont and Lestral. Here was a royal fellowship of death. Where is the number of our English dead? Edward, the Duke of York, the Earl of Suffolk, Sir Richard Ketley, David Gam, Esquire, none else of name, and of all other men, but 25. O God, thy arm was here, and not to us, but to thy arm alone ascribe we all, when without stratagem, but in plain shock and even play of battle was ever known so great and little loss on one part and on the other. Take it, God, for it is none but thine.
'Tis wonderful.
Come, go we in to procession to the village, and be it death proclaimed through our host, to boast of this or take the praise from God, which is his only.
Is it not lawful, and please your majesty, to tell how many is killed?
Yes, captain, but with acknowledgement that God fought for us.
Yes, my conscience, he did us great good.
Do we all holy rites? Let there be sung non nobis and Te Deum, the dead with charity enclosed in clay, and then to Calais, and then to England then, where ne'er from France arrived more happy men.
Exeunt. Vouchsafe to those that have not read the story, that I may prompt them. And of such as have, I humbly pray them to admit the excuse of time, of number and due course of things, which cannot in their huge and proper life be here presented. Now we bear the king towards Calais, grant him there seen, heave him away upon your winged forts, athwart the sea. Behold, the English beach, pales in the flood with men, with wives and boys, whose shouts and clap out voices the deep-mouthed sea, which like a mighty whiffler for the king seems to prepare his way. So let him land, and solemnly him set on to London. So swift a pace have fought that even now you may imagine him upon Blackheath, where that his lords desire him to have borne his bruised helmet and his bended sword before him through the city. He forbids it, being free from vainness and self-glorious pride, giving full trophy, signal, and ostent, quite from himself to God. But now behold, in the quick forge and working house of fort, how London doth pour out her citizens, the mayor of all his brethren in best sort, like to the senators of the antique Rome, with the plebeians swarming at their heels, go forth and fetch their conqueror Caesar in, as, by a lower but loving likelihood, were now the general of our gracious impress. As in good time he may from Ireland coming, bringing rebellion broached on his sword, how many would the peaceful city quit to welcome him? Much more, and much more cause did they this Henry. Now in London place him. As yet the lamentation of the French invites the King of England's stay at home, the Emperor's coming in behalf of France to order peace between them, and omit all the occurrences, whatever chanced, till Harry's back return again to France. There must we bring him, and myself have played the interim by remembering you 'tis past, then brook abridgment, and your eyes advance, after your thoughts, straight back to France. Act 5, Scene 1, France, the English camp. Enter Llewellyn and Gower.
Nay, that's right, but why wear you your leek today? St. Davy's day is past.
There is occasions and causes why and wherefore in all things. I will tell you, asked my friend, Captain Gower. The rascally, scald, beggarly, lousy, pragged knave Pistol, which yourself all the world know to be no better than a fellow, look you now, of no merits. He has come to me and brings me bread and salt yesterday, look you, and bid me eat my lick. It was in place where I could not breed no contention with him, but I will be so bold as to wear it in my cap till I see him once again, and then I will tell him a little piece of my desires.
Enter Pistol.
Why, here he comes, swelling like a turkey cock.
'Tis no matter for his swellings nor his turkey cocks. God bless you, unshed pistol, you scurvy, lousy knave. God bless you.
Ah, art thou Bedlam? Dost thou thirst, base Trojan, to have me fold up Parker's fatal web? Hence, I am qualmish at the smell of leek.
I beseech you heartedly, scurvy, lousy knave, at my desires and my requests and my petitions, to eat, look you, this leek, because look you, you do not love it, nor your affections and your appetites and your digestions do not bring it. It is for you to eat.
Not for the Cadwallader and all those goats.
There is one goat for you.
Strikes him.
Will you be so good, scald knave, as eat it?
Base Trojan, thou shalt die.
You say very true, scald knave. When God's will is, I will desire you to live in the meantime, and eat your victuals come. There is no sauce for it.
Strikes him.
You called me yesterday mountain squire, but I will make you today a squire of low degree. I pray you fall to. If you can mock a leek, you can eat a leek.
Enough, Captain, you have astonished him.
I say I will make him eat some part of my leek, or I will peat his pate for days. Bite, I pray you. It is good for your green wound and your bloody coxcomb.
Must I bite?
Yes, certainly, and out of doubt and out of question too, and ambiguities.
By this leek, I will mostly horribly revenge. I eat, and I swear.
Eat, I pray you. Will you have some more sauce to your leek? There is not enough leek to swear by.
Quietly, cordial. Thou dost see I eat.
Much good you do, scald knave, heartily. Nay, pray you, throw none away. The skin is good for your broken coxcomb. When you take occasions to see leeks hereafter, I pray you, mock at them. That is all.
Good.
Aye, leeks is good. Hold you, there is a groat to heal your pate.
Me, a groat?
Yes, verily and in truth you shall take it. Or I have another leek in my pocket which you shall eat.
I take thy groat in earnest of revenge.
If I owe you anything, I will pay you in cudgels. You shall be a woodmonger, and buy nothing of me but cudgels. God be with you, and keep you, and heal your pate.
Exit.
All hell shall stir for this.
Go, go, you are a counterfeit, cowardly knave. Will you mock at an ancient tradition, begun upon an honourable respect, and worn as a memory trophy of predeceased valour, and dare not avouch in your deeds any of your words? I have seen your gleeking and galling at this gentleman twice or thrice. You thought, because he could not speak English in the native garb, he could not therefore handle an English cudgel? You find it otherwise, and henceforth let a Welsh correction teach you a good English condition. Fare you well.
Exit.
Doth fortune play the huswife with me now? News have I that my Nell is dead, I the spiritual of my Lady of France, and then my rendezvous is quite cut off. Old I do wax, and from my weary limbs honour is congealed. Well bored I turn, and something lean to cut purse of quick hand, and something to lean and to England will I steal, and there I'll steal, and patches will I get unto the congealed scars, and I swear I got them in the Gillian Wars.
Exit. Act 5, Scene 2, France, a royal palace. Enter at one door King Henry, Exeter, Bedford, Gloucester, Warwick, Westmoreland, and other lords. At another, the French king, Queen Isabel, Princess Catherine, Alice, and other ladies, the Duke of Burgundy and his train.
Peace to this meeting, wherefore we are met. Unto our brother, France, and to our sister, health and fair time of day. Joy and good wishes to our most fair and princely cousin, Catherine. And as a branch and member of this royalty, by whom this great assembly is contrived, we do salute you, Duke of Burgundy, and princes French and peers. Health to you all.
Right joyous are we to behold your face, most worthy brother England, fairly met. So are you, princes English, everyone.
So happy to be the issue, brother England, of this good day and of this gracious meeting, as we are now glad to behold your eyes. Your eyes, which hitherto have borne in them against the French that met them in their bent, the fatal balls of murdering basilisks, the venom of such looks we fairly hope, have lost their quality, and that this day shall change all griefs and quarrels to love.
To cry amen to that, thus we appear.
You English princes all, I do salute you.
My duty to you both, on equal love, great kings of France and England, that I have laboured with all my wits, my pains, and strong endeavours to bring your most imperial majesties unto this bar and royal interview. Your mightiness on both parts best can witness, since then my office hath so far prevailed that, face to face and royal eye to eye, you have congregated. Let it not disgrace me if I demand, before this royal view, what rub or what impediment there is, why that the naked, poor, and mangled peace, dear nurse of arts and joyful births, should not in this best garden of the world, our fertile France, put up her lovely visage. Alas, she hath from France too long been chased, and all her husbandry doth lie on heaps, corrupting in its own fertility her vine, the merry cheerer of the heart, unpruned dies. Her hedges even pleached, like prisoners wildly overgrown with hair, put forth disordered twigs, her fallow leaves, that darnel, hemlock, and rank fumitory, doth root upon, while that the coulter rust that should deresinate such savagery, the even mead, that erst brought sweetly forth the freckled cowslip, burnet, and green clover, wanting the size, all uncorrected, rank, conceives by idleness and nothing teems but hateful docks, rough thistles, kexies, burrs, losing both beauty and utility, and as our vineyards, fallows, meads, and hedges, defective in their natures, grow to wildness, even so our houses and ourselves and children have lost, or do not learn for want of time, the sciences that should become our country, but grow like savages, as soldiers will that nothing do but meditate on blood, to swearing and stern looks, diffused attire, and everything that seems unnatural, which reduce into our former favour you are assembled. And my speech entreats that I may know the let, why gentle peace should not expel these inconveniences, and bless us with her former qualities.
If, Duke of Burgundy, you would the peace, whose want gives growth to the imperfections which you have cited, you must buy that peace with full accord to all our just demands, whose tenors and particular effects you have enscheduled briefly in your hands.
The king hath heard them, to the which as yet there is no answer made.
Well then, the peace, which you before so urged, lies in his answer.
I have but with a cursory eye glanced the articles. Pleaseth your grace to appoint some of your council presently to sit with us once more, with better heed to re-survey them. We will suddenly pass our accept and preeminentary answer.
Brother, we shall. Go, Uncle Exeter and Brother Clarence, and you, Brother Gloucester, Warwick and Huntingdon, go with the king, and take with you free power to ratify, augment, or alter as your wisdom's best shall see advantageable for our dignity. Anything in or out of our demands, and will consign thereto. Will you, fair sister, go with the princes, or stay here with us?
Our gracious brother, I will go with them. Haply a woman's voice may do some good, when articles too nicely be stood on.
Yet leave our cousin Catherine here with us? She is our capital demand, comprised within the forerank of our articles.
She hath good leave.
Exeunt all except Henry, Catherine, and Alice.
Fair Catherine, and most fair, will you vouchsafe to teach a soldier terms, such as will enter at a lady's ear, and plead his love suit to her gentle harp?
Your Majesty shall mock me. I cannot speak your England.
Oh, fair Catherine, if you will love me soundly with your French heart, I will be glad to hear you confess it brokenly with your English tongue. Do you like me, Kate?
Pardonnez-moi, I cannot tell that like me.
Well, an angel is like you, Kate, and you are like an angel.
Que dit-il que je suis semblable à les anges?
Oui, vraiment, sauf votre grâce, ainsi dit-il.
I said so, dear Catherine, and I must not blush to affirm it.
Oh, bon Dieu, les langues des hommes sont pleines de tromperies.
What says she, fair one? That the tongues of men are full of deceits?
Oui, that the tongue of the man is be full of deceit. That is the princess.
Oh, the princess is the better Englishwoman. I' faith, Kate, my wooing is fit for thy understanding. I am glad thou canst speak no better English. For if thou couldst, thou wouldst find me such a plain king that thou wouldst think I had sold my farm to buy my crown. I know no ways to mince it in love, but directly to say, I love you. Then if you urge me farther than to say, do you in faith, I wear out my suit. Give me your answer. I' faith, do, and so clap hands and a bargain. How say you, lady?
Sauf votre honneur, me understand well.
Oh, Mary, if you would put me to verses or to dance for your sake, Kate, why you undid me? For the one, I have neither words nor measure, and for the other, I have no strength in measure. Yet a reasonable measuring strength. You know, if I could win a lady at leapfrog, or by vaulting into my saddle with my armor on my back, under the correction of bragging, be it spoken, I should quickly leap into a wife. Or if I might buffet for my love, or bound my horse for her favours, I could lay on like a butcher and sick like a jackanapes, never off. But before God, Kate, I cannot look greenly, nor gasp out my eloquence, nor I have no cunning in protestation, only downright oaths which I never use till urge, nor never break for urging. If thou canst love a fellow of this temper, Kate, whose face is, well, it's not worth sunburning, you know, that never looks in his glass for love of anything he sees there, let thine eyes be thy cook. I speak to thee, plain soldier. If thou canst love me for this, take me. If not, to say to thee that I shall die is true, but for thy love, by the Lord, no. Yet I love thee too. And while thou livest, dear Kate, take a fellow of plain and uncoined constancy, for he perforce must do thee right, because he hath not the gift to woo in other places. For these fellows of infinite tongue that can rhyme themselves into a lady's favours, they do always reason themselves out again. What? A speaker is but a prater. A rhyme is but a ballad. A good leg will fall. A straight back will stoop. A black beard will turn white. A curled pate will grow bald. A fair face will wither, and a full eye will wax hollow. But a good heart, Kate, is like the sun and the moon. Or rather, the sun and not the moon, for it shines bright and never changes, but keeps his course truly. If thou canst have such a one, take me, and take me, take a soldier, take a soldier, take a king. And what sayest thou then to my love? Speak, my fair, and fairly, I pray thee.
Is it possible that I should love the enemy of France?
No, it is not possible you should love the enemy of France, Kate, but in loving me, you should love the friend of France. For I love France so well that I will not part with a village of it. I will have it all mine. and Kate, when France is mine and I am yours, then yours is France and you are mine.
I cannot tell What is that?
No, Kate. I will tell thee in French, which I am sure will hang about my tongue like a new married wife about her husband's neck, hardly to be shook off. Je compte sur la possession de France, et quand vous avez la possession de moi, let me see what then. Saint-Denis be my speed. Donc votre est France et vous êtes miens. It is as easy for me, Kate, to conquer the kingdom as to speak so much more French. I shall never move thee in French unless it be to laugh at me.
Sauf votre honneur. Le François que vous parlez, il est mieux que l'anglais lequel je parle.
No, faith, it's not, Kate, but thy speaking of my tongue, and I thine, most truly, falsely, must needs be granted to be much at one. But, Kate, dost thou understand thus much English? Canst thou love me?
I cannot tell.
Can any of your neighbours tell, Kate? I'll ask them. Come, I know thou lovest me. And at night, when you come into your closet, you'll question this gentlewoman about me. And I know, Kate, you will to her dispraise those parts of me that you love with your heart. But good Kate, mock me mercifully, the rather gentle princess, because I love thee cruelly. If ever thou beest mine, Kate, as I have a saving faith within me tells me thou shalt, I shall get thee with scambling, and thou must needs therefore prove a good soldier, breeder. Shall not thou and I, between Saint-Denis and St. George, compound a boy, half French, half English, that shall go to Constantinople and take the Turk by the beard? Shall we not? What sayest thou, my fair fleur de luce?
I do not know that.
No, 'tis hereafter to know, but now to promise. Do but promise now, Kate. You will endeavour for your French part of such a boy, and for my English moiety, take the word of a king and a bachelor. How answer you? La plus belle Catherine de Monde, mon très cher et devin-dix?
Your Majesty have force French enough to deceive the most sage demoiselle that is en France.
Oh, now fie upon my false French. By mine honour, in true English, I love thee, Kate. By which honour I dare not swear thou lovest me, yet my blood begins to flatter me that thou dost, notwithstanding the poor and untempering effect of my visage. Oh, now beshrew my father's ambition. He was thinking of civil wars when he got me. Therefore was I created with a stubborn outside, with an aspect of iron, that when I come to woo ladies, I fright them. But in faith, Kate, the elder I wax, the better I shall appear. My comfort is that old age, that ill layer up of beauty, can do no more spoil upon my face. Thou hast me, if thou hast me, at the worst. And thou shalt wear me, if thou wear me, better and better. Therefore tell me, most fair Catherine, will you have me? Put off your maiden blushes, avouch the thoughts of your heart with the looks of an empress. Take me by the hand and say, Harry of England, I am thine. Which word thou shalt which word thou shalt no sooner bless mine ear withal, then I will tell thee aloud, England is thine, Ireland is thine, France is thine, and Henry Plantagenet is thine. Who, though I speak it before his face, if he be not bedfellow with the king, thou shalt find the best king of good fellows. Come. Your answer in broken music. For thy voice is music, and thy English, it's broken. Therefore, queen of all, Catherine, break thy mind to me in broken English. Wilt thou have me?
That is as it shall please the roi mon père.
No, it will please him well, Kate. It shall please him, Kate.
Then it shall also content me.
Upon that, I kiss your hand and I call you my queen.
Laissez, monsieur, laissez-moi foi. Je ne veux pas, pour que vous apparaissez votre grand Dieu de baisser les mains de votre Seigneur ingé serviteur. Excusez-moi, je vous supplie, et très puissant Seigneur.
Then I will kiss your lips, Kate.
Les dames, les demoiselles, pour être baissé devant le nôtre, il n'est pas la costume de France.
Madam, my interpreter, what says she?
That it is not be the fashion pour les ladies of France. I cannot tell what is baiser in English.
To kiss.
Your Majesty entendre better que moi.
Well, it is not fashion for the maids in France to kiss before they are married, would you say?
Oui, vraiment.
Oh, Kate. Nice customs, curtsy to great kings. Dear Kate, you and I cannot be confined within the weak list of a country's fashion. We are the makers of manners, Kate, and the liberty that follows our places stop the mouth of all fine faults, as I will do yours for upholding the nice fashion of your country and denying me a kiss. Therefore, patiently and yielding.
Kissing her.
Oh, you have witchcraft in your lips, Kate. There is more eloquence in a sugar touch of them than in the tongues of the French council. And they should sooner persuade Harry of England than a general petition of monarchs. Here comes your father.
Re-enter the French king and queen, Burgundy and other lords.
God save your majesty. My royal cousin, teach you our princess English.
I would have her learn, my fair cousin, how perfectly I do love her. And that is good English.
Is she not apt?
Our tongue is rough, cuz, and my condition is not smooth, so that having neither the voice nor the heart of flattery about me, I cannot so conjure up the spirit of love in her that he will appear in his true likeness.
Pardon the frankness of my mirth, if I answer you for that. If you would conjure in her, you must make a circle. If conjure up love in her in his true likeness, he must appear naked and blind. Can you blame her then, being a maid yet rosed over with the virgin crimson of modesty, if she deny the appearance of a naked blind boy in her naked seeing self? It were, my lord, a hard condition for a maid to consign to.
Yet they do wink and yield, as love is blind and enforces.
They are then excused, my lord, when they see not what they do.
Then, good my lord, teach your cousin to consent winking.
I will wink on her to consent, my lord, if you will teach her to know my meaning. For maids well summered and warm kept are like flies at Bartholomew tide, blind, though they have their eyes, and then they will endure handling, which before would not abide looking on.
This moral ties me over to time and a hot summer, and so I shall catch the fly, your cousin, in the latter end, and she must be blind too.
As love is, my lord, before it loves.
It is so. And you may, some of you, thank love for my blindness, who cannot see many a fair French city for one fair French maid that stands in my way.
Yes, my lord, you see them perceptively. The cities turned into a maid, for they are all girdled with maiden walls that war hath never entered.
Shall Kate be my wife?
So please you.
I am content. So the maiden cities you talk of may wait on her. So the maid that stood in the way for my wish shall show me the way to my will.
We have consented to all terms of reason.
Is it so, my lords of England?
The king hath granted every article, his daughter first, and then in sequel all, according to their firm proposed natures.
But he hath not yet subscribed this, where your majesty demands that the king of France, having any occasion to write for matter of grant, shall name your highness in this form with this edition in French. Notre Treasure Henri, Roi d'Angleterre, Héritier de France, and thus in Latin, Re Clisimus Filius Noster Henricus Rex Angliae et Harris Franciae.
Nor this I have not, brother, so denied, but your request shall make me let it pass.
I pray you then, in love and dear dalliance, let that one article rank with the rest, and thereupon give me your daughter.
Take her, fair son, and from her blood raise up issue to me, that the contending kingdoms of France and England, whose very shores look pale with envy of each other's happiness, may cease their hatred, and this dear conjunction plant neighbourhood and Christian-like accord in their sweet bosoms, that never war advance his bleeding sword betwixt England and fair France.
Amen.
Amen.
Now, welcome, Kate, and bear me witness all, that here I kiss her as my sovereign queen.
Flourish.
God, the best maker of all marriages, combine your hearts in one, your realms in one, as man and wife, being two, are one in love. So be there twixt your kingdoms such a spousal that never may ill office or fell jealousy, which troubles oft the bed of blessed marriage, thrust in between the paction of these kingdoms, to make divorce of their incorporate league, that English may as French Englishmen, receive each other. God speak this, amen.
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 Prepare we for our marriage, on which day my Lord of Burgundy will take your oath, and all of the peers for surety of our leagues. Then shall I swear to Kate, and you to me, and may our oaths well kept and prosperous be.
Senate, exeunt, epilogue. Thus far, with rough and all unable pen, our bending author have pursued the story. In little room confining mighty men, mangling by starts the full course of their glory. Small time, but in that small most greatly lived this star of England. Fortune made his sword, by which the world's best garden be achieved, and of it left his son imperial lord. Henry VI, in infant bands crowned king of France and England, did this king succeed, whose state so many had the mangling that they lost France and made his England bleed, which oft our stage have shown, and for their sake, in your fair minds, let this acceptance take.
Oh my goodness, so concludes Henry V. I'm gonna try and unmute you all. No, I can't do that. I'll put you all in gallery view so everyone can. Amazing. Round of applause.
everyone.
Yourselves. That was absolutely amazing. Thank you all so much for reading Henry V with us. And I think we should say a huge shout out to Philippe there for an incredible Henry.
Really good. Well done.
Man loves
Thank
the
you.
sound of his own voice, doesn't he?
Yeah, I literally am just in the middle of tweeting, bloody hell, Henry never shuts up, does he?
He is never quiet. And you did it so amazingly. So congrats. And we had props galore, we had leaks, we had hat switches. It was genuinely such a pleasure to read this with you guys. Thank you so much. And I think, just so you're aware, I believe that we have raised over £1,000 in that last day. So that's incredible. We're now over £7,500 we're raising so far. So that is absolutely amazing. Thank you all. Please do make your merry exits from
Thank
this.
you. Thanks for organising. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Hey, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for indulging me.
It was amazing. Fantastic. So
I think, sorry.
I was just going to do a quick reminder of why we're here. The Globe is an unsubsidized space that we are trying to raise money for. We've got hundreds of volunteers over 48 hours. We're reading 16 of the plays. So if you're here with us on the live stream, thank you all so much for being with us. Please do donate in the GoFundMe underneath. And I think we are just going to take a tiny little break. There might be a little bit of a pause in the live stream. Someone stop me if this is incorrect.
No, that's correct. That's what I was going to say.
I'm just going to end this Zoom quickly, and we're going to re-Zoom. So thank you all so much. Quick end.